Chapter 851, Mysterious Matter. While Lincoln traveled to Japan in a private jet, the second batch of Supreme Android soldiers had already arrived at the military port where Qin Tian was at. The Z-8 response unit has arrived at the designated location. Requesting for reception. The new batch of Supreme Android soldiers entered standby mode after arriving at the military port. In the response unit, Commander Qin Tian, I have been ordered to receive you. Qin Tian stood in front of the soldiers and announced. There were not as many soldiers in this batch compared to the first batch, only 100 of them. However, from their actions, it was obvious that they were more clever and more agile than the first batch. Confirming identity, 2 red rays of light shot out from the leader's Supreme Android soldier's eyes and confirmed Qin Tian's identity. Please input the password. Just like how Jiang Fei confirmed his identity previously, Qin Tian also had to enter a specific password. %**. Qin Tian spat out a huge mixture of numbers and letters. As he had to confirm his identity as a commander, the password was more complicated. Identity confirmed, requesting the next order. The leader soldier said. Board immediately. Go and reinforce the military on the battlefield in Japan. Qin Tian ordered. Instructions accepted. A red light flashed through these Supreme Android soldiers' eyes. Okay. Go ahead. Qin Tian waved. Commander, Z8-001 requests authorization for frontline commanding. The leader's Supreme Android soldier said. As there were 2 Supreme Android soldier teams on the front line and they were not under the same command, it needed further authorization. All right. I'll grant you command of the front line. After thinking for a moment, Qin Tian gave the Z8-001 authority. After all, it seemed likely that the second batch of Supreme Android soldiers was more intelligent than the first batch. So, it was better if he allowed them to command themselves. After obtaining authorization, Z8-001 immediately led the Z8 response unit and set off. They boarded the same submarine that had escorted 2 batches of people before this. When night fell, the submarine dove into the sea and the Supreme Android soldiers were headed to Japan as reinforcements. At the same time, Lincoln had also arrived at the 7th Fleet's aircraft carrier. Robert, I need your help. After seeing Robert, Lincoln did not stand on ceremony with the commander of the 7th Fleet. As the vice president of the Mutants Brotherhood, he was one of the real decision-makers in America. The so-called president was nothing more than a puppet placed in front of the people. Sir Lincoln, please tell me how I can help. Robert responded very respectfully. I need you to provide the combat data for this period, Lincoln said. Although he had just experienced the pain of losing his son, he did not lose his mind. Although Lincoln kept saying that Desser was incompetent, he was very aware of how strong Desser was. So, he did not look down on the enemies who could cause such a huge loss to the mutants. Since the American fleet had reconnaissance satellites and planes everywhere, all parts of the battlefield could be seen except for the places hidden by Jiang Fei. Everything that had happened had been recorded and stored. The battle was probably a little blurry when recorded at night, but during the day the recordings were as clear as a blockbuster film. These martial artists are really very powerful. When Soaring Cloud Sect was attacked by surprise, Lincoln nodded. After all, Soaring Cloud Sect performed amazingly at that time. Even though they were attacked by surprise, they had managed to fight the mutants back without suffering too much damage. This kid is impulsive. When Lincoln saw how Walker launched the surprise attack on Rainbow Longsword Sect, his brows furrowed. He clearly saw his son's commanding mistake. Shatter. When the recording reached the part whereby Wanjian tortured Walker and eventually killed him, Lincoln became furious. He punched the screen, smashing it. He was so angry his hair stood on end, and you could see the anger in his eyes. I will kill all of you. Lincoln's roared so loudly that the entire 7th Fleet and even people who were dozens of kilometers away heard it. The reinforcements on both sides were about to land in Japan, but the atmosphere at Jiang Fei's side was still pretty relaxed. Jiang Fei had seen for himself the combat power of the Supreme Android soldiers. Although they were very powerful, they were far weaker than what he had initially thought. So, he was still anxious. Captain, it seems like we won't be fighting tonight. I suggest you log into the game. 0541 went back to the topic. Why do you always want me to log into the game? What are you trying to do? Jiang Fei frowned and asked. Captain, you have insufficient authority, you temporarily can't make any queries. 0541's reply was still the same. Hey! At least give me a hint. Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. It was rare to see 0541 ponder. It's related to a very important matter. If you don't enter the game regularly and continue to have an impact within the game, this matter might go in a bad direction. By then, it may pose a threat to you, Captain. After a few tries, 0541 finally avoided the restrictions and gave Jiang Fei a hint. What matter? Jiang Fei immediately asked. Sorry. You have insufficient authority, your query has been rejected. 0541 gave a programmed reply. Sigh. Jiang Fei sighed. When 0541 spoke in such a manner, it meant that there was no room for discussion. Although Jiang Fei was confused about the matter that 0541 mentioned, he did not dare to neglect it since 0541 had already made it sound so important. They were not fighting tonight anyway, so Jiang Fei logged into the game. As soon as he logged into the game, Jiang Fei was spammed by messages. Boss! Where did you go last night? You shouldn't forget to log into the game even if you're busy playing with girls. You disappeared when we were halfway through the dungeon. What are you trying to do? Previously, Jiang Fei and the others were attempting the Golden Dragon dungeon. However, they did not kill the third boss, so the Dragon Lair's dungeon was not cleared. If not cleared, the dungeon would only reset once a week. So, 7 Stars Warrior and the others could only watch the other guilds clear the dungeons, but they could not enter. If they did not clear the Golden Dragon dungeon, they could not enter the other dungeons. So, the players from Imperial Dragon was in an awkward position. They had to watch the other guilds get the first clear for the elite mode of all 4 dungeons and watch them get their hands on a huge amount of dragon eggs, whereas they could only look for places to train so that they could level up. So, today, as soon as Jiang Fei came online, the complaints piled up. Cut the nonsense. Party up. Jiang Fei quickly stopped the clamor. Otherwise, he would not be able to do anything else today. If he listened to these people complain, it would take all day. Chapter 852, A Boss That Instant Kills. Very quickly, Lady Casanova and the others formed a party, and everyone arrived in front of the dungeon entrance. It was already a week since the Dragon's Lair dungeons had opened. More and more people were coming to attempt the dungeons. Although not all of the small and medium-sized guilds were able to clear the dungeons, they could still obtain good rewards from every boss. However, there was a big difference between clearing the dungeon and not clearing it. Even if it was not the first clear which granted additional rewards, clearing the dungeon would result in the dungeon resetting in only 1 day. An uncleared dungeon would only reset after 7 days, which made a huge difference to different guilds and different parties. Some of the parties that could clear the dungeons have been repeating it for a few days and have obtained at least dozens of pet eggs, if not more than 100. These pets would undoubtedly enhance the overall strength of these guilds. However, it was rather unfortunate for those parties that could not clear the dungeons. They were still in the raid progression stage. Even if they wanted to attempt the dungeons again, they would have to wait a few days for the dungeons to reset. Let's go in. Jiang Fei took a glance at the teams of these other guilds. He was not too bothered by these people. After all, they were too weak and were almost no match for Imperial Dragon. Guild Master, I heard that the members of Glorious Peak have managed to defeat the first boss in the Light Dragon dungeon, but they died miserably at the second boss, 7 Stars Warrior said to Jiang Fei as they entered the dungeon. Oh! Jiang Fei was surprised. He did not expect that other guilds would attempt the heroic mode Dragon's Lair. One had to know that they did not have a boss guide, so they were completely testing it out with their members' lives. Yeah, they have a very powerful tank in their guild. Apparently, he ranked quite high in the professional league. 7 Stars Warrior said. Ho ho, when the professional league was brought up, Jiang Fei felt a little embarrassed. Although people were being eliminated from the professional league every single day, there were probably not many who were like him. He got eliminated because he was absent too many times. Although Jiang Fei felt somewhat embarrassed when the professional league was mentioned, the information provided by 7 Stars Warrior intrigued Jiang Fei. A tank that could achieve good results in the professional league. Jiang Fei immediately thought of that player who had extremely high defense and health points. Jiang Fei had also heard about this guy before, but had never met him. According to Jiang Fei's analysis, this player has probably gotten his hands on the Cauldron of Vitality. Interesting. Jiang Fei nodded to himself, then made a mental note about this. Soon, Jiang Fei and his party entered the dungeon. As only 2 days had passed, the dungeon had not reset. So, there would be no monsters until the final boss. Let's go! Jiang Fei led the way. 20 minutes later, everyone arrived in front of the boss. Previously, as Jiang Fei had already used his transformation skill, he knew that he could not beat the boss. So, he did not take a closer look at the boss skills. This time, after arriving in front of the boss, Jiang Fei carefully observed this Dragon God clone. However, when Jiang Fei tried to get close to the Dragon God clone, the boss spoke, "Ignorant mortals, your greed will bring you destruction. My children, we have guests," as the voice of the Dragon God clone fell, for rays of light appeared beside him. After the lights faded, 4 dragonoids appeared in front of the boss. Damn! He still has minions to help him? Jiang Fei was surprised. However, as they did not immediately enter battle mode, he could still take his time and look at the attributes of the boss and the 4 minions. Dragon God Bennett Straz, Projection, Dragon, Intermediate Overlord, Level, 95, Health Points, 2 billion, Attack Power, 40,000, Skills, Lightning, Light of Destruction, Impact Barrier, Conscience Control, Double Clone, Gravity Failure, Blitz Storm. Lightning, the Dragon God clone's basic attack skill. After casting for 1.5 seconds, deals a lot of damage to a single target. Light of Destruction, ignores any defensive skills and immediately kills the current target. 6 seconds of casting time can be interrupted. After using lightning 4 times, the Dragon God clone will use Light of Destruction once. Impact Barrier, the Dragon God clone immediately gains a magic shield. The shield can absorb 2 million damage. During the duration of the shield, the Dragon God clone will be immune to any interruption effects. Conscience Control, the Dragon God clone randomly controls 5 players, tripling the attack power and defense of the controlled players. The health points of the controlled players will also be increased by 5 times. The effect lasts for 30 seconds. Double Clone, when the Dragon God clone's health points fall below 50%, he will summon a dragon form mirror image which will fight alongside him. While the dragon form clone is alive, the boss will be immune to any damage. Gravity Failure, when the dragon form clone dies, the boss will gain this skill. Players will lose gravity and fly up into the air. Movement speed will also reduce by 70%. Blitz Storm, the Dragon God clone generates a Blitz Storm, killing all players within the range of 500 meters. F***CK. This boss can easily ignore any defensive skills and kill us instantly. Can I even beat it? Jiang Fei was dumbstruck after he saw the boss attributes. Although his transforming skill was powerful, this boss could ignore all defensive skills and kill him instantly. He would not be able to survive. At this time, Jiang Fei frowned and shifted his gaze onto the 4 Dragonoid minions. Dragonoid Sage, Humanoid, Lord, Level, 88, Health Points, 20 million, Attack Power, 11,000, Skills, Frostbolt, Frost Spark. Frostbolt, the Dragonoid Sage's basic attack skill. After casting for 2 seconds, deals a lot of damage to the enemy and slows down the target. Frost Spark, marks a target, causing it to continually radiate frost power, dealing a lot of damage to nearby targets and slowing them down. Remarks: will drop Sage's staff upon death, ultra high-end magician weapon. Comes with the passive skill Meditate, which can shorten spell casting time by 50%, limited use time of 15 minutes, Dragonoid Marksman, Humanoid, Lord, level 88, health points 20 million, attack power 11,000, skills, multi-shot. Multi-shot, shoots a bunch of arrows in a fan-shaped area in front. Remarks: will drop Marksman's Bow upon death, ultra high-end weapon for ranged attackers. Comes with the passive skill Frenzied Shots. Upon activation, all attacks within the next 10 seconds will be critical hits, limited use time of 15 minutes, Dragonoid Warrior, Humanoid, Lord, level 88, health points 20 million, attack power 11,000, skills, Destructive Smash, attack stance. Destructive Smash immediately deals a lot of damage to the target. Attack stance, passive skill. Dragonoid Warrior's movement speed reduces by 50%, attack power increases by 10 times. Remarks: will drop Defender's Shield upon death, ultra high-end shield. Comes with the skill Absolute Defense, which can offset the effects of Light of Destruction, limited use time of 15 minutes, Dragonoid Priest, Humanoid, Lord, level 88, health points 20 million, attack power 11,000, skills, Heal, Terrify. Heal, heals allies, restoring a large amount of health points. Terrify, terrifies surrounding targets, causing them to run around aimlessly. Remarks: will drop Priest Staff upon death, ultra high-end cleric weapon. Comes with the skill Divine Defense, which can be activated to block Blitz Storm, limited use time of 15 minutes. Chapter 853, Temporary Weapon. After seeing the attributes of the boss and his minions, Jiang Fei knitted his brows. There was no way he could solo this boss. The Dragon God clone had more than one instant kill skill. Although Jiang Fei could use any equipment, he could not equip his staff and his shield at the same time. Moreover, his damage output would be greatly reduced after he equipped these two weapons. However, if he did not equip these two weapons, he would not be able to block Light of Destruction and Blitz Storm. So, he needed the help of other players to fight this boss. At least one warrior had to block the boss Light of Destruction with the Defender's Shield, and at least one cleric with the Priest's Staff had to activate Divine Defense at the right time so that he would not be killed instantly. Guildmaster, how are we going to fight this boss? Do we just stay behind and wait for the rewards as usual? Lady Casanova asked. I'm afraid that you guys have to help me this time, or I won't be able to kill this boss. Jiang Fei briefly told the other players about the boss skills. Damn! So powerful? 7 Stars Warrior was shocked. Yeah. Jiang Fei nodded and started to ponder. Since he needed the help of the other players, he had to form a proper strategy. About 10 minutes later, Jiang Fei came up with something. Hazy memory, you and your people only have to do one thing. If the boss uses Light of Destruction, interrupt the casting. You guys don't have to attack the boss, just ensure that the boss does not cast Light of Destruction. Jiang Fei instructed. Don't worry about it, Guildmaster. Hazy Memory smiled. Bandits and assassins like them were the best at interrupting spells. For everyone else who is not a bandit or an assassin, you have more things to do. We have to kill the 4 minions first. Upon death, they'll drop corresponding high-end weapons, and you must pick these weapons up according to your own class. Magicians and ranged attackers can just attack the boss after you pick up your weapons. A new returner, you and your team of tanks must pick up the shield. You'll be in charge of taunting the boss with the skill attached to the shield if the bandits and assassins fail to interrupt the boss spell. Jiang Fei continued to assign tasks. Understood. A new returner nodded. As for the clerics, after you pick up the priest's staff, don't activate the skill attached to it. Only activate it when I ask you to. Don't be impulsive. Jiang Fei said. The cleric's task was undoubtedly the most important. They had to ensure that they did not activate the divine defense skill attached to the priest's staff impulsively. Otherwise, if the boss used Blitzstorm when their skills were on cooldown, it would be over for everyone. Got it! The cleric girls nodded. A new returner, you're in charge of tanking the boss during the first stage. Bandits and assassins, make sure you interrupt the boss Light of Destruction, Jiang Fei said to a new returner. As the focus of the first stage was the 4 minions, Jiang Fei left the boss to the other tanks in the team. No problem. A new returner and Hazy Memory nodded at the same time. Okay. Let's begin. During the first stage, no one should go near the warrior minion. He will instantly kill anyone he sees. Don't go near the priest minion as well. If you get hit by Terrify and end up walking toward the warrior minion, you're dead. After Jiang Fei warned everyone, he was ready to start the battle. As there was a super player like him who could deal high damage and also take a lot of damage, the battle was way easier than usual. Puff! Black fog rose, and Jiang Fei directly entered his battle form. In his covet Nephilim form, Jiang Fei immediately summoned 3 clones. There was one of him in front of every minion. Start attacking! Jiang Fei shouted, then started attacking the 4 minions at the same time. Children! Entertain the invaders! A battle cry from the boss marked the beginning of the battle. Charge! Taunt! A new returner immediately appeared in front of the boss and generated the boss aggro. Minus 75,000, the boss lightning dealt a lot of damage. It instantly reduced a new returner's health points by half. However, as lightning had a casting time, the clerics could calmly restore a new returner's health points. In addition to a new returner, the boss was also encircled by a group of bandits and assassins. These players did not use any skills and were just basic attacking the boss. They were afraid that their skills would be on cooldown when they had to interrupt the boss casting. I'll assign each of you with a number so that we won't all interrupt the boss at the same time. If all our skills are on cooldown, there will be no one to interrupt the next Light of Destruction. Hazy Memory gave his teammates their numbers, and they took turns to interrupt the boss skill. Die! After 4 bolts of lightnings, the boss began to cast Light of Destruction. I'll interrupt this one. Monkey, be prepared to interrupt the second one. Hazy Memory used a kicking skill and interrupted the boss casting. After the boss failed to cast Light of Destruction, he began to cast lightning again. This boss did not have any intelligence, so it was relatively easy. They attacked systematically. While Hazy Memory and the others were focused on the boss, Jiang Fei was attacking the 4 minions together with his 3 clones. Swoosh swoosh! In his covet Nephilim form, Jiang Fei was in a chaotic attack mode. He completely ignored the minions' defense. In a blink of an eye, the health points of the 4 minions began to decrease rapidly. Stay far away from the warrior. It has no aggro system and will randomly chase people. Jiang Fei shouted as he attacked. The 4 minions did not have much health points, only 20 million. However, as there was a priest, it was not easy for Jiang Fei to kill them. As the other ranged attackers had nothing to do, they started to help Jiang Fei attack the warrior minion who could instantly kill players. Soon, the warrior's health points fell to 0. Master! I tried my best, the warrior minion crashed to the ground. Master! I don't want to die, the priest minion followed closely. It was killed by Jiang Fei's clone. The glory of my master will shine on me, the marksman minion was also killed. This is not the ending I wanted, the last magician minion dropped dead. Interesting. The boss sneered. The second stage is starting. Everyone, go pick your weapons up! Jiang Fei shouted loudly. At the same time, Jiang Fei had also picked up the marksman's bow from the corpse of the marksman minion. Damn! Holy item? After Jiang Fei picked the weapon up, he was shocked. It was actually a holy item. Not only did it have extremely high attack power, but its attributes were also far superior to his ancient Great Heavens Breaker Twilight Bow. The only flaw in this weapon was the remark, lifespan 14 minutes and 35 seconds. These holy item high-end weapons could only be used for 15 minutes. When the time was up, they would disappear. It was obvious that they were temporary weapons meant for players to use in a fight against the boss. Chapter 854, A Mess. After entering the second stage, Jiang Fei managed to take the aggro away from a new returner in just a few seconds. After all, the difference in their damage output was too big. A new returner could not snatch the aggro from Jiang Fei unless he used taunt continuously. After being replaced, a new returner ran to the corpse of the warrior minion and picked up the temporary holy item shield. After all, they still had to stop the boss Light of Destruction at the right time. After entering the second stage, the boss also had some new skills. The most iconic one was Impact Barrier. After 4 consecutive bolts of lightnings, the boss was about to cast Light of Destruction again. At this time, however, the Dragon God clone buffed himself with Impact Barrier, and a shield immediately appeared beside the boss. Impact Barrier could absorb 2 million damage and keep the boss immune to any interruption for the whole duration of the skill. F***CK. He's immune to my kick. Monkey shouted. Don't panic. Jiang Fei was calm. He continuously shot a volley of arrows, and the boss impact barrier was quickly broken. Interrupt him again. After the impact barrier disappeared, Hazy Memory immediately ordered his teammates to interrupt the boss skill. The bandit numbered after Monkey immediately used his kicking skills and successfully interrupted the boss Light of Destruction. Phew, seeing that the boss skill had been interrupted, Hazy Memory breathed a sigh of relief. After all, if they made a mistake and caused the whole party to die, it would be too great of a sin. Everyone, you don't have to be so nervous. Jiang Fei smiled. For an average party, it would be a huge challenge for the attackers as they had to break the 2 million health points impact barrier in 3 or 4 seconds. However, Jiang Fei's damage output was way too godly. He could deal 2 million damage in less than a second. After he had equipped the holy item Bao, his damage output skyrocketed once again. A few arrows were enough to break the barrier. Although the boss had more than 200 million health points under the strong attacks of Jiang Fei and his 3 clones, the boss health points still decreased very quickly. After the boss cast Light of Destruction for about 2 times, his health points was reduced to 50%. I admit, I have underestimated you. Peasants. Die! After the boss yelled, Jiang Fei and the others suddenly heard a dragon roar. Roar! Following the dragon roar, a huge golden dragon descended from the sky. At the same time, the boss entered a state where it was immune to attacks. A new returner, take the boss. Hazy Memory. You guys continue to focus on interrupting spells. Jiang Fei immediately shouted. Although the boss was invincible at this time, he could still attack and would continue to cast Light of Destruction. So, they still needed people to interrupt their skills constantly. Got it! A new returner arrived in front of the boss with charge, then immediately used taunt, which forcefully raised his aggro level above everyone else. As Jiang Fei was no longer attacking the boss naturally turned to attack a new returner. Hazy Memory and the other bandit and assassin players continued to focus on interrupting the boss Light of Destruction. Swoosh swoosh. Jiang Fei attacked the boss dragon form clone and generated aggro. This dragon form clone also had 200 million health points, just like the boss. However, it only had a few skills, and it usually only attacked with dragon breath. Jiang Fei had to pull the clone away so that the other players would not take any damage. Besides, the dragon form clone had 2 other skills, Lightning Mark and Draconian Resurrection. Lightning Mark was not a threatening skill, it would just mark a player, and that player would then damage the allies around them. As long as the marked player moved away from the crowd, it would be fine. However, Draconian Resurrection was troublesome. There were 4 Draconian corpses here, the boss minions that had just been killed. Roar! Following a dragon roar, the 4 minions who died in the battle were resurrected. Damn! Jiang Fei's brows furrowed. Then, he immediately shouted, Everyone, stay far away from the warrior minion. However, Jiang Fei's command came a little late because no one knew that this dragon form clone would resurrect the minions. So, there was a magician near the warrior. Ding! Your teammate Triple X has been killed, huh? Do you know how strong I am now? The boss burst into laughter. Don't panic. Get a few warriors to pull the aggro of the other 3 minions. Everyone, stay away from the warrior. Jiang Fei made his clone attack the warrior minion while he ordered the other tanks who were free to pull the aggro of the other 3 minions. Firebird, you've been hit by lightning mark, move away from everyone else. 7 Stars warrior still adhered to his duties as the party's second in command. He was paying attention to the other boss skills. All of a sudden, the situation in the entire hall was somewhat chaotic. Fortunately, they did not suffer heavy losses. Other than the magician who was killed instantly in the beginning, the others also took damage. However, most of the damage was from the boss area of effect skills, so it was not life-threatening. However, there was a very true saying, misfortunes never come singly. This time, the boss was also like that. While Jiang Fei and the others were plunged into chaos, the boss made things worse. Hey peasants, fight for me! Ha ha ha! Following the boss' mad laughter, 5 players suddenly lost control of their characters. Their bodies quickly increased in size, and their names turned red. Take the controlled players out. 7 Stars warrior yelled. Following his command, several magicians attacked the controlled players, removing the threat they posed. Soon, the chaos was over, and the warrior minion was once again slain by Jiang Fei. The death of the other 3 minions followed shortly. However, when the 4 minions were all killed for the second time, the boss entered a new stage. In this new stage, the boss had obviously obtained his ultimate skill. Die! All of you! As the boss roared, Jiang Fei and the others heard a system prompt. Ding! The Dragon God clone is casting Blitz Storm. Clerics from the first team be on standby behind a new returner. Those from the second team, come to me. Everyone else, gather near your nearest cleric. Quick! Jiang Fei shouted. Soon, the players found their own positions according to Jiang Fei's instructions. They were either gathered around Jiang Fei or surrounding a new returner. 3, 2, 1, activate your skills. Jiang Fei silently counted down to the last second of the boss Blitz Storm cast time, then shouted. Swoosh swoosh. All the clerics activated the shield skill attached to the priest's staff. Defensive shields appeared one after another, and all the players were shielded. Then came the Blitz Storm. Boom boom. Lightning bolts struck, but they were blocked by the shields. Phew! Jiang Fei breathed a sigh of relief. The first time using the shield was undoubtedly the most dangerous. Now that the clerics have the experience, it would be way easier if they re-encountered Blitz Storm later. Chapter 855, Gravity Failure. After avoiding the Blitz Storm, the boss battle returned to normal state again. Everyone, scatter as quickly as possible. 7 Stars warrior shouted. This was because there would be a lot of pressure on the clerics if the players continued to stand together. Previously, when the boss had used Blitz Storm, the players had to hide behind the barrier cast by the clerics to not be instantly killed. However, since the Blitz Storm was over, if the players were still bunched together, the people around Jiang Fei would be hit by the dragon's breath. Furthermore, the people who were targeted by lightning mark would also inflict damage to others around them. Soon, the other players dispersed, while Jiang Fei continued to attack the dragon form clone. A new returner continued to pull the boss aggro. Not good. The boss dodged my interruption skill. A bandit shouted. After all, the boss level was much higher than the players, hence, it was common for the skills to be evaded. Someone else, follow up. Hazy Memory immediately shouted to his squad. F***CK. The boss dodged my skill too. There would always be an unfortunate situation. Just like this time, due to a coincidence, the interruption skills of 2 bandits were dodged consecutively. A new returner, cast your skill." 7 Stars Warrior shouted. This time, they could not count on the third bandit to interrupt. If they failed again, the tank would have no time to deal with it. Okay. A new returner immediately activated the absolute defense skill attached to the super shield. Boom! The boss skill was offset by the shield. Continue. Don't panic. Jiang Fei was also paying attention to the boss at all times. After all, the boss lightning had dealt quite a lot of damage. If a new returner died, the other tanks might not be able to survive either. As the boss fight continued, Jiang Fei and the others constantly responded to the boss' various skills. There would be a little chaos occasionally, especially when someone was controlled by the boss. Some controlled players might be killed instantly as they were not able to dodge in time. Overall, however, the number of deaths was still acceptable. Everyone, get back into position. Quickly. Soon, the boss about to cast Blitzstorm again. The second Blitzstorm came, but this time the players already had prior experience. The clerics quickly moved closer to the 2 tanks, and the other players also chose a safe haven closest to themselves. Activate the shields! Jiang Fei shouted. The clerics once again activated the defensive shields. Boom! The destructive Blitzstorm struck again. Good! Everyone spread out. One more Blitzstorm and the Dragonform clone will be dead. Jiang Fei encouraged them. At this point, the Dragonform clone did not have much health points left. Seeing that the Dragonform clone was losing more and more health points, the boss cast the third Blitzstorm before the Dragonform clone's death. Quickly! Everyone, gather! Jiang Fei shouted and killed the Dragonform clone. Ugh! This is impossible, the Dragonform clone crashed to the ground. Activate the shields! Under Jiang Fei's orders, the clerics activated the skill attached to the priest's staff for the 3rd time. Boom! When the 3rd Blitzstorm ended, the boss battle had also entered the final stage. Your strength has exceeded my expectations, but do you think you can beat me just like this? You're too naive. The boss yelled once again. Everyone be careful, focus on getting rid of the players who are controlled by the boss. Jiang Fei did not forget to remind his teammates. As the clerics did not have much mana points left, Jiang Fei quickly pulled the aggro of the boss away from a new returner. Due to the regeneration effect of the Cauldron of Spirit, he did not need any healing. However, it was not the same for a new returner. The boss lightning put a lot of pressure on him, hence, he required constant healing to maintain his health points. Come on! This boss is basically dead. The bandits just have to focus on interrupting his light of destruction. Jiang Fei encouraged everyone in the party chat. Don't worry about it, Guildmaster. We won't miss it. Hazy Memory assured him. Although there had been a small accident previously, he did not believe that the boss could evade their skills twice in a row again. Ha ha ha. Are you worms enjoying your time on the ground? How about you try playing around in the sky? After the boss entered the final stage, he acquired new skills again. Gravity failure. Boom! A huge light cover descended from the sky, and all the players, including Jiang Fei, were instantly pulled up into the air. After losing gravity, Jiang Fei and the others could not fly freely like birds. Instead, they felt like they had fallen into a thick pool of liquid. Although they could float around freely in the sky, their movement speed was very low. Go to hell, you worms! At this time, after the boss buffed himself with Impact Barrier, he began to cast Light of Destruction again. F***CK. This time, Jiang Fei was dumbfounded. Due to the effects of gravity failure, he was far away from the boss. He could not hit the boss at all. It was not only him, but even his clone could not reach the boss. Guildmaster. What do we do? The boss is now immune to interruptions. Without Jiang Fei's attacks, the other players could not break the impact barrier, which had 2 million health points in 6 seconds. Under the protection of the barrier, the boss was once again immune to the interruption effects. This light of destruction could not be stopped. Taunt! At the crucial moment, a new returner used taunt and forced the boss to turn around. Boom! Light of destruction hit a new returner. Buzz! However, right as a new returner cast taunt, he had also activated the shield skill. Therefore, he managed to block this light of destruction. A new returner, drink potions to save your own life. We have no more mana points to cast big heals on you anymore. Although a new returner had tanked the instant kill skill for Jiang Fei, he had fallen into a critical state. The clerics had previously healed everyone, so all their mana points had been used up. They could only cast small healings to maintain the party members' health points. Even if they wanted to heal the tanks, they were already unable to do so. Hang on for 2 more seconds. It'll be there soon. Jiang Fei shouted and slowly paddled in the sky toward the boss. However, even though Jiang Fei had high movement speed, he could not move quickly as there was no gravity. At this time, he could only slowly swim to the boss like a clumsy novice swimmer. Boom! Boom! After 2 consecutive bolts of lightnings, a new returner's health points was almost empty. Guildmaster, I've tried my best. When a new returner saw the boss cast the 3rd lightning, he repeated what the boss minions said before they died. Whatever, just die already. Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. Players would not suffer many losses in the faction area. They would not lose experience upon death, and they could also pick their equipment back up. A new returner was just being dramatic. Chapter 856, Guardian Beast. Just as a new returner was killed, Jiang Fei finally got into firing range. Jiang Fei immediately fired a bunch of arrows at the boss. Die, insects! Right then, the boss activated Blitzstorm. Oh, no! Jiang Fei panicked. He did not expect the Dragon God's clone to use this skill in the final stage. Right then, many of the players were floating in the air. Thus, it was very difficult for them to make any maneuvers. Clerics, stay put. The rest of you move toward the cleric who is closest to you. For those who can't make it, God bless you. Jiang Fei said helplessly. If he had known that the Dragon God's clone would use the Blitzstorm at such a stage, he would have made sure that all the players stuck together from the start. However, it was too late for remorse. Sudden charge. Jiang Fei activated his instant teleportation skill to appear right next to a cleric. At the same time, the other players did their best to get close to the clerics around them. Warriors were able to activate their protective skills to instantly charge toward a cleric. Some magicians were also able to use flash to get close to the clerics. However, players in other classes were less fortunate. Even bandits who had haste were helpless in such a state. Activate your skills. The clerics immediately activated their shields following Jiang Fei's order. Bam! 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 The Blitzstorm started as soon as Jiang Fei shouted. Ding! Your teammate has died in battle. Apart from the warriors and the magicians, most of the players were killed instantly. There were only a few lucky players who were able to escape death as they were positioned closer to clerics. The group of 80 players was suddenly reduced to less than 20. Over 60 players had been killed in an instant. Damn! It's so strong. Jiang Fei was nearly speechless when he saw what had happened. Even his 3 clones had been killed instantly as they were not protected by any shields. However, the boss was out of tricks after using its Blitzstorm. When the skill ended, the boss health points were reduced down to 15% by Jiang Fei. Zoom! Zoom! The boss health points were further reduced by Jiang Fei's incoming arrows. You darned insects. The Dragon God's clone was clearly trying to deliver another fatal blow as it started chanting the light of destruction. You want to kill me? I'll kill you first. Jiang Fei was aware that none of the bandits were able to interrupt the boss skill. He decided to retrieve his Dragon's Bane for the final attack. Go to hell! Jiang Fei fired the Dragon's Bane at the boss chest. minus 28,754,157. A number close to 30 million damage appeared above the boss head. The dragon's bane could be instantly triggered, unlike the Light of Destruction, which required time to cast. As Jiang Fei was holding a temporary supreme weapon, his attack power was very high. How could this be? The boss health points were reduced to 0. Although it did not immediately fall to the ground, it had entered the story mode. You darned intruders. I will remember you. Soon, I will seek you out and revenge against you. The dragon god's clone spoke its final words as it turned into a golden light and disappeared into thin air. Damn! What just happened? Is that it? Did it not leave anything behind? Little Rain was fortunate enough to stay alive through the ordeal. However, when he saw that the boss did not leave its corpse behind, nor did it leave any treasure chest behind, he felt very upset. Don't worry. There will most certainly be a reward. Clerics, resurrect the dead players, Jiang Fei said with a smile as he picked up his dragon's bane. Crack! Just as the clerics were resurrecting the dead players, a large wall behind the hall suddenly cracked open. A pathway had appeared. Let's have a look. After all players had been resurrected, Jiang Fei took the lead in walking into the pathway. As the dragon god's clone had been killed, he did not believe there were any monsters left in the dungeon. If there were, it could only be the dragon god himself. If that was the case, Jiang Fei was definitely not able to defeat him due to his intelligence. After making it through the pathway, Jiang Fei and the rest arrived in another hall. Unlike the previous grand hall, this was a small storage hall. What's that? Hazy Memory asked as he pointed at a stone tablet in the corner of the hall. I don't know. Let's have a look. Jiang Fei said as he walked toward the stone tablet. Ding! Do you wish to unseal it? Jiang Fei received a system notification as soon as he got close to the stone tablet. What does this mean? Is there another battle? 7 Stars Warrior asked with a frown. I don't think so. It's probably our reward. Jiang Fei guessed. He did not believe a monster stronger than the dragon god's clone would appear. Let's open it then. Little Rain called out. All right. Jiang Fei nodded as he chose to unseal the item. Crack! As Jiang Fei made his selection, the stone tablet cracked into pieces. Roar! A dragon's cry could be heard as a golden light appeared beneath the stone tablet. A 50-meter-long dragon appeared. Damn! Is there really another monster? Jiang Fei was dumbfounded. Ding! As you have rescued the Wings of Judgment, the Wings of Judgment would like to become your guardian beast. Do you agree? A system notification could be heard by Jiang Fei and the rest of his teammates. Yes. Nobody with a functional brain would reject the offer. This golden dragon was clearly their reward for clearing the dungeon. Ding! Wings of Judgment has become the Imperial Dragon's guardian beast. Ding! You have completed all of the Golden Dragon Nest dungeon storylines. The dungeon has been cleared. Ding! Your group is the first to successfully clear the Golden Dragon Nest. Please provide your group's name. As the Wings of Judgment had officially become Jiang Fei's guild's guardian beast, the Golden Dragon Nest dungeon had come to an end. As Jiang Fei was occupied with checking out the guardian beast's attributes, he did not care about naming their group to tease the other guilds. Therefore, Lady Casanova took charge as the executive vice guild master. She then crafted a message to promote their guild. Ding! Faction announcement: Imperial Dragon is recruiting. Any interested players are welcome to apply. Verger Glider, Lady Casanova, 7 Stars Warrior, Hazy Memory, and the rest have successfully cleared the Golden Dragon Nest dungeon at their first attempt. Rejoice for them. Chapter 857, Dragon Slaying Battle begins. Hee hee, did they finally clear it? It seems that the Golden Dragon Nest dungeon is pretty hard. Verger Glider and the others have been stuck inside for several days. This Golden Dragon Nest is indeed difficult. Although the announcement of their success was shared again, the other guilds were not too shocked by it. After all, everyone had gotten used to the fact that Jiang Fei would always take the lead in clearing dungeons. This time, players were more intrigued by the fact that the Imperial Dragon took several days to clear the Golden Dragon Nest dungeon. Therefore, everyone paid more attention to the dungeon rather than Jiang Fei's success in clearing it. Unfortunately, despite their curiosity, none of them were even able to enter the dungeon. They would have to first clear the Light and Dark Dragon Nest dungeons, which still seemed impossible for most players at the moment. Meanwhile, Jiang Fei and the rest were also numb to their own success. They were more focused on checking the Wings of Judgment's attributes. As the Wings of Judgment was the guild's guardian beast, it did not belong to any one player. Therefore, Jiang Fei had to check its attributes through the guild's attribute page. Wings of Judgment, Dragon Race, Beginner Overlord, Level, 90, Health Points, 100 million, Attack Power, 25,000, Skills, Lightning Dragon Breath, Light of Destruction, Blitz Storm, Draconian Forbidden Spell, Lightning Screech. The Lightning Dragon Breath was the most commonly used attack by the Golden Dragon. Like most Dragon Breath skills, it dealt AoE damage. The Light of Destruction and Blitz Storm were similar to the Dragon God's clone skills. However, these were weakened versions of the same skills. Although they did not have instant kill capabilities, the damage output was still very significant. Most players would definitely be instantly killed by the high damage. The final skill was the Draconian Forbidden Spell. It was frighteningly powerful both in terms of damage and AoE. It was definitely an ultimate skill that could be used to instantly kill an entire army. Wings of Judgment would usually rest in the guild's base. It would require regular feeding. Although that was a financial burden to the guild, it was a very light burden for the massively wealthy Imperial Dragon. Under normal circumstances, the Guardian Beast would be the last line of defense in protecting a guild's base as it had the highest battle power. However, there was an exception in Imperial Dragon. As Jiang Fei had a group of female NPCs in the Demon Dragon Fortress who were mostly overlords, with the strongest of them being the Pinnacle Overlord Nanda Priestess, the Beginner Overlord Dragon was not really that outstanding. However, the Guardian Beast did not serve the sole function of protecting the fortress. It could also be summoned to participate in guild battles. Apart from the Guildmaster, 3 other guild members could be assigned to summon the Guardian Beast. Of course, the Guardian Beast could only be summoned on normal maps and not in secret dungeons. Therefore, members of the Imperial Dragon could not rely on the Guardian Beast to clear dungeons. Despite that, the Guardian Beast was still more useful than the female NPCs who did not even respond to other players, as it could still aid players in battle without Jiang Fei's presence. After checking the attributes of Wings of Judgment, Jiang Fei directly assigned 7 Stars Warrior, Lady Casanova, and Billy Boy as the 3 guild members who could summon the Guardian Beast. After all, Jiang Fei could not be online all the time. The guild's PvE and PvP activities were all handled by these 3 players. Therefore, this was the best way to fully utilize the Guardian Beast's powers. The Guardian Beast was the representation of a strong guild. It was supposed to only be acquired by guilds with players above level 90. However, as Jiang Fei was extraordinarily powerful, he was able to clear the Golden Dragon Nest dungeon ahead of other guilds and therefore allowed Imperial Dragon to obtain the Guardian Beast in advance. After obtaining the Guardian Beast, Imperial Dragon's capabilities were significantly improved. An Overlord was currently the most powerful existence to players at their current levels. This meant that Imperial Dragon would have an absolute advantage over other players even without Jiang Fei's presence. Alright, let's head back. Since the dungeon had already been cleared, Jiang Fei did not want to stay in the empty dungeon. Just as players started using their return scrolls, and Jiang Fei had only just appeared in the Demon Dragon Fortress, a system notification could be heard. Ding! Global notification: the Dark Faction has thoroughly infuriated the Dragon God. The Dragon race has declared war against the Dark Faction. A series of notifications could be heard by all players. Hee, Bennett Straz must be very upset. Jiang Fei laughed as he shrugged. The Dragon God must have been infuriated when his clone was killed. Jiang Fei and his guildmates were the culprits. Buzz! Before the players around Jiang Fei even walked off, a light flashed, and Elder Prince Otis appeared next to Jiang Fei. Ah Fei! Come with me! Elder Prince Otis did not even skip a beat as he tugged at Jiang Fei's wrist and used his instant teleportation. Damn! Are we in that much of a hurry? Jiang Fei knew that the Nephilim King wanted to see him. Now that the dragon race had declared war against the Dark Faction, everything was going according to their initial plan. Jiang Fei had devised a plot together with the Nephilim King and Emperor Poseidon to infuriate the dragon race. They would then find an opportunity to start a war against the dragon race. This was planned so that they could wipe the dragon race out to prevent them from interfering with the Dark Faction's plot against the Light Faction in the future. Clearly, the opportunity had arisen. Greetings, Nephilim King and Emperor Poseidon, Jiang Fei said as he entered the Nephilim King's palace and saw both Augustus and Poseidon. Ah Fei, your plan seems to be working well. What do you plans next? The Nephilim King asked. What other plans would I have? Kill them right away. Jiang Fei smiled. When he saw the calm looks on the Nephilim King and Emperor Poseidon's faces, he knew that the two of them already had a plan in mind. They had summoned Jiang Fei as an act of courtesy toward his master, O Yezi. Ha ha ha. You are indeed one of my Nephilim men. That's exactly what I wanted to hear. The Nephilim King laughed loudly when he heard Jiang Fei's words. Let's proceed according to our plan. You will start by luring those lizards out of their nests. I will then cooperate with your men to turn them all into roasted meat. Poseidon laughed along. All right. The Nephilim King nodded. He then turned toward the Elder Prince and said, Otis, I am now putting you in charge of luring the dragons out of their nest. You may only lose and not win. You must do your best to lure as many dragons as possible into our trap. I understand, Elder Prince Otis said with a nod. He knew that this was his chance to prove himself. If he was successful with the task, he was confident that he would be able to secure his place as the Nephilim King's successor. Verger Glider, I am now giving you permission to gather adventurers to attack the dragon race's nest after the dragons have been lured away. As the Nephilim King spoke, Jiang Fei suddenly received a system notification. Chapter 858, Quest Granting Permission, Ding. You have obtained the quest granting permission, limited, Jiang Fei was stunned when he received the system notification. He then checked his own attribute page. Limited quest granting permission, temporary, remark, you can issue quests related to attacking the dragon race's nest. Quest rewards must be tied to the quest's level of difficulty. You have to bear the excess amount of reward. There was a table of rewards beneath the section of remarks. There were lists of different types of quests and corresponding rewards. If Jiang Fei issued a simple quest but was rewarded handsomely, he would have to bear the cost of compensating the excessive rewards. What does this mean? Am I eligible to issue quests now? Jiang Fei wondered. According to his new attributes, Jiang Fei could now issue quests to other players. Of course, there were certain limitations to that ability. He could not issue quests with rewards of hundreds of millions of experience points or millions of gold coins to comrades around him. Due to the system's limitation, Jiang Fei would have to bear any excessive reward on his own. For example, for a quest which had a limit of 1 million experience points as rewards, Jiang Fei would have to provide the remaining 1 million experience points if he promised to reward a player with 2 million experience points in the beginning. The same rule applied to giving gold coins as rewards. If Jiang Fei promised to give away equipment beyond the system's limitations, he would have to fork out his own equipment. That meant he could not randomly promise any kind of reward without checking the system's limitations first. All right. Verger Glider, off you go. The Nephilim King waved his hands after giving Jiang Fei the quest-granting permission. I did not know such permissions existed. This is interesting. Jiang Fei mumbled to himself after leaving the Nephilim King's palace. Although the acquired permission did not directly benefit Jiang Fei, it would allow Jiang Fei to provide benefits to people around him. Even if Jiang Fei did not want to fork out his own wealth, the system would reward players handsomely for completing the quests issued by Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei could also adjust the value of the rewards according to his own whim. For example, Jiang Fei could decide any amount of experience points between 3 million and 10 million or any amount of gold coins between 500 and 2,000 for a quest which required players to kill a level 80 master. Thus, Jiang Fei was able to choose to reward his own guild members handsomely while giving very little rewards to players who did not treat Imperial Dragon respectfully. Through the newly acquired permission, Jiang Fei could help Imperial Dragon in enticing a group of loyal alliance members. He could also use the opportunity to bully his enemies. Moreover, Jiang Fei could even unite all the players in the Dark Faction and indirectly take control of the commanding rights of the entire Dark Faction. In all honesty, Jiang Fei found it challenging to become the leader of the entire Dark Faction in the war against the Dragon race, as many of the more prominent guilds had not fully succumbed to his influences. Therefore, Jiang Fei could not convince these more prominent guilds to hand over their commanding rights to Jiang Fei voluntarily. However, if Jiang Fei gave orders through issuing quests, not only would the more prominent guilds benefit from completing these quests, they would also be able to look after their own reputation. Naturally, they would be more willing to cooperate with Jiang Fei. Furthermore, Jiang Fei also had plans to acquire similar permissions from the Nephilim King after the war against the Dragon race had ended and before the war against the Light Faction began. Since he was technically the Nephilim King's son-in-law, it should not be too difficult a challenge. Through the quest-granting permission, Jiang Fei would be able to solidify his position as the leader of all of Dark Faction's players. Thus, he would be able to unify all players in the Dark Faction and gain an absolute advantage in the fight against the Light Faction. Once Jiang Fei returned to the Demon Dragon Fortress, he did not immediately summon Lady Casanova and the rest. He also did not seek out his female companions. Instead, he looked for a quiet place to think. Although the Nephilim King gave Jiang Fei the task of destroying the dragon race's nest after most of the dragons had been lured away, there would still be some dragons remaining that were rather challenging to defeat for most players. Sacrifices needed to be made. Therefore, Jiang Fei had to come up with a plan to minimize the losses faced by Imperial Dragon and other guilds while maximizing the benefits to the latter for their sacrifices. Coming up with such a tough plan required a lot of brainpower. Therefore, Jiang Fei had spent an entire morning formulating the plan. By afternoon, he finally had a clear idea in mind. All group leaders, please come to the guild's main hall. We need to have a discussion. Jiang Fei sent a message to the guild's official channel. Whoa, that's very formal. If the guild master is asking to meet us, there can only be good news. I think so too. It must be a big deal. As the members of Imperial Dragon had a heated discussion, many of them stopped what they were doing and hurried over to the Demon Dragon Fortress main hall. Very soon, the guild's main hall was packed with over 100 players. After all, the entire guild consisted of over 100,000 members. There would undoubtedly be several high-ranking officials. Of course, only a few of these were core members. This time, Jiang Fei wanted to issue prequests for members of the guild to earn better rewards. Therefore, he summoned all of the group leaders over. I have something positive to announce. Jiang Fei said straightforwardly. Ha! I knew it! It must be something good. Little Rain called out. I have acquired an extraordinary permission from the Nephilim King. It's too complicated to explain. In simple terms, I can now issue quests. Jiang Fei said. Damn! That's awesome. Guildmaster, give us an easy quest that rewards us with 10 billion experience points. Little Rain shouted out. Get lost. Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. Easy quests were everywhere. If you were to reward Little Rain with 10 billion experience points, Little Rain would rank number 1 in the level ranking board while Jiang Fei himself would have to return to the beginner's village. Guildmaster, come on. We're all family. Don't take it so seriously. A new returner laughed as he said. It's not about taking things too seriously. There are limitations to the rewards I am able to give you. It must be in accordance with the level of difficulty of the quests. I can only give you the maximum amount of rewards for each quest based on the system's limitation. Each of the quests would provide rewards based on the player's reputation toward me. If I offer anything more than that, I will have to bear the extra costs. Jiang Fei explained. Chapter 859, Jiang Fei's Plan. I will now give you some simple quests. You do not need to do much. The experience points and gold coins are practically free, Jiang Fei said after silencing the players who had given rotten opinions. He then proceeded to explain his plan. Firstly, Jiang Fei gave his guild members a straightforward quest, which was to spy on the dragon race's nest. Initially, the quest only required around 50 players to complete. However, since Jiang Fei intended to help his guild members to the best of his ability, he decided to let all of them take on the quest. After all, the system only had limitations in terms of the level of difficulty and rewards. It had not mentioned anything about repeating quests. Therefore, Jiang Fei exploited the system by giving the same quest to multiple players. As for members of Imperial Dragon, it did not matter where they trained. Since they would gain additional experience points from training near the dragon race's nest, it was a good deal all the same. These players would not need to do much apart from loitering around the dragon race's nest. As long as the system was able to detect their presence in the area, they would be perceived as spying on the dragon race. Naturally, they would all receive the associated rewards from the quest. Although the rewards were not particularly grand, it would still add up to a hefty sum over time. Therefore, as long as these players trained near the dragon race's nest, they would still earn a lot of experience points and gold coins after some time. After issuing the quest, Jiang Fei announced that the group leaders could now bring their group members to start on the spying quest. Jiang Fei only asked the core members to stay behind. After all, there was some highly important and secret information which Jiang Fei did not want too many people to know about. All right. We're the only ones left. I would like to tell all of you about my plan, Jiang Fei said after seeing that Lady Casanova, 7 Stars Warrior, and Rosette Rose were the only core members left. The Dark Faction is preparing to go to war against the Dragon Race. In fact, the Dark Faction has formed an alliance with the Oceanic Race. Jiang Fei said solemnly. Damn! The Dragon Race is in big trouble. 7 Stars Warrior inhaled sharply. Now that the Oceanic Race had fully united their people, the merfolks had taken over full control of the oceans. Their capabilities are even stronger than the individual light and dark factions. If they formed an alliance with the Dark Faction, the Dragon Race would not stand a chance. That's right. Therefore, I plan to help the few of you acquire the title of Dragon Slayer. Jiang Fei laughed as he said. Really? That's awesome. 7 Stars Warrior's eyes lit up. The title of Dragon Slayer was not easy to acquire. In fact, one must slay one of the intermediate overlord dragons to earn the title. Slaying the dragons in dungeons which did not have any intelligence did not count. However, it was nearly impossible to kill an intelligent overlord which could easily wipe out an entire group of players. I'm not interested. Rosette Rose waved her hands. She had already become a non-combatant player and had lost interest in battles and the likes since a long time ago. All she focused on now was accumulating wealth. For Rosette Rose, money was only a figure. Her real motive was to make Imperial Dragon the biggest empire in the entire game. Although Imperial Dragon was already the #1 guild in the entire Dark Faction, and perhaps even the entire game, it was still not powerful enough to wreak havoc on the entire system. Therefore, Rosette Rose still had a long way to go before Imperial Dragon could truly dominate the game. Guildmaster, being a dragon slayer, is boring. When can you help me get the title above your head? Little Rain said greedily. The title on my head? Jiang Fei was stunned at first. However, he soon realized what Little Rain had meant. There was the irreplaceable title of Mark of the Godslayer above his head. Dream on. That was a complete coincidence. If I were to bump into a Celestial again, I might be tortured and sent back to the beginner's village. Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. He was only able to kill the evil god Solon because it was Oyetzi's plan. If Oyetzi had not prepared the heavenly thunder for Jiang Fei in advance, and if Solon had not underestimated Jiang Fei in the first place, Jiang Fei would have been killed within a second when he first met Solon. Hee, I was just joking, Little Rain shrugged. He was indeed only joking. He did not even know where to find a celestial. Cut the crap. Let me tell you guys about my plan. Slaying a dragon is not an easy feat. We do not need to sacrifice our own men. Thus, I am thinking of baiting the other guilds to take the brunt of the damage for us. Jiang Fei said. Guildmaster, how do you plan on doing that? Lady Casanova asked. I plan to create 2 better equipment which I can then use to reward the other bigger guilds by using them as bait to lure the dragon race. I am hoping to capture one of the dragons that gets left behind, Jiang Fei said and laughed. Usually, Jiang Fei would not be able to get other more prominent guilds to carry out his bidding. However, now that he could issue quests, Jiang Fei believed that the other guilds would agree to do what he asked as long as the rewards were good enough. Do we need to do anything? 7 Stars Warrior asked. I need you guys to not be jealous, Jiang Fei chuckled. He needed to spend a bit of his own wealth so that the other more prominent guilds would be willing to sacrifice for him. After all, the other more prominent guilds were not dumb. They would surely know how dangerous such quests were. If the benefits were not good enough, they would not be willing to take on such risks. Guildmaster, what do you plan to use as bait? Rosette Rose asked. She was concerned with anything that required money and resources. I want to create a batch of equipment at the ancient grade or above. Jiang Fei said. When issuing quests, Jiang Fei could either promise to reward players with equipment predetermined by the system or choose to use his own equipment as rewards. In order to lure the other guilds, Jiang Fei decided to create a batch of high-quality equipment for them. Ever since Jiang Fei obtained the Cauldron of Creation, he had not been able to find time to create equipment. Due to the interference of various events in real life, Jiang Fei had very limited time in the game. As soon as he logged into the game, he would bring his guild members to clear dungeons. After that, he would also have to develop his relationships with the ladies as instructed by 0541. He could barely find time to create equipment. As most players had reached higher levels, they needed better equipment which took longer to create. Therefore, mass-producing equipment took a lot of time. I don't care about anything else. However, you must make sure you earn that amount of money needed to buy the ingredients. Rosette Rose said sternly. She would make sure that even the guildmaster paid for what he wanted. Chapter 860, The Military's Development. After briefly explaining his plan to the guild's high-ranking members, Jiang Fei acquired a large number of ingredients from Rosette Rose. He planned to use the remaining time to focus on creating equipment. Jiang Fei was not too concerned about earning the money needed for the ingredients. He had a bunch of recipes which allowed him to not only create high-tier equipment, but also several middle to low-tier equipment which could sell for a lot of money. After all, Jiang Fei was able to create the best equipment in town. Even his failed attempts would result in equipment that were better than what other players could craft. It was known in Dawnlight that items produced by Jiang Fei would always sell out. As crafting a large amount of equipment needed a lot of time, and Jiang Fei had opted to craft shields and heavy armor which consumed significantly more time, his crafting mission was very tiresome. Jiang Fei had chosen these 2 types of equipment mainly because these were the most tempting to the other bigger guilds. Apart from Glorious Peak, only a few of the other guilds had been able to clear the elite mode Dragon Nest dungeons. Even Glorious Peak was unable to clear the Light Dragon Nest dungeon. The strength of a group's tankers determined whether the group could clear the dungeon successfully. Therefore, equipment which greatly enhanced tankers' capabilities were precious to these bigger guilds. Jiang Fei spent the rest of the day in the blacksmith's workshop. However, he was only able to craft a single ancient-grade shield after spending an entire day in the workshop. This was mainly because his recipes were not good enough. When it was 6 o'clock in the morning, Jiang Fei logged out of the game. I still need to craft equipment the next time I go online, Jiang Fei sighed. Just as Jiang Fei logged out of the game, Bai Wanli rushed over to his side. Brother Jiang, you have finally woken up. Bai Wanli sounded very concerned. What happened? Jiang Fei was stunned. Ah! You have no idea. Last night, a group of backup soldiers arrived. They instantly commanded us to follow their orders. Naturally, we disagreed. We almost got into a fight. Bai Wanli said unhappily. Although the martial art alliance agreed to cooperate with the military, there was no way the arrogant martial artists would kneel to a bunch of androids. Eh? Jiang Fei frowned. Were the androids commanding the martial artists to obey them? That was not part of his agreement with the military. Come and have a look. Bai Wanli pulled Jiang Fei along. This was not the first time he came looking for Jiang Fei. In fact, he had sought for Jiang Fei's help when the conflict had occurred the night before. However, Ariel and the group of female biohumans had stopped him from doing so. Hong Yu and the rest only allowed Bai Wanli to approach Jiang Fei after Jiang Fei had logged out of the game. All right. I'll head over now. Jiang Fei nodded. He wanted to know what was happening. After arriving at the planet Namek-inspired bioexperimental laboratory, Jiang Fei discovered that the martial artists had all drawn their swords and were ready to fight against the supreme androids who had also bared their energy cannons. You must listen to our command. One of the leading supreme androids said. Get lost. I don't even know who you are. Why should we listen to you? Zhu Tianfei snarled. According to my permit, you are all under my jurisdiction. The android said forcefully. It did not seem to care who it was talking to. Get lost. You and your military group have no rights to command me. If you infuriate me any further, you'll have to look after this darn toy on your own. Zhu Tianfei said as he pointed at the bioexperimental laboratory. If you leave the battlefield without permission, you will be charged with treason. I have the right to punish you immediately. The android said. Darn you and your laws. I am going to tear you apart. Do you hear me? Zhu Tianfei was a crude man. He was not going to tolerate the way the android had just treated him. Damn! It's heating up. Jiang Fei frowned. He too realized how serious the issue had become. What exactly is going on? Jiang Fei asked. Brother Jiang, you are finally here. If you came any later, I would have torn these metallic crap apart. Zhu Tianfei seemed very angry. He would have fought against these supreme androids if it were not for Jiang Fei. What happened? Jiang Fei asked with a frown. How am I supposed to know? These fellows started commanding us as soon as they arrived. What rights do they have? Zhu Tianfei said as he glared. Who is your leader here? Jiang Fei looked at the androids. I am the Z8 Special Task Forces Commander, Z8-001. I have been ordered to take charge of the commanding rights. The android at the front of the group said. Your commanding rights do not include the right to command the martial art alliance. Martial artists do not belong to the military. Jiang Fei said with a frown. I was told that I had been granted full commanding rights of the frontliners. If you refuse to accept my commands, I will have to eliminate with the basis of treason. Z8-001 said. Jiang Fei frowned. Could the military have decided to go against the martial artists in advance? That was highly unlikely the case. Based on the current capabilities of these supreme androids, there was no way they could win against the martial art alliance. By then, although the second batch of backup soldiers had arrived, there were still less than 500 of these supreme androids. Despite being able to gravely injure the martial art alliance, these androids would also face destruction. More importantly, the mutants were approaching fast at the current point of time. The Chinese military could not possibly be dumb enough to initiate an internal conflict. Captain, I have detected an odd signal. Right then, 0541 said to Jiang Fei. What's odd about it? Jiang Fei immediately asked. I have detected free will in this android. 0541 answered. What does that mean? Jiang Fei was stunned. Basically, this android's man-made soul has reached a very advanced stage. It is already close to the level of Hongyu and the other biohumans. Therefore, it has a certain level of independent thinking abilities. I believe it was only granted commanding rights over the androids. However, it might have the intention of forcefully taking over the martial art alliance through its threats. If the martial art alliance refuses to oblige, I think it won't initiate an attack due to its internal limitations. 0541 explained. I see, Jiang Fei nodded. It seemed that the military had managed to further develop their man-made souls. The man-made souls they used in the past all lacked free will and were more like soldiers in games with limited intelligence and very little independent thinking abilities. The Z8-001 which stood in front of Jiang Fei must be an exception with a certain level of intelligence. Chapter 861, Scarlet Hunter. When Jiang Fei looked at Z8-001 again, the corners of Jiang Fei's mouth lifted. Jiang Fei now knew that the seemingly tough android was merely trying to fool everyone. Although Z8-001 had a certain level of independent thinking, he was still controlled by strict limitations imposed on man-made souls. It did not matter what he thought. The key question was whether he was able to go against the internal limitations, which could potentially cause his consciousness to disappear. Did you say you acquired commanding rights to all of the frontliners? Jiang Fei smiled as he continued speaking. I would like to check your permit. Z8-001 suddenly became speechless. As an android, he could not refuse Jiang Fei's request to check his permit as any human or android had the right to do so. All right. I shall allow you to act independently. Since Z8-001 did not want to embarrass himself once his permit was proven to be fake, he had no choice but to give up on taking over the commanding rights. After all, he was an advanced android with some intelligence. I advise you not to be too cunning. It won't be good for you. Jiang Fei warned the android. Jiang Fei would not have bothered speaking to the first batch of androids as they had very little intelligence and generally followed orders mechanically. However, Z8-001 was different. He was more advanced than the other androids and therefore needed to be taught a lesson. Buzz! A red light flashed in the eyes of Z8-001 as he carefully examined Jiang Fei. He then returned to the group of androids. This fellow is quite different from the other androids. Bai Wanli frowned and said. Although he did not know much about technology, he could tell that Z8-001 was different from the rest. Don't worry about them, it's nothing. Jiang Fei waved his hands. Jiang Fei already had plans to sacrifice these androids on the battlefield. Yeah. I don't really know much about these things. I will have to trouble you, Brother Jiang. Bai Wanli said. I've got it. Jiang Fei nodded. Although he asked Bai Wanli and the rest not to worry, he was still personally concerned. According to Jiang Fei's plan, these androids would all be killed in Tokyo. It was supposed to be an easily executed plan as the first batch of androids were very obedient with very little independent thinking abilities. Jiang Fei needed to do very little to convince them to sacrifice themselves in battles. However, things were different after the second batch of androids arrived. With Z8-001's presence, the androids seemed to be more intelligent and possessed more independent thinking abilities. Therefore, it was no longer easy for Jiang Fei to manipulate them. With a higher level of intelligence, these androids would definitely not willingly sacrifice themselves on the battlefield. Therefore, Jiang Fei needed to come up with a plan to achieve his goal. Just as Jiang Fei was thinking of ways to manipulate the androids, Lincoln had arrived on another island in Tokyo. Desir, do you know how disappointed the Mutants Brotherhood is in you? Lincoln immediately started reprimanding Desir as soon as he arrived. Although he knew Desir had done his best, Walker's death was still mostly Desir's fault. It's all because I am too weak. It has nothing to do with the Brotherhood. Desir immediately took the blame. It's not all Desser's fault that things have turned out this way. We have underestimated our enemies from the beginning. The initial battle plan was decided by the superiors in the Brotherhood. It has nothing to do with Desser. In fact, Desser and the rest of us were all on the front lines when the battle occurred. He did his best. Vice President, you can't put the blame all on Desser just because the war is not going as planned. Schroeder said. Humph. Lincoln snorted. After all, he was an experienced superior. He understood that with the great battle fast approaching, he should not cause any strife with his subordinates. Therefore, Lincoln simply glared at Schroeder and did not say anything further. Schroeder was now the core energy attack type mutant in the military. He was perhaps the strongest attacker among all mutants and was therefore irreplaceable. Hence, Lincoln could not possibly do anything to him. In fact, Lincoln did not plan to treat Desser poorly either. Although he was upset about Walker's death, Lincoln had not completely lost his mind. He was only reprimanding Desser to appease himself. If he scolded Desser on the battlefield, the army might stop following orders, and that would only benefit the Chinese martial artists. All right. Tell me what we've lost and what's left, Lincoln said after recollecting himself. Yes, Master. These are what we've lost. Desser reported the mutant's current status to Lincoln. Desser knew that Lincoln had only scolded him because he had lost his beloved son and therefore did not hold any grudge against him. If that's the case, we haven't actually lost a lot, Lincoln said as his frown loosened. Yeah. Although we have lost quite a number of our soldiers, our battle power is largely unaffected. In fact, the large number of deaths had also made our comrades even more infuriated against Chinese martial artists. Therefore, in a way, our battle power has even increased. Desser said. All right. I have brought 30 Scarlet Hunters with me this time. With them around, I am certain we can annihilate these martial artists. Lincoln nodded. Has the Scarlet Hunters' plan succeeded? Desser's eyes lit up. When they had left for Tokyo, the Scarlet Hunters' plan was still in an experimental phase. Yeah. The first batch of Scarlet Hunters is already complete. Blood Baron, come here. Lincoln gestured as a mutant walked over. The mutant looked very handsome and elegant, almost like a member of the European aristocrat. However, his face seemed much paler than most Caucasians, and his eyes were somewhat reddish. Why does he look like a vampire? Schroeder mumbled. Indeed, some changes will occur after being modified. However, I still look very handsome, don't I? Blood Baron said as he laughed. He seemed to be delighted with the changes in his own appearance. Tell us about the capabilities you and your subordinates have, Lincoln said to Blood Baron. Yes, Master. Blood Baron bowed respectfully at Lincoln in an aristocratic manner as he then turned toward the other mutants. He proceeded to explain his powers and those of his comrades. Chapter 862, Lincoln's Scheme. As you can see, we have become more like vampires after being modified. However, we have all reached pinnacle level 4 in terms of our energy levels. As soon as Blood Baron spoke, the mutants present gasped. 30 pinnacle level 4 experts had suddenly appeared. This terrifying might could not be ignored. Have our technology become so advanced? Schroeder asked. Yes. Now that the Scarlet Hunter's technology has matured, the Brotherhood will select outstanding mutants through this war and modify them. Lincoln nodded. Although the technology has matured, there was a limited amount of blood from the first generation of vampires and not everyone could be strengthened. Only the outstanding mutants deserved it. Do we have a chance too? Many of the mutants seemed excited. As mutants, their capabilities were fixed for life as their blood determined their strength. However, there was now an opportunity to become stronger. In the metahuman circle, one's capability represented not only fame and fortune, but it also meant one's survivability. There were no laws in the metahuman circle. Everything was determined by one's powers. The weak could always be killed by the strong. Even friends could turn into foes, and one could not do anything about it. Therefore, becoming stronger was the desire of all metahumans. That's right. As long as you perform well in this war, you will stand a chance to become a Scarlet Hunter. Lincoln nodded. It looks like we have to go all in this time. Many of the mutants seemed determined. As you all know, apart from having strong blood energy, vampires also have better senses of hearing, sight, and smell than normal metahumans. We reap the same benefits after being modified. At the same time, our physical capabilities have also become stronger. Apart from experienced martial art experts, nobody can defeat us. Blood Baron said. That's great! Can we possess such powers too? The mutants were getting excited. All along, they had been dominated by martial artists. However, things were different now. They would be able to fight against the martial artists after being modified by the Scarlet Hunter's technology. That's right. After the war ends, the second batch of outstanding comrades will be modified by the Scarlet Hunter's technology, Lincoln said assuringly. Vice President, you must keep your promise. One of the mutants shouted. Of course. This is the decision of the superiors in the Mutants Brotherhood. I can't refuse it even if I wanted to. Lincoln laughed. I will definitely become a Scarlet Hunter. Many of the younger mutants appeared extremely eager. The mutants had all suddenly become invigorated after listening to what Blood Baron and Lincoln had said. The younger mutants, in particular, looked forward to becoming a Scarlet Hunter as they would be able to become even stronger. What do we do next? Desser asked. We can't fight fire with fire when dealing with the Chinese. If we do, we will lose too much even if we won. That doesn't work for us. Lincoln said. What do you mean? Schroeder asked. What I mean is, we should let them fight internally. Lincoln smiled devilishly. Ah. Schroeder and Desser were both confused by what Lincoln said. You don't need to know the details. Your job is to get your soldiers back on track and prepare for the war against China. Lincoln waved his hand. Yes. Master. Schroeder and Desser nodded. Since Lincoln did not want to tell them the details, they would not ask as they were merely subordinates. Carry out your tasks. Lincoln said to Blood Baron. As you wish, my master. Blood Baron bowed respectfully at Lincoln yet again as he turned around and led the remaining 29 Scarlet Hunters out of the mutants' base. Do we need to provide them with a satellite map? Desser asked. Blood Baron and the rest seemed to have left empty-handed. There's no need, Lincoln said and smiled. After leaving the base, Blood Baron took in a deep breath. I seem to smell fresh blood. It smells tasty, master. Where do we go? One of the Scarlet Hunters asked. Sniff. Blood Baron took in another deep breath and remained silent for a while before saying, This way, zoom. Zoom! The group of Scarlet Hunters followed after Blood Baron as they disappeared into the mountains. At the same time, on another island in Tokyo, the Soaring Cloud sect were met with troubles once again. This time, the trouble was no one's fault but their own. Sect Master, we are running out of food. We need to think of other ways. One of the elders said. Yeah. Brother, we might be able to hang on, but the lower-level disciples won't last very long. Another elder said. What are you complaining about? Hunt for food if you are hungry. Do you plan to beg for food? Before Ma Xiantong had even spoken, Yi Tianshan glared at the elders as he spoke. Humph. That's easy for you to say. The entire Tokyo had been bombarded by the major rice-exporting countries' weapons. Where would we find prey? One of the elders mumbled. What did you say? Yi Tianshan had a very good sense of hearing. He was able to hear what the elder said despite being very far away. The elder did not dare to respond. After all, Qin Xianming and Feng Shuani had both been expelled, and it was still unknown as to whether they had died. The elder did not dare to upset the sect master right now. Humph. Seeing that the elder was too afraid to speak up, Yi Tianxun nodded satisfactorily. Master, although the disciples can hunt, we can't continue hiding in the mountains, Ma Xiantong said with a frown. After several days of being bombarded by guided missiles, these martial artists had learned to hide in the mountains. They would not be attacked as long as they traveled within the mountains and valleys. However, there was very little food available in these mountains. Even the hares which occasionally appeared were not sufficient to feed close to 100 of these martial artists. As their food supply began to diminish, the Soaring Cloud sect was starting to become wary. Right then, everyone had the same thought of contacting Jiang Fei and the rest for help. However, Yi Tianxun was too proud to ask for help. Therefore, everyone else had to suffer along with him. Chapter 863, Hunting. I know what you are thinking. We are the Soaring Cloud sect, the #1 sect in the world of martial arts. How dare you think of asking those rubbish sects for help? Have you thought about what my master would think? Yi Tianxun laughed sarcastically as he mentioned Feng Tianqi's name. When Yi Tianxun brought up Feng Tianqi's name, Ma Xiantong became speechless. After all, Feng Tianqi was a godlike existence in the Soaring Cloud sect. Nobody dared to go against his will. Now that Yi Tianxun had become Feng Tianqi's personal disciple, nobody dared to challenge his opinion. I would rather die than kneel before Jiang Fei and beg for his help, Yi Tianxun thought to himself. At the same time, he was dragging the entire Soaring Cloud sect down with him. A few of you, check if there's something to eat outside. Ma Xiantong sighed as he said to a few elders. Yes, brother. The elders looked at each other. The communication device was in Ma Xiantong's hands. Since Ma Xiantong did not want to go against Yi Tianxun, they were not able to contact the other sections. Moreover, they were not as courageous as Qin Xianming and Feng Shuani. Therefore, they could only do as Ma Xiantong instructed. Although everyone knew that it was futile trying to hunt for food around the mountain, they had to try their luck. SHH. I smell prey. At the same time, over 10 figures had also arrived near the mountain. Boss, should we attack? One of the Scarlet Hunters asked. We're not in a hurry. Let the prey move around. Their blood will taste better then. Blood Baron smiled devilishly. His handsome face suddenly looked very creepy. What do we do? Another Scarlet Hunter asked. Well, let them exercise, of course. Blood Baron smiled as he waved. The remaining figures all followed after him as he dashed forward. Brothers, I think we'll all die of exhaustion if this goes on. One of the Soaring Cloud sect's elders complained. Since they had left the mountain to hunt for food, they were able to speak freely as Yi Tianxun was not around. Everyone knows. But what can we do? We can't afford to go against the Grand Elder. Meanwhile, the sect master is afraid of upsetting Feng Tianqi, which is why he won't disagree with Grand Elder. Another elder sighed. Come on, let's keep hunting. We must at least find something so that the disciples won't starve. One of the elders in the back said helplessly. Hold on. Something doesn't feel right. One of the elders in the front frowned. What happened? Someone else asked immediately. I don't know. But it's strange here. It's too quiet. It's fine if there aren't any small animals around. However, why have the insects stopped making any sounds? The leading martial artist wondered aloud. Hee hee, that's because we have arrived. A voice came out of nowhere. It sounded close yet far. Who is that? The elders of Soaring Cloud sect reacted swiftly by forming a circle to protect their lower-level disciples. These martial artists are rather alert. Interesting. Another voice could be heard. However, the martial artists were still unable to tell where the voice was coming from. Oh no! We might have been ambushed by the mutants. Another elder of the Soaring Cloud sect said with a frown. Send the signal to call for help. As the martial artists could not determine their opponent's capabilities, the external chief elder Gu Xuanzhong immediately decided to call for help. Bleep! A warning signal was fired into the sky. Ah! Since you want to die sooner, I shall grant you your wish. Another voice was heard. Zoom! A red figure flashed by. Hong Nai! One of the elders shouted angrily as one of his disciples had been dragged away, and he could not even react in time. Ah! A painful cry could be heard somewhere in the distance. Yum! It's so delicious! The mysterious voice sounded somewhat excited. How does the martial artist's blood taste? Another voice asked curiously. Ha ha ha! They are indeed much stronger than normal human beings. Although he is only a level 3 fellow, he still tasted very good. The mysterious voices started blatantly discussing the taste of the martial artist's blood in front of the martial artists. Is that so? I want to try one too. As the voice was heard, another red figure flashed by and dragged one of the level 3 disciples away. Ah! Another painful cry could be heard. Delicious indeed! The red figure roared. Who are these people? Gu Xuanzhong frowned. From how fast they moved, these red figures seemed to be much stronger than all of the martial artists present. They did not look like mutants. Instead, they appeared more like vampires. However, the vampires were sworn enemies of the mutants. In fact, their remaining counterparts had all become allies with Chinese martial artists. What was going on? Gu Xuanzhong felt very confused. However, there was nothing he could do despite the continuous attacks from their enemies. Although the level 4 elders had formed a circle around their disciples, they could not look after each of those disciples. Even if 2 level 4 elders were only half a meter apart, the mysterious and strong fellows could still snatch one of their level 3 disciples away. How are these fellows so strong? Gu Xuanzhong was going mad. These vampiric beings were moving terribly fast. They probably had pinnacle level 4 capabilities, which explained why these beginner and intermediate level 4 martial artists could not even react in time against their attacks. Master! Help me! Other disciples cried out pitifully. Ah! The less brave disciples were beginning to tremble. They felt like a bunch of sheep waiting to be slaughtered. The most terrifying feelings are grouped into 2. The first was in the instant one is killed, while the other is the period of waiting to be killed. The former was probably less torturous as one would be dead so soon that he would not even feel much pain. However, the feeling of waiting for your turn to be killed was much more terrifying. And it was exactly how these disciples from the Soaring Cloud sect were feeling. Sect brothers, please hurry up and save us. Gu Xuanzhong thought in his heart. Although these mysterious fellows were not attacking the level 4 martial artists, Gu Xuanzhong knew very well that they would not be able to fend off their opponents once they did. After all, the martial artists were only beginner and intermediate level 4 experts. Chapter 864, The Wrong Choice. Oh no! Brother Gu and the rest are in trouble. Ma Xiantong exclaimed as he noticed the warning signal fired by Gu Xuanzhong. Humph. A bunch of useless trash. Yi Tianchun snorted. Everyone, hurry up! Ma Xiantong led the group of Soaring Cloud sect members to where the warning signal was fired. As the sect master, he could not ignore the plea for help sent by his disciples. I hope they are truly in serious trouble. If it's something unimportant, I will definitely punish them. Yi Tianchun thought to himself. He had been quite unhappy with the disciples in the Soaring Cloud sect for the past few days as they were obviously keen to seek help from Jiang Fei. Therefore, Yi Tianchun had been eager to teach them a lesson. As Gu Xuanzhong and the others were located not too far from the mountain, Ma Xiantong and the rest got there very quickly. Hee hee, your backup has arrived. We're leading then. A mysterious voice chuckled as all of the Scarlet Hunters disappeared. Brother Gu, what happened? Ma Xiantong asked as he and the rest arrived. We were ambushed. Gu Xuanzhong said. Ambushed? Who did it? Ma Xiantong immediately asked. He was very nervous right now as the Soaring Cloud sect was on their own. If they were found by the mutants, they would be outnumbered and annihilated with certainty. I'm not sure. We could not even see their faces clearly. They moved too fast. Gu Xuanzhong said with a frown. Humph. A bunch of useless fellows. Yi Tianshan snorted. What are the losses? Ma Xiantong asked. We lost 6 of our level 3 disciples. No one else was hurt, Gu Xuanzhong said. As there was not even a fight, no one else was injured apart from the disciples who were snatched away. However, the rest of the disciples all looked horrified from the close encounter. 6 dead, but none injured? Yi Tianshan frowned. He then asked wryly, could you be making this up? I think the 6 disciples must have run away. Gu Xuanzhong was very upset right then. People like Yi Tianshan would end up ruining the entire Soaring Cloud sect. What? Did I guess correctly? Yi Tianshan became even more certain about his hypothesis after seeing Gu Xuanzhong's reaction. Sect Master, I think we should interrogate Gu Xuanzhong and find out where the 6 disciples had gone to. Yi Tianshan turned around and said to Ma Xiantong. This, Ma Xiantong frowned. Although they had lost 6 disciples, the other members seemed completely fine. Moreover, there was not a single trace of a fight. Although the circumstances appeared to fit Yi Tianshan's hypothesis, Ma Xiantong did not believe Gu Xuanzhong would come up with such a lie. Sect Master. I found something. Right then, a disciple in charge of scouting shouted loudly. Oh! Ma Xiantong was glad that there was a diversion. Although he believed in Gu Xuanzhong's integrity, he would have been forced to agree with Yi Tianshan to interrogate Gu Xuanzhong. After walking over to the disciples, Ma Xiantong's eyes widened. At the same time, he started frowning. They had discovered the corpse of the Soaring Cloud sect's disciples. The disciple's facial expression looked horrible. Although he had been killed, there were no other injuries on his body apart from the deep hole in his chest. His heart had been removed from within. Who did this? It's terribly cruel. Ma Xiantong now firmly believed what Gu Xuanzhong said. They must have been ambushed earlier. Also, the opponents must have been very cruel beings to have taken someone's heart out like that. They might be very strong vampires. Gu Xuanzhong told everyone what he thought. Humph. A bunch of trash. You can't even see the enemy even when your disciples were killed. Yi Tianshan snorted. Although his earlier judgment was clearly wrong, he still did not want to admit it. Gu Xuanzhong felt infuriated by Yi Tianshan's hostility, but he could not do anything about it. Sect Master, there's another one here. One of the disciples discovered another corpse. Geez, Ma Xiantong was very sure the opponent was a vampire after seeing the disciple's corpse. The corpse's facial expression seemed equally horrified as the previous one. Similarly, there were no visible injuries on the body. However, there were 2 bite marks beneath the disciple's neck. Hadn't the vampires all been killed by the mutants? Even if any of them survived, they would be enemies of the mutants. Why would they appear in Tokyo and attack us instead? Ma Xiantong's mind was filled with questions. Sect Master, we can't stay here any longer, Gu Xuanzhong said. From the looks of things, there were probably more than 1 pinnacle level 4 vampires. Only Ma Xiantong and Yi Tianshan were pinnacle level 4 experts in the entire team. They were clearly outnumbered by the vampires and would be at a disadvantage. If the vampires were willing to attack these martial artists at all costs, the Soaring Cloud sect might be completely wiped out. You're right. We can't stay here. Let's go. Ma Xiantong nodded. This time, Yi Tianshan did not argue against Ma Xiantong. Although he did not care about the lives of the disciples, he still valued his own life. Now that he had heard that there might be more than a few pinnacle level 4 vampires, he was worried about his own life. The group of martial artists immediately departed from their hiding spot with Ma Xiantong taking the lead. However, their decision was clearly a mistake. Although the martial artists moved very quickly, their disciples were becoming exhausted. Gu Xuanzhong and the others were initially out for a hunt, but they were unable to find any food at all. Now that everyone had to run at full speed, the disciples were beginning to burn out. Moreover, they did not know who their opponents were. Those were pinnacle level 4 vampires. Although Ma Xiantong and the others had made a slight mistake in their analysis, these pinnacle level 4 Scarlet Hunters were much more powerful than vampires. Not only did they move faster than pinnacle level 4 martial artists, but they also fought better. Therefore, the Soaring Cloud sect's members were wasting their energy trying to run away from 30 Scarlet Hunters. Chapter 865, Escape. Time flew by as the Soaring Cloud sect's members ran for their lives. As the sky turned dark, the martial artists found it harder to see clearly in the dark. However, vampires were best at hunting in the dark. The Scarlet Hunters who had vampire blood had a similar trait, which meant they were much stronger at night. The preys have warmed up. It's time to catch them, Blood Baron said as he licked his lips. Haha. Boss, I think you have overdone it. Based on our capabilities, hunting these martial artists is a piece of cake. Why are we wasting so much effort? One of the Scarlet Hunters asked. You need to understand something. Blood is like fine wine. If we do not go through this process, we won't be able to taste the essence of the liquid. Blood Baron laughed. He behaved very elegantly, almost like a true gentleman who was discussing red wine. Nobody would have guessed that he was a man-eating demon. After being modified with the first generation of vampiric genes, the Scarlet Hunters craved for blood even more than the vampires did. The vampires who had sought refuge in China would definitely not have access to human blood, despite being able to survive there. However, the Scarlet Hunters were different. As they had been affected by the first generation of vampiric genes, they had a desperate need for human blood. Hee hee! Here they are, one of the Scarlet Hunters in charge of surveying said. As they moved much faster than the martial artists, they were already far ahead on the path taken by members of the Soaring Cloud sect. Come on, my brothers. It's time for dinner. Blood Baron smiled wryly. At the same time, he leaped off the cliff and ambushed the Soaring Cloud sect's members who were right below them. Haha! We can finally feast. The snacks we had earlier were only teasers. A few of the Scarlet Hunters followed after Blood Baron. Hold on! Something's not right. Ma Xiantong frowned. He then looked upward. Oh, no! It's an ambush. Although Ma Xiantong had realized that the Scarlet Hunters were falling toward them, it was too late. Ah, Master! Save me, darn! Leave Mingji alone, the Scarlet Hunter's ambush was very successful. The only martial artists who could see the Scarlet Hunters were Ma Xiantong and Yi Tianchun. The other level 4 elders were only able to see flashes of red. Meanwhile, the level 3 disciples could not even see a thing. All they could notice was that the seniors and juniors around them disappearing one at a time. Fear began to spread amongst the disciples of the Soaring Cloud sect. Where do you think you're going? Although the normal martial artists could not do anything to the Scarlet Hunters, Ma Xuantoming was able to keep up with them. Therefore, when one of the Scarlet Hunters captured a young disciple, Ma Xiantong immediately rushed over. Hee hee! Do you think you can stop us? The Scarlet Hunter smiled coyly at Ma Xiantong. After that, 8 of the other Scarlet Hunters came over. Chinese martial artist, I've heard that you are pretty strong. One of the Scarlet Hunters suddenly attacked Ma Xiantong from behind. Humph. Ma Xiantong snorted as he dodged the attack. At the same time, he drew his long sword out and struck the Scarlet Hunter's wrist. Ah! The Scarlet Hunter was taken aback by Ma Xiantong's move. Although Ma Xiantong's movement speed was not very different from the Scarlet Hunter's, he was exceptionally fast in drawing his sword. TSK. The Scarlet Hunter's wrist had been badly injured as an inch-long wound could be seen. Let's attack him together. The other Scarlet Hunters looked at each other. They all knew that they could not defeat the martial artists in a fair fight. Therefore, they decided to fight in a group. A bunch of rats. You have no integrity. Ma Xiantong immediately felt pressured by the group of scarlet hunters. Ha ha ha. I've always said that you Chinese people are too old-fashioned. You might as well talk about integrity in hell. One of the scarlet hunters laughed loudly. Ah, master. I don't want to die. Ma Xiantong was completely occupied with fending off the scarlet hunters. Meanwhile, the soaring cloud sect's disciples were being dragged off one at a time. They would most likely become the scarlet hunters' food. Grand Elder! Let's break away! One of the elders shouted at Yi Tianchun. Ah! Yeah! Let's break away! Yi Tianchun replied frantically. He was genuinely terrified by the opponent's capabilities. There were more than 10 pinnacle level 4 experts. If they continued the fight, these martial artists would certainly all die. Let's go! Lower tier disciples, follow us. The elders picked a random direction and started running at full speed. Boss has already messed up their formation. Let's start hunting the rest. There were close to a dozen scarlet hunters on top of another hill. Ha! Brothers, it's time to feast. One of the scarlet hunters laughed as he started leading the pack toward the martial artists who were running away. Oh no! There are enemies here too. When the martial artists saw the red figures, it was already too late. Within a few seconds, the red figures appeared before them. Ah! As a pitiful cry was heard, the first level 4 martial artist was taken down. Grand Elder! Help us! The elders being attacked started calling out for help. Ma Xiantong was currently facing a horde of enemies on his own. The only person who could fight against these strong enemies was Yi Tianchun. All right. I'm coming over immediately. Although Yi Tianchun said so, he was actually running in the opposite direction. Darn it! You bastard! When the elders saw Yi Tianchun running away, they felt a chill in their hearts. Without a pinnacle level 4 expert fighting against these frightening enemies, they did not stand a chance. I knew the soaring cloud sect would crumble in his hands. One of the elders sighed as he spoke. If not for Yi Tianchun's multiple refusals to reach out to Jiang Fei and the rest, they would probably all be in a safe place with the rest of the martial artists. Even if they had to fight against these pinnacle level 4 enemies, they would at least be able to look after each other. All. It's so delicious. Come on. My little lambs, let me drink your blood. As the scarlet hunters laughed joyfully, fear continued to spread amongst the disciples. More and more the soaring cloud sect's martial artists were being dragged away. There was a mix of both level 3 disciples and level 4 elders. Chapter 866, A Pleasant Surprise. While the soaring cloud sect's members were being massacred, Jiang Fei was still in a peaceful state. Ever since Z8-001 was worn by Jiang Fei, he became much more docile. Not only did he stop asking about what the martial artists were doing, but he also carried out his responsibility dutifully by looking after the bioexperimental laboratory together with the group of androids. Their task was to protect the bioexperimental laboratory until the third batch of backup soldiers and naval fleet arrived. Although the Chinese military was unwilling to officially begin the war against the major rice-exporting country due to several reasons, it was only a matter of time. Once their fleet was ready, the Chinese military would naturally start sinking the major rice-exporting country's fleet. They would then occupy Tokyo and take over the bioexperimental laboratory before consequently bringing it back to the country. However, if they were to fail in the battle, the androids were tasked to destroy the bioexperimental laboratory if they could not protect it until the Chinese fleet arrived. Although this was a last resort, the Chinese military clearly did not want the mutants to acquire the bioexperimental laboratory. With the androids around, Jiang Fei's burden was lifted. He was able to reduce energy wastage by getting 0541 to narrow down the area of its radar scan. When the night came, the soaring cloud sect was nearly wiped out. However, the other martial artists who were unaware of what was happening started to rest. Jiang Fei was also convinced by 0541 to log into the game. After returning to the game, Jiang Fei continued to craft in the blacksmith's workshop. he needed to create a lot of strong equipment to bait the bigger guilds to do his bidding. Right then, the Nephilim race's elder Prince Otis had also started taking action. Big groups of dark faction soldiers began to gather around the dragon race's territory. The dragons also began to gather near the dragon race's nest. When the dark faction's players looked at the members of the dragon race, they could see that the names were all in red. The war was about to start. The dark faction had been planning for the war for a very long time. As for the dragon god Bennett Straz, he was supremely upset after his clone was killed. Therefore, this war between the two sides was unavoidable. It's strange. The war is going to start soon, but the dark faction has not given us any quests. Many of the dark faction's players discussed among themselves. Their main priority was still clearing dungeons, as the dark faction NPCs did not seem to even care about these players. Yeah. I've heard that the other faction's players were already able to receive battle quests related to spying and such. Some of the more nosy players said. The dragon race's NPCs were already present in the main city and training locations in their own territory and were beginning to issue battle quests to players with handsome rewards. Could this be a benefit to the opposing faction only? Many of the dark faction's players wondered. After all, the dark faction's players had benefited greatly from the dragon race's dungeon previously. Although the other factions also had access to other pet dungeons, they could not acquire dragon pets. Therefore, everyone hypothesized that the system gave the opposing faction better benefits this time to balance things out. Thus, only the opposing faction's players were able to participate in battle quests related to the war between the dragon race and the dark faction. Unlike the regular players, the bigger guilds in the dark faction were all putting the blame on Jiang Fei. Although Imperial Dragon treated its guild members well, it could not stop outsiders from spying on its internal affairs. Therefore, there were several spies from other guilds in Imperial Dragon, just as how Lady Casanova had sent players to spy on other guilds. The other bigger guilds were able to find out that Jiang Fei had issued prequests to his own guild members even though regular players could not. However, even if these bigger guilds found out, they could not do anything about it. Regardless of how dissatisfied they were, they could not openly criticize Jiang Fei as he was in charge of issuing quests. If they did, Jiang Fei might choose to issue quests to other guilds except for the ones that criticized him. Therefore, due to such considerations, many of the bigger guild leaders had to swallow the bitter pill and even refrain from revealing Jiang Fei's secret. Thus, the pub players and smaller guilds were still left in the dark. Meanwhile, Jiang Fei was very much aware that he was being criticized as he continued crafting in the blacksmith's workshop. However, he did not seem to care. Firstly, he intentionally wanted members of the Imperial Dragon to benefit from the quests he issued to them. In fact, he did not plan to share the quests with other guilds until Elder Prince Otis officially initiated the war against the dragon race. Secondly, Jiang Fei was still preparing the equipment he would use as bait. If he issued dangerous quests to the bigger guilds now, they might not even accept these quests. Therefore, Jiang Fei decided to ignore the criticisms and instead focus on crafting equipment in the blacksmith's workshop. Time passed very quickly as Jiang Fei had spent over 10 hours in the game. He had managed to craft 2 ancient shields and a set of ancient heavy armor. There were also over a dozen legendary and epic grade equipment. For most equipment crafters, epic grade equipment was already the highest grade. If one could create legendary grade equipment, it was already highly commendable. However, as a beginner god of crafts, the epic and legendary grade equipment were merely secondary. Phew! I just need 2 more sets. Jiang Fei nodded approvingly at his own creations. He did not need too many equipment as bait. He only needed around 6 to 7 of them, as having too many would reduce their value. Cling! Clang! Cling! Clang! As Jiang Fei continued to craft, Akatsiris helped him out by fulfilling Isabella's previous role of being Jiang Fei's assistant. Ding! Jiang Fei had successfully created another piece of equipment. As he looked at the equipment's shape before him, Jiang Fei knew that he would have to capture a certain amount of radiant which would determine the grade of the final product. Now's the time. Jiang Fei suddenly reacted by swinging his hammer at the equipment. Instantly, Jiang Fei had successfully captured dueticupal radiant, which was then infused into the equipment. Buzz! A red light appeared. It was a piece of ancient equipment. Ding! Light of craftsmanship has been activated. Your stronghold defender set has been upgraded to the holy grade, shuffle. The red light suddenly turned into a golden beam of light. Damn! Even Jiang Fei was taken aback. His light of craftsmanship had a 30% chance of being activated to enhance his equipment by 1 extra grade. Chapter 867, Tables Turned. In the past, Jiang Fei was only able to create equipment up to 2 grades above the recipe's original grade. It was challenging for him to even create a piece of ancient grade equipment. The best grade he had achieved thus far was a piece of legendary grade equipment, which was then enhanced by the light of craftsmanship to the ancient grade. However, this time, Jiang Fei had unexpectedly captured dueticupal radiant and simultaneously activated the light of craftsmanship and ultimately crafted a piece of holy grade equipment. The successful creation of a piece of holy equipment gave Jiang Fei a lot of class experience. In an instant, he had acquired full experience as the beginner god of crafts. Ding! Congratulations, player Verger Glider, for satisfying the requirement to advance in your class. Your class instructor is waiting for you in Dawnlight City. A system notification appeared. Awesome! Jiang Fei did not even waste time to check the attributes of the holy armor he created. He immediately kept the equipment in his backpack and charged out of the blacksmith's workshop with Akatsuris in tow. Oyezi was famous for appearing unpredictably. Usually, Jiang Fei would not even know where to find him. Therefore, when he found out that Oyezi was waiting for him, Jiang Fei immediately used the teleportation point to return to Dawnlight City. At the time, Dawnlight City seemed even more empty. Apart from a few new players who appeared now and then, it was mostly barren. Most players were gathered in the faction areas. Dawnlight City was now akin to an abandoned beginner's village. Jiang Fei took a familiar route to the rundown blacksmith's workshop, which seemed to be particularly liked by Oyezi. Oyezi would normally be here whenever he summoned Jiang Fei to meet him. Teacher! Jiang Fei was able to see Oyezi dressed in a full suit of golden armor from afar. Hey! Ah Fei, your growth has surpassed my expectations. Oyezi nodded as he looked at Jiang Fei. Whenever Oyezi appeared in his shiny armor, he would speak to Jiang Fei in a serious tone. Moreover, he would also only focus on important business. If Oyezi appeared in his more casual outfit, that meant he would only discuss minor things with Jiang Fei. Thank you, teacher. Jiang Fei said in a humble tone. You should now be ready to become a proper god of crafts. By right, I ought to give you the entrance test. Oyezi paused right then. Jiang Fei could feel his heart stop beating as he was prepared for the bad news. However, indeed, Jiang Fei would not easily become a god of crafts. However, your capabilities are far too weak. It is very difficult to light the godly flame. If you fail, you will be greatly impacted. Therefore, I hope you can prove yourself by achieving the appropriate tier before accepting the challenge. Oyezi said. Ah! Lighting the godly flame? Jiang Fei was confused. He had no idea what lighting the godly flame meant. He had come here to make an advancement in his designated class. What did it have to do with lighting the godly flame? Jiang Fei assumed that it was something only a level 99 player would have to go through to complete the Celestial Advancement quest. I've always told you to read more, but you never listen. Oyezi snorted unhappily as he started explaining. Your class level has already reached the peak in the human realm. If you want to progress, you will have to become a god of crafts. A god of crafts? Do you think the word god is a joke? Oh, damn. That's what you meant. Jiang Fei suddenly realized what Oyezi was talking about. Jiang Fei was currently a beginner god of crafts. If he advanced to the next stage, he would become a lower god of crafts, which was the equivalent of a lower celestial. However, Jiang Fei was only at level 90 and had not even acquired the status of an overlord. If he wanted to light the godly flame before reaching the appropriate level, it was next to impossible. Even if Oyezi gave him the job advancement quest, he would definitely fail it. Now that Oyezi had cleared the air, Jiang Fei felt somewhat disturbed. He was of a special race which no one else belonged to. He had no idea where to seek the race leader for the tier challenge quest. Without the tier challenge quest, Jiang Fei would not be able to acquire the overlord status. Without the overlord status, he would definitely fail in lighting the godly flame. Consequently, Jiang Fei would not even be able to progress at all. Teacher, there is no way for me to acquire the overlord status. Jiang Fei had no choice but to tell Oyezi the challenge he faced. Silly kid! You are truly dumb. Oyezi laughed at Jiang Fei's pained expression. Teacher, please guide me. Although Jiang Fei was being reprimanded, he felt joy in his heart because he could tell from Oyezi's tone that his own problem could be solved. Ah! Silly kid, although you are the only unique kind in the Nephilim race, don't forget that you are still part of the high humans. Although there isn't a leader in your race, the high humans still have one. Oyezi said. What do you mean? Jiang Fei was stunned as he could not understand what Oyezi said. It's simple. In ancient times, humans ruled the world. After humans failed in the War of the Heavens, the royal races were split into the upper humans and the high humans, which are equivalent to the celestial race and the Nephilim race. The remaining conquered races were split even further into the human race, the beastmen race, and even the spectre race. Although your current race is independent of the Nephilim race, it is still part of the high humans. Oyezi explained. Hasn't the high humans become extinct? King Zhou of Shan was killed, and Prince Wuging's spirit had also vanished. Who else could be left? Jiang Fei frowned. Although Prince Wuging has died, Lu Fu still remains. Oyezi said. Lu Fu? Jiang Fei was dumbfounded. He had never heard of the person's name. Lu Fu is Prince Wuging. However, Lu Fu is merely his consciousness. Oyezi said. Prince Wuging isn't dead? Jiang Fei was shocked by the news. Indeed. When Prince Wuging was killed in battle, myself and several other comrades were able to rescue his consciousness. Oyezi nodded to confirm the news. The fact that he was willing to tell Jiang Fei this secret meant he truly treated Jiang Fei as his own successor. Will I be able to get the tier challenge quest from him? Jiang Fei asked. Of course. However, the quest from the ancient race would be much more difficult as you will be facing ancient overlords and not the rubbish overlords you meet these days. Oyezi warned Jiang Fei. Thank you for your guidance, teacher. Jiang Fei nodded. Naturally, Jiang Fei knew that many experts existed in ancient times. The current overlords would definitely be the weakest bunch if they existed in ancient times. However, Jiang Fei had no other choice to acquire the overlord status. He was already pleased by the fact that there was an option, despite it being a challenging one. Chapter 868, Whereabouts of the Cauldron of Charm. Teacher, can I acquire the quest right now? Jiang Fei asked. He had been stuck at level 90 for many days now. Although his experience bar was not full yet, he would still be capped at level 90 once it was full if he did not achieve the overlord status. According to information released by the official Dawnlight Forum, all players reached the maximum level at level 90. However, players were able to take on the tier challenge quest. If they succeeded at acquiring the overlord status, their level cap would be increased to level 99. If these level 99 players could again pass the Celestial Advancement quest, they would advance to the Celestial State. After that, their level cap would be further increased to level 109. If players could progress even further, their level cap would continue to be increased. However, if they failed, their leveling capacity would be fixed forever. Although most players would end their leveling journey at level 90. The game still provided many dungeons and battlefields for these players to enhance their powers. Those who could clear these challenges would acquire powers greater than most others. Of course, but only if you are ready. Oyezi laughed as he nodded. I am ready. Jiang Fei nodded. As he had not used his transformation skill, he was in a very good state. If that's the case, follow me. Oyezi did not say anything further as he saw how confident Jiang Fei seemed. After all, one was able to fail the Overlord challenge without any consequences. If Jiang Fei failed, he would still be able to take on the challenge again 7 days after. However, for players who have lit the godly flame, this was not possible. From lower celestial to intermediate celestial, players would be stuck once they failed the challenge unless they created a new account to attempt the challenge again. However, even if they did so, players might not have access to equally good opportunities, which meant they might not even reach the celestial state. Therefore, very few players would be able to advance after becoming a celestial. Only those with extremely good luck and strong capabilities would be able to progress. However, Jiang Fei was now attempting the Overlord tier challenge quest. Nothing would happen if he failed. Therefore, when Oyezi saw that Jiang Fei was very confident, he immediately brought Jiang Fei to meet Lu Fu. As Oyezi waved his hand, a golden light flashed before Jiang Fei's eyes. When Jiang Fei opened his eyes again after blinking, he noticed that he was already positioned near a group of palaces. Where is this place? Jiang Fei stared at the huge structures before him. 2 words appeared in his mind: fairy land. The buildings had a very standard Chinese architectural design, with 2 rows of pavilions and pagodas next to each of them. There were a few lanes connected to each of these buildings with lakes in between. In fact, there were clouds of mist all around these buildings. This is the fairy land among the clouds. Oyezi answered. We're in the sky? Jiang Fei was dumbfounded. That's right. This is the land of the 9 heavens. Oyezi replied. This is too much. Jiang Fei felt overwhelmed by what he was seeing. He suddenly felt great respect toward the people who designed this game. Follow me. Oyezi did not seem to be bothered by Jiang Fei. He continued walking forward. Oh! Jiang Fei quickly followed after Oyezi. The 2 walked along one of the small lanes. They soon arrived before a huge palace. Big brother, you're back. Coincidentally, another middle-aged man walked out of the palace. Yeah. I have brought my little Fei here to do some work. Oyezi nodded. Is this the successor you have chosen? The middle-aged man looked at Jiang Fei as he smiled. Yeah. Little Fei, this is one of my best brothers, Zhao Sheng. Quickly, call him your uncle. Oyezi said to Jiang Fei. Uncle. Jiang Fei bowed respectfully at Zhao Sheng, whose level he could not even see. He must be like Oyezi and was one of the 4 sages of the heavens. Hee, big brother, you are embarrassing me. I've not prepared any gift. Now that he is calling me uncle, I feel embarrassed. Zhao Sheng laughed as he said. You don't need anything else. Just give the cauldron you have to my disciple. Oyezi was definitely a kind master. He immediately asked his brother to give Jiang Fei one of the cauldrons of the ancient kingdom. That's not possible. Big brother, although we are very close to each other, some rules must be followed. If this young fellow has the will of the heavens, let him find me and accept my quest. Once he completes it, I will naturally give him the cauldron of charm. If he fails, I can't give it to him at the risk of going against our Lord. Zhao Sheng waved his hand as he said. I was only kidding. You can keep your gift and give it to Jiang Fei next time. Oyezi laughed. Jiang Fei quietly took note of the fact that the cauldron of charm was in the hands of Zhao Sheng. Jiang Fei would be able to acquire it after clearing the quest from Zhao Sheng. Jiang Fei already understood a lot about the cauldrons of the ancient kingdom when he acquired the first one. There was a total of 9 cauldrons. Prince Wu Ging had personally given Jiang Fei the commanding cauldron. After that, Oyezi gave Jiang Fei the cauldron of creation. Apart from that, there were 5 other cauldrons with attributes. Jiang Fei had managed to snatch the cauldron of spirit and cauldron of intelligence. The remaining cauldrons of strength, agility, and vitality had also been located, and it was only a matter of time before Jiang Fei acquired them. Now that Jiang Fei had also discovered the whereabouts of the cauldron of charm, there was only one final missing cauldron. That's great! Big brother, please carry on. I have to leave now, Zhao Xing said to Oyezi. Zhao Xing was also doing some work. Now that they had gotten over with the formalities after the coincidental meeting, he needed to get back to work. All right. Oyezi nodded. After Zhao Xing had left, he said to Jiang Fei, Zhao Xing possesses the cauldron of charm which was entrusted to him by the Lord himself, King Zhou of Shang. We can only hand over the cauldrons of the ancient kingdom to someone who can overcome the difficult challenges. Therefore, I cannot help you with this. Once you acquire the status of the Overlord, you may seek Zhao Xing out to complete the quest. I understand. Jiang Fei nodded. After all, Oyezi had also set him up when he gave Jiang Fei the cauldron of creation. If Jiang Fei had not resisted the temptation of joining the primordial celestial race, Oyezi would kill him and retrieve the cauldron of creation as soon as Jiang Fei decided to become a celestial. All right. Let's go in, Oyezi said as he walked into the big palace. Jiang Fei followed right behind him. The big palace was grandly decorated and clearly looked like a place where the emperor would be. Master, Oyezi would like to speak with you. Please show yourself, Oyezi said energetically after entering the big palace. Buzz! A white light suddenly appeared above the emperor's desk. After the white light flashed, a figure suddenly appeared sitting on the throne. However, the figure seemed almost transparent and was clearly only a spirit. Chapter 869, Deadly Consequence. Greetings, Master. Oyezi immediately bowed as soon as the figure appeared. Greetings, Master. Jiang Fei copied Oyezi's behavior and bowed respectfully. All right. There's no need. Oyezi, why have you summoned me? The figure asked. Jiang Fei intentionally peeked at the figure. Jiang Fei could see Lu Fu's name above the figure. However, he was unable to see any other attribute. Even with the help of Jiang Fei's mysterious ring, he could not find any other information. Master, I have summoned you because of my disciple. Oyezi started explaining Jiang Fei's situation to Lu Fu. I see. Verger Glider, do you really have the will of the heavens? Lu Fu asked Jiang Fei solemnly. Yes, Master. I have the will of the heavens. Jiang Fei replied honestly. All right. Lu Fu nodded approvingly as he continued speaking. If that's the case, I will fulfill your request. Thank you, Master. Jiang Fei immediately thanked him. However, you are about to take on a very difficult challenge from the ancient era. I am afraid you might not be up for it, Lu Fu said with a frown. Master. I am willing to give it a try. Although Oyezi and Lu Fu had both mentioned that Jiang Fei was taking on a very difficult challenge quest against an overlord of the high humans, Jiang Fei did not have any other choice. If that's the case, then please help me in hunting down Huang Xie. Bring his soul mark back to me, and I will grant you the status of overlord. Lu Fu said. Ding! Lu Fu has issued you a tier challenge quest, defeat the villain. Do you accept? I won't let you down. Jiang Fei immediately accepted the quest despite not having any idea who Huang Xie was. All right. If there's nothing else, I need to rest. Lu Fu waved his hand. After all, he was only a strand of consciousness. It cost him a lot of energy to manifest his figure before Jiang Fei and Oyezi. Please have a good rest. Oyezi immediately bowed respectfully. Please have a good rest. Jiang Fei did the same. After all, he had already accepted the quest. He could ask Oyezi if he had any questions. Shuffle. A white light flashed as Lu Fu disappeared. All right. Little Fei, let's go. "Oh yes," he said as he brought Jiang Fei out of the big palace. "Master, who is this Huang Xie?" Jiang Fei asked after they had exited the big palace. "Ah, he is my fourth younger brother, and also one of the four sages of the heavens. He used to possess the commanding cauldron." "Oh yes," he said with a sigh. "Ah." Jiang Fei was stunned. He was being tasked to kill one of the previous four sages of the heavens. This was a suicide mission. Don't look so surprised. Our master would not give you an impossible quest. Oh yes, he stared at Jiang Fei as he continued speaking. Huang Xia was already killed by our master. He is now in a weak spirit state and has at most an intermediate overlord's capabilities. Phew. That's a relief. Jiang Fei sighed in relief. Although an intermediate overlord in the ancient era was the equivalent of an advanced overlord these days, the opponent was at least not as strong as the four sages of the heavens. If he is one of the four sages of the heavens, shouldn't you all be together? Why was he killed by the master? Jiang Fei asked curiously. The commanding cauldron Jiang Fei now possessed was probably given to him by Prince Wugang after he had killed Huang Xie. Ah! It's all because of greed. Oh yes, he sighed. He then looked at Jiang Fei skeptically for a very long time before deciding to reveal the secret to Jiang Fei. It seemed that Huang Xie had committed a severe crime which had deadly consequences. Initially, during the War of the Heavens, the human race was very strong. Even after King Zhou of Shang was assassinated, Prince Wugang still led a huge army of humans, and together they were virtually undefeatable. Although it might have been the primordial celestials' plan of baiting the humans, the human race was still very much empowered by their victories. However, there was an issue amongst the human race. Prince Wugang did not have an offspring. A leader without an offspring was a serious problem that could not be solved from outside to the high humans. However, right then, one of the four sages of the heavens came up with a bad idea. He first married a beautiful lady. After the lady had become pregnant, he then gifted her to Prince Wugang. After that, the beautiful lady gave birth to a child. Prince Wugang became overjoyed as he did not know the truth. He eventually made the beautiful lady his queen and even her child as his successor. Everything had gone according to Huang Xie's plan. However, the secret was eventually revealed. In the end, Huang Xie insisted that he did not have any personal agenda. He did what he had to do for the human race's sake, as the king needed to have an offspring. However, he was killed by the infuriated Prince Wugang, and even the queen and her son were both secretly executed. However, as Huang Xie was one of the four sages of the heavens, he was extraordinarily powerful. Although he was killed, his remnant soul managed to escape. Despite Prince Wugang's intention of chasing after him, the prince himself was faced with urgent matters of war and was eventually killed in a battle. Only a strand of Prince Wugang's consciousness remained. Even after Prince Wugang had become Lu Fu, he had not forgotten about his hatred toward Huang Xie. Therefore, when Jiang Fei came to accept his tier challenge quest, Lu Fu decided to entrust him with the task of killing Huang Xie's remnant spirit. Holy crap! This Huang Xie went too far. How dare he trick the master in such a way? Jiang Fei was stunned by what he heard. Why would anyone do something so ridiculous? Men have always been a victim of their own greed. It's difficult to resist the temptation of such great power over the high humans. However, Huang Xie's explanation might have been true. After all, the high humans were greatly encouraged by the news of the master acquiring a son. They were even able to conquer more than 30 primordial celestial cities after that. Oh yes, he shook his head and sighed. Only Huang Xie himself would know the truth behind his own motivation and behavior. Teacher, do you know where Huang Xie is located? Jiang Fei asked. He did not care about what motives Huang Xie had. Killing him was the only way Jiang Fei could acquire the overlord status. He is hiding in the deeper parts of the endless seas. You can ask Poseidon about it. He should know. Oh yes, he said. After the War of the Heavens, the celestial race and the human race were separated by a seal. All lands belonged to the high humans. Huang Xie could only hide in the depths of the sea. All right. I understand. Jiang Fei nodded. He then said to Oyezi cheekily, Teacher, could you give me something to protect myself? Something like the heavenly thunder, hee hee, silly kid. Huang Xie is no longer a celestial. You can't kill him even if you had the heavenly thunder. Oyezi laughed. Then you can perhaps give me something else. Jiang Fei laughed shamelessly. If you had asked me before you accepted the quest, I would have been able to give you something to help you out. However, I can't do that now. You have already accepted the quest, and you must complete it on your own. If I assist you now, your quest will fail immediately. Oyezi laughed as he said. Chapter 870, Rebel Huang Xie. Since Jiang Fei could not receive any assistance from Oyezi, he decided to bid farewell as he returned to Dawnlight City. After returning to the city, Jiang Fei did not stay there. Instead, he immediately headed toward the endless seas. As he had already acquired access to the teleportation point at Emperor Poseidon's palace, Jiang Fei was able to get there with ease. After arriving at Emperor Poseidon's palace, Jiang Fei very easily found Poseidon as the guards in the palace had already recognized him and did not stop him. Why have you come over here? Poseidon was surprised by Jiang Fei's visit. After all, the Nephilim king had already tasked Jiang Fei with leading the adventurers to attack the dragon race's nest. Now that the Great War was approaching, Jiang Fei would not have time to chat aimlessly with Poseidon. I have come to ask you for a favor. It won't affect the war against the dragon race. Jiang Fei laughed. He knew that the quest would not take too much time. Moreover, since Otis had not started doing anything, and the dragon race had not left their nest, Jiang Fei decided to use the period to sort out his overlord status. Ask me for a favor? What is it? Poseidon asked curiously. I would like to find out where Huang Xie is. Jiang Fei said directly. Why are you looking for him? Poseidon was stunned. I want to kill him. Jiang Fei said honestly. Hee, young man. You are very brave. However, I must warn you, he's very strong. You might not be able to defeat him. Poseidon laughed. But I must. Jiang Fei said seriously. Can you tell me why? Poseidon asked. I have come to kill him on behalf of Master Lu Fu. Jiang Fei said. Ah! He still can't let it go. Poseidon sighed. If you know where Huang Xie is, please tell me. Jiang Fei said to Poseidon. All right. Since you are so determined, I will tell you. Poseidon sighed. He had warned Jiang Fei for his own good. Poseidon himself did not have much to do with Huang Xie. On the other hand, Poseidon was much more closely associated with Jiang Fei. Moreover, it was an intermediate overlord's remnant soul against the leader of the high humans. It was a no-brainer for Poseidon in regard to whose side he should choose. Thank you, Emperor Poseidon. Jiang Fei bowed respectfully at Poseidon after getting the information he needed. Ah! I must warn you again. You really might not be able to defeat him. Poseidon said once again when Jiang Fei was about to leave. Emperor Poseidon, don't worry. Jiang Fei nodded. He was a player after all. If he died, he could come back in a week to try again. There was not much he would lose. Do you want me to send someone to kill him on your behalf? Emperor Poseidon was still adamant about it. There's no need. I can handle him on my own. Jiang Fei rejected Emperor Poseidon's suggestion. Although Jiang Fei was touched by Emperor Poseidon's thoughtfulness, he needed to complete the tier challenge quest on his own. Even Oyezi could not help him, let alone Emperor Poseidon. If that's the case, please be careful. Poseidon stopped trying to persuade Jiang Fei since he seemed so determined. After leaving the Emperor Poseidon's palace, Jiang Fei headed directly to the location provided by Poseidon. After approximately 2 hours, Jiang Fei arrived at Huang Xie's hiding spot. The powerful Huang Xie, who is one of the 4 sages of the heavens, is actually hiding in this place. Jiang Fei mumbled to himself when he saw a pitch-black cave. The cave's entrance was covered with seaweed and looked very poorly maintained. Even the low-tier oceanic races would not live in such a place. This should be the place. This is the location provided by Emperor Poseidon. Akatsiris said. Do you want to go in with me? Jiang Fei asked Akatsiris. After all, she was merely a support-type intermediate overlord. She could easily be killed by Huang Xie. Hee, even if I hide in the small black house. I would still die if anything happened to you. Akatsiris smiled forcefully. She was always worried about Jiang Fei getting into trouble. If he died, he could still be revived. Akatsiris, on the other hand, would be wiped out of existence. Jiang Fei sighed. He must complete the quest. However, the quest required Akatisers to take on a high risk. Although Jiang Fei had many skills to defend himself, he could not guarantee that they would work against Huang Xie, who used to be one of the 4 sages of the heavens. Although Huang Xie was only a remnant spirit, he was still very powerful. Master, let's go in. Akatsiris took the lead when she saw Jiang Fei hesitating. Jiang Fei sighed yet again as he walked into the cave after Akatsiris. As a battle-type player, he needed to take risks like this. Although Akatsiris was in a more precarious situation, she could only blame the Nephilim King for being too strict. It was very dark once they got into the cave. Jiang Fei and Akatsiris could no longer see anything after walking into it for a short while. Akatsiris, use illuminate. Jiang Fei said to Akatsiris. I wouldn't do that if I were you. A voice could suddenly be heard next to Jiang Fei. Who are you? Jiang Fei suddenly felt goosebumps all over his body. Hee, you've come to look for me, and yet you don't know who I am? The voice laughed in a chilly tone. Huang Xie. Jiang Fei was stunned as he subconsciously called out the opponent's name. Hee, I have not been called by that name for a very long time. Huang Xie sounded like he was in misery. Master, should I still use illuminate? Akatsiris asked in a small voice. Let's not do that for now, Jiang Fei stopped Akatsiris. After all, he could not see Huang Xie at all, but he and Akatsiris could be seen by their opponent. If Akatsiris used illuminate, she might upset their opponent and cause him to attack them both. Jiang Fei did not have the confidence that they would be able to withstand an ancient overlord's attacks for long. Why are you here? Huang Xie did not seem to want to attack Jiang Fei and Akatsiris immediately. After all, he had intelligence, unlike the other NPCs in the game. My master mentioned you to me. That's why I came to find out who you are, Jiang Fei said half-heartedly. He was wary about mentioning his real intention of coming here. Your master? Huang Xie was stunned. Yeah. His name is Oyezi, Jiang Fei said honestly. Big brother, Huang Xie mumbled the 2 words as if Oyezi reminded him of a distant past. Chapter 871, Uncovered Intention. After a long while, Huang Xie finally snapped out of his thoughts and focused his attention on Jiang Fei. It seemed as if he was trying to find traces of Oyezi on Jiang Fei. Although Jiang Fei could not see Huang Xie in the dark at all, he could sense that someone was looking at him. As a martial artist, Jiang Fei trusted his instincts. You do have Big Brother's aura. After some time had passed, Huang Xie finally spoke. Phew, Jiang Fei sighed in relief. From Huang Xie's tone, he could tell that this rebel was indeed very close to Oyezi. As long as Jiang Fei did not do anything offensive, he would not attack Jiang Fei. Tell me, why are you here? After confirming Jiang Fei's identity, Huang Xie sounded much kinder. Can I see you? Jiang Fei tried asking. Although Jiang Fei was here to kill Huang Xie, he would not be able to attack if he could not even see his opponent. Fine. I have not met anyone for a long time. Huang Xie sighed. He did not reject Jiang Fei's request since Jiang Fei was Oyezi's disciple. A dim light appeared in the cave. Jiang Fei could see Huang Xia's appearance. Handsome was the only word that came to Jiang Fei's mind. Although Huang Xia was only a spirit, Jiang Fei had to admit that he was the most handsome man Jiang Fei had ever met, both in the game and in reality. Jiang Fei had never met anyone better looking than him. Huang Xia had a very masculine appearance. Although he was only a remnant spirit and had a pale face, he still emitted a strong aura of courage and bravery. "Greetings, Uncle Huang." Jiang Fei immediately bowed respectfully. From the way he looked, Huang Xia did not appear to be a cunning or evil man. Jiang Fei found it hard to believe that this handsome man was the one who cheated Prince Wu Gang and the entire human race. Hee. I am embarrassed by you calling me your uncle. I have nothing to give you, Huang Xia laughed bitterly. It appeared that elders would always give something to the younger generation as a traditional practice among the high humans. Oyezi had also shamelessly asked Zhao Sheng to give Jiang Fei something when they first met. Uncle, it's all right. You can give me whenever it's convenient, Jiang Fei laughed. In his heart, Jiang Fei was hoping that Huang Xia would allow Jiang Fei to kill him and obtain his soul mark. Ah! It seems that Oyezi has found a pretty good disciple. Huang Xia nodded. Not knowing what Jiang Fei was truly thinking, Huang Xia had a good impression of Jiang Fei. Uncle, I have heard about you from my master. Jiang Fei was saying when Huang Xia suddenly interrupted him. What did my brother say? Does he think I did what I had to do because I was selfish? Huang Xia asked urgently. He had been killed by Prince Wu Gang before he could even speak to his brothers. Therefore, he was most concerned about what the other three brothers thought of him, especially big brother Oyezi, whom he was closest to. My master did not say anything in the conclusion. All he said was that mankind fell prey to their own greed. However, he added that what you said might be true as well, Jiang Fei said with honesty. Hee, big brother is still the same as before. He is always impartial. However, I am very glad that he added those words. Huang Xia laughed. He felt much better knowing that Oyezi did not regard him as a selfish and cunning man. Uncle, I actually think that you wouldn't do such a thing for your own benefit either, Jiang Fei said what he honestly thought. Ever since he met Huang Xia, Jiang Fei found it hard to treat him as an evil person. Do you really think so? Huang Xia's eyes lit up as he stared at Jiang Fei and asked. Indeed. Jiang Fei nodded. Why would you think so? Huang Xia asked. I believe that you are more intelligent than most people. If you had done it for your own benefit, you would have made sure to cover it up, Jiang Fei explained to Huang Xia. After listening to Oyezi's descriptions, Jiang Fei did not really believe Huang Xia would do something bad for his own benefit. If it were for his own benefit, the plan was far too weak. Huang Xia was risking too much by faking the birth of Prince Wu Ging's son. If he really did so for his own benefit, he would have killed the beautiful lady after the son was born instead of letting her live. Moreover, when Huang Xia presented the beautiful lady to Prince Wu Gang, the war of the heavens was already going downhill. Right then, when the news spread that Prince Wu Gang was going to have a son, the army was greatly encouraged. That was when the human race was able to acquire even greater glory in the war of the heavens. From these 2 points, Huang Xia must have been able to identify the weakening state of the human race and wanted to encourage the army. However, it was a very stupid trick. Although he succeeded in encouraging the army, he had also thoroughly upset Prince Wu Gang. Any man would not be able to accept the fact that their wife gave birth to another man's son. Therefore, Huang Xia faced a horrible death in the end. In fact, the human race was not able to defeat the primordial celestial race. In the end, the human race lost and Prince Wu Gang was killed. Hee, great! 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 Huang Xia exclaimed after listening to Jiang Fei's explanation. He then laughed out loud. You were indeed sent here to kill me, ah? Jiang Fei was surprised. Haha. Don't worry, young fellow. If I wanted to kill you, you would already be dead. Huang Xia laughed at Jiang Fei. How do you know I was sent to kill you? Since Huang Xia had already found out about Jiang Fei's intention, he had no reason to hide it anymore. If Huang Xia started attacking him, Jiang Fei would have no choice but to fight with his life. Hee hee, you gave your explanation. It's time for me to give mine. Huang Xia laughed. He did not seem to have any intention of attacking Jiang Fei. He then asked Jiang Fei, "Do you know how I was able to ascertain that you are Oyetzi's disciple?" Jiang Fei was stunned. "That's because you have the aura of the cauldron of creation." Huang Xia laughed. "I see." Jiang Fei suddenly understood what he meant. If Huang Xia was able to detect the aura of the cauldron of creation, he would also be able to detect the aura of the commanding cauldron which Jiang Fei possessed. This meant that Jiang Fei must have met Prince Wu Ging. Thus, Jiang Fei's motive for seeking Huang Xia out would also be made apparent. Chapter 872, A Gift, Hee hee. After his motive had been uncovered, Jiang Fei did not know what to do apart from laughing sheepishly. If he decided to engage Huang Xia in a fight, he would definitely lose. Jiang Fei's original plan was to attack Huang Xia while he was not paying attention. Jiang Fei might have stood a chance if Huang Xia was severely injured by his sneak attack. However, now that Huang Xia knew what Jiang Fei was up to, he could not attack without being noticed. Jiang Fei was now in an awkward situation as he had no idea how to proceed. "Hee hee, young fellow, did the Lord ask you to assassinate me?" Huang Xia laughed. He did not sound as if he was angry at Prince Wu Ging. Hee hee, Jiang Fei was unsure of how to answer as he still felt very awkward. It's my fault for not thinking things through in the past. I have been pondering on the same incident for thousands of years. I was indeed wrong. The Lord has every right to hate me. Huang Xia sighed. When the human race seemed to be very successful at some point in the past, Huang Xia was the only one who realized that it was part of the primordial celestial race's plot. However, the entire human race believed that it was the end of the primordial celestial era. On top of that, King Zhou of Shang had also been murdered. Everyone was focused on avenging their deceased lord, and therefore, nobody cared about what Huang Xia thought. When the human race showed signs of weakening, Huang Xia accurately predicted that the human race would soon be defeated. Therefore, he decided to take a risk by using the news of Prince Wu Ging's son to encourage the entire human race to take on the final battle. However, his plot was revealed, and he was promptly killed by Prince Wu Ging before he even had a chance to witness the final glory of the human race. Although Huang Xia initially felt it was unfair, he realized his own mistake after thousands of years of pondering about it. The plan was indeed quite messed up. He was not even able to imagine how he could have come up with such a rotten plan to trick Prince Wu Gang and the entire human race. Nobody would have tolerated such behavior. "Uncle, what do you plan to do next?" Jiang Fei asked. Jiang Fei was certain that he would not be able to kill Huang Xia. If he must fight, Jiang Fei predicted that he would be the one killed instead. "Me?" Huang Xia smiled solemnly. Since Jiang Fei had found him, that meant his hiding spot had already been discovered. Even if Jiang Fei did not kill him, someone else would come for his life. "Uncle, I think you should leave immediately. Find somewhere else to hide," Jiang Fei warned. Since Jiang Fei knew his quest would fail anyway, he decided to help Huang Xia instead as he truly felt sorry for him. "Young man, let me ask you something. You have so many of the cauldrons with you. Do you really plan to take on the responsibility of the quest against the heavens?" Huang Xia did not answer Jiang Fei but instead asked another question of his own. "Of course," Jiang Fei answered without hesitation. "All right. Great." Huang Xia nodded. Although Prince Wu Ging had become Lu Fu and a strand of his consciousness still remained, he was already useless in the quest against the heavens. Jiang Fei, who possessed multiple cauldrons of the ancient kingdom, naturally became the best candidate for the quest against the heavens. Although Jiang Fei was weak now, he had the advantage of rapid growth rates as an adventurer. A native overlord would require over 100 years to acquire his powers, but an adventurer may only need a year or even less. This stark difference meant that Huang Xie truly believed in Jiang Fei's potential. Uncle, you should leave soon. I am afraid that the Lord might send someone else to kill you. Jiang Fei warned yet again. He truly did not want Huang Xie to die. There's no need. I have lived long enough and have seen through everything. There's no point hiding in a dark cave like this. Huang Xie shook his head. But Jiang Fei wanted to say something. However, Huang Xie interrupted him. All right. You should go. Huang Xie waved his hand. Ah. Uncle, please take care of yourself. Jiang Fei had no choice but to leave since Huang Xie was not going to accept his advice. Hee, you keep calling me your uncle, but I have nothing to give you. Now that you are leaving, I would like to give you a simple gift. Just as Jiang Fei was able to leave, Huang Xie stopped him. A gift? Jiang Fei was stunned. Huang Xie was in his spirit form, and he did not have any belongings. Could he mean something else? While Jiang Fei was still in a dazed state, Huang Xie's body began to catch fire. Young fellow, I have nothing valuable to give you. Now that you are leaving, I would like to help you in completing the Lord's quest. Huang Xie's body was already burned halfway through. However, he still kept a smile on his face when he looked at Jiang Fei. Uncle, Jiang Fei felt something in his throat. He was suddenly unable to say anything. Of course, he knew that Huang Xie did not choose to die because of their relationship. However, Huang Xie was sacrificing his own life for the entire human race. As Jiang Fei was the best candidate for the quest against the heavens, Huang Xie decided to give up his life so that Jiang Fei could progress on behalf of the entire human race. Please send my regards to my big brother. Tell him that I had never wanted to betray the human race. Huang Xie said his final words. Very soon, Huang Xie's spirit was completely burned away. The only thing that remained was a piece of his soul mark. As one of the previous 4 sages of the heavens, Huang Xie cared deeply about the human race. Although he had made a grave mistake, he had spent his entire life trying to make the human race great. In the end, he still died for the human race's sake, and yet he had to bear the bad reputation of a traitor. Uncle, don't worry. If I succeed in the quest against the heavens, I will surely make your intentions known. Jiang Fei promised in his heart. After picking up Huang Xie's soul mark, Jiang Fei walked out of the cave. Although he had completed his quest, he did not feel the slightest bit of joy. Master, consider Huang Xie as being set free from his misery, Akatsiri said. Ah! Let's go! Jiang Fei sighed. He immediately activated the return scroll. After returning to the city, Jiang Fei did not return to the Emperor Poseidon's palace. Instead, he directly teleported to Dawnlight City. After reaching Dawnlight City, Jiang Fei headed straight to the rundown blacksmith's workshop. Indeed, that was where he found Oyezi. Oyezi was not dressed in his golden armor. Instead, he looked like a homeless person with scrappy clothing. He was holding a piece of chicken in one hand and a bottle of alcohol in the other. He seemed very tipsy. Are you back? Oyezi glanced at Jiang Fei. Yeah. Jiang Fei nodded. Is he dead? Oyezi sounded as if he was asking about someone completely unrelated. However, Jiang Fei could notice tears forming in his eyes. Chapter 873, Shocking Overlord writes, Teacher, how did you know? Jiang Fei was stunned by Oyezi's reaction. Based on Jiang Fei's capabilities, there was no way he could have killed Huang Xie. Why was Oyezi so certain that Huang Xie was dead? Ah! From the moment you departed, I knew that Huang Xie would die with certainty. Oyezi said after taking a sip of alcohol. Based on his personality, I knew that he would sacrifice himself for your sake when he saw the cauldrons of the ancient kingdom you possess. Uncle Huang was right. You know him the best. Jiang Fei sighed. Oyezi knew from the start that Huang Xie was not the kind of person who would commit such a huge crime for his own benefit. However, Oyezi could not openly challenge the human race's authority. Therefore, he only spoke generally that all men fell prey to their own greed. He also added that Huang Xie's words might not have been entirely false, which was what he truly believed in. "Let's go! We can't let your uncle die in vain." Oyezi stood up. He seemed to have really drunk a lot. "Teacher, are you all right?" Jiang Fei immediately held Oyezi up. "It's better if I'm drunk." Oyezi smiled bitterly as he teleported himself and Jiang Fei away. "Go in to meet with the Lord on your own." "I won't be going in." When they arrived at the big palace, Oyezi did not seem to want to enter. Instead, he asked Jiang Fei to enter on his own. Clearly, he was still affected by Huang Xie's death and currently held a grudge against Lu Fu. "All right." Jiang Fei nodded as he turned around and said to Oyezi, "I promised Uncle Huang that if I succeed in the quest against the heavens, I will make sure everyone knew the part he played. Hee. I have indeed chosen the right disciple." Oyezi said as he smiled. Although Jiang Fei possessed many of the cauldrons, he was still only Oyezi's disciple. It was impossible for him to convince everyone that Prince Wugang had wrongly blamed Huang Xie. However, if he one day succeeded in the quest against the heavens, he would be the new lord. It would be extremely easy to change everyone's opinion then. As Oyezi walked away shakily, Jiang Fei began walking into the big palace. "Lord, please show yourself." Jiang Fei shouted loudly. Buzz! A white light flashed as Lu Fu appeared behind his desk. "Greetings, my lord." Jiang Fei bowed respectfully. "You may stand." "Did you complete your quest?" Lu Fu asked. "Yes, I am glad I have not failed you," Jiang Fei said as he retrieved Huang Xie's soul mark. "Humph." Lu Fu snorted as he released a beam of golden light which hit the soul mark in Jiang Fei's hand. The soul mark was instantly crushed into pieces. After destroying Huang Xie's final trace in the world, Lu Fu sighed as his anger dissipated. He then said to Jiang Fei, "Verger Glider, you have done well. You have completed my tier challenge quest, ding. Tier challenge quest, defeat the villain, completed, ding. You have acquired the status of an overlord, ding. You have obtained a new skill, Overlord's Might, ding. You have obtained a new skill, Overlord's Special Rights, ding. You have obtained a new skill, Overlord's Benefits." A series of system notifications appeared to inform Jiang Fei that he had acquired the status of an overlord. "All right. If there's nothing else, you may leave." Lu Fu waved his hand as he turned into a white light and thereafter disappeared. "Ah, he has a pretty tough job." Jiang Fei sighed to himself. Although Lu Fu had ordered Jiang Fei to kill Huang Xie, Lu Fu himself did not seem to be faring well on his own. Lu Fu, who still had a shred of his consciousness remaining, was considered the spiritual leader of the human race. In reality, he did not have much battle power left. He would not be able to play an important part in the quest against the heavens. His only purpose for existing was to ensure the high humans were not completely lost without a leader. Apart from issuing some quests, he could not do much else. Moreover, once a player collected all 9 cauldrons of the ancient kingdom and initiated the War of the Heavens, Lu Fu's existence would cease to have meaning. Lu Fu would probably disappear completely. The player who possessed all 9 cauldrons would become the human race's temporary leader. If the quest against the heavens was successful, the person would officially become the human race's lord. After leaving the palace, Jiang Fei noticed that Oyezi was not around. He then opened his attribute window to check out his own attributes. Damn! Jiang Fei was greatly surprised. First of all, his health points and attack power had increased significantly. He also noticed some newly acquired attributes as he scrolled further down. Name, Verger Glider, rank, Overlord, race, Covet Nephilim, class, God of Crafts, beginner, level, 90, health points, 295,488, attack power, 126,936, defense, 22,646. Overlord's Might, Halo effect. All enemies below the Overlord rank in a 1,000 meter radius will have 20% decreased overall attributes. Overlord's Special Rights, passive skill, all of your attributes will be increased by 50%. Your level cap is increased to level 99. Overlord's benefits, passive skill, you have obtained the rights to purchase everything from all ally merchants. All purchases will be free of charge. Damn! This is too much even for an overlord. Jiang Fei was taken aback by the attributes. Firstly, the most impressive of all was the overlord's special rights, which gave him 50% additional attribute points for all attributes. With this, Jiang Fei's health points were increased by close to 100,000 and his attack power had also increased by close to 40,000. At the same time, Jiang Fei's level cap was also increased. He would be able to continue leveling up after his experience bar was full instead of being stuck at level 90. There was also the Overlord's Might, which was definitely an oppressive skill toward his enemies. Jiang Fei was already virtually undefeatable. Coupled with a 20% reduction in all enemy attributes, Jiang Fei would easily be able to annihilate an entire army. The 20% reduction in attributes was not only limited to the 5 basic attributes. It included health points, critical rate, and other types of attributes. Most players already had a tough time landing a hit on Jiang Fei due to the level difference. Now that they would also have their attributes reduced by 20%, their skills and attacks were definitely futile against Jiang Fei. The final skill was the Overlord's benefits. This might seem like an unimportant skill since Jiang Fei was already very wealthy. However, a lot of quests required more than money. Some NPCs needed specific quest items like mushrooms or pearls that would require a lot of time for players to gather. Jiang Fei was not willing to spend so much time collecting those items. Now, he would be able to bypass such quests and acquire the items he needed right away. In fact, some merchants would not sell certain items directly. They sometimes required players to complete certain quests to increase their reputation. However, Jiang Fei was no longer bound by such limitations. He would be able to take whatever he wanted from all ally merchants. Chapter 874, Danger Approaches. After acquiring the status of an overlord, Jiang Fei did not need to stay in the fairyland much longer. He used the return scroll to get back to Dawnlight City. He then directly teleported to the Demon Dragon Fortress. As Jiang Fei had taken off in a rush, he had yet to complete his crafting. Jiang Fei spent the rest of the day in the blacksmith's workshop. Although he had acquired the overlord status, it did not help him much in his crafting. So, if he wanted to make enough equipment to be used as bait, he would have to put in time and effort. Finally, when the gaming time was about to end, Jiang Fei put away his smithing hammer. Apart from the set of Holy Grade armor, Jiang Fei was able to create 6 other ancient grade equipment. Right then, Jiang Fei messaged 7 Stars warrior who was training near the dragon's nest to find out about the dark faction status. Jiang Fei found out that Elder Prince Otis had already prepared the army to begin attacking the Naga race. It's almost time. The war should start tomorrow night. Jiang Fei smiled. However, he was immediately forced to log out of the game by the system. After returning to reality, everything still seemed to be at peace. It appeared that the mutants were still recovering from their defeat and were not prepared to attack them. The androids were far more relaxed than the mutants. Their only task was to protect the remnants of alien technology and wait for backup to arrive. Therefore, as long as the mutants did not come, they would be able to slack off. Jiang Fei was equally relaxed since both parties seemed to be in a peaceful state. However, Bai Wanli, Gan Yangzhenren and the rest of the martial artists were getting impatient. Like the Soaring Clouds sect, the martial artists here were also running out of food. With close to 600 members around, their source of food was running out very quickly. However powerful they were or how much they meditated, martial artists still needed food to survive. In fact, as the martial artists expended a lot of energy in their training. Each of them were large in size and required a lot of food for sustenance. Even the female martial artists consumed bigger portions in a meal as compared to normal males. The androids, on the other hand, were not concerned about food as they required very little energy out of combat and did not need to consume physical food. Meanwhile, Jiang Fei had enough food in his spatial ring to feed himself and the female biohumans. However, the martial artists needed to feed themselves with the limited food they brought along in their pouches. Brother Jiang, should we try to initiate the final battle against the mutants? Bai Wanli asked. The final battle? What's the hurry? Jiang Fei was stunned. He could not relate to these hungry men who just wanted to get things over with. We have to end this fight as soon as possible. We are running out of food. There is nothing left to hunt in this place. If this goes on, we'll starve to death. Bai Wanli replied with a frown. Are you really running out of food? Jiang Fei was surprised. He had not considered this possibility at all, as he had gotten used to traveling around with a lot of food in his spatial ring. Yeah. Forget about the food in our pouches. We've basically killed every single animal in this valley. Bai Wanli sounded helpless. Ah. That's why you've been hunting. I thought you liked eating fresh food from the wild. Jiang Fei laughed out loudly. He had even eaten some of the food from their hunting trips. Jiang Fei had not thought that these martial artists would be hunting because of the lack of food. We might be attacked at any moment. If it weren't for food, none of us would risk our lives to hunt. Bai Wanli rolled his eyes. Why didn't you say so earlier? Jiang Fei was speechless. Although he would not waste 0541's energy to create food for these martial artists, he could contact the military to request for food supply. If the military wanted these martial artists to work for them, they should at least feed them well. Although Jiang Fei was unsure of the reason that the military still did not initiate the battle against the major rice exporting country, he was certain that Planet Namek's battle aircraft could deliver some food supply without being noticed. I didn't want to trouble you, Bai Wanli laughed sheepishly. The martial artists did not know that a war would take this long. They had thought it would all be over within half a month. 20 days had passed, but the war still seemed to not have progressed. Both parties had suffered significant losses. However, despite the huge losses, the battle powers of both parties appeared to not have been affected. All right. Leave it to me. Jiang Fei smiled as he nodded. He then walked over to Z8-001. Tell Qin Tian to send us some food. Get him to do so by nightfall, Jiang Fei said, and walked away. He was reluctant to speak any more than necessary to this android leader. Buzz. Z8-001's eyes flashed as he stared at Jiang Fei, who had his back to him. However, he still did as he was told and contacted Qin Tian, who was based in China. The martial artists are running out of food? Qin Tian was amused when he received the news. He always saw the martial artists as powerful figures. They were now asking for his help because they had run out of food. Send a batch of food over. Although Qin Tian did not like the martial artists, he still needed their help to guard the remnants of the alien technology. Therefore, he immediately requested for food to be sent over so that these martial artists would not starve. Very soon, one of the modified Planet Namek battle aircraft took off. As he had 3 of the weaker Planet Namek battle aircraft, Qin Tian did not need to request for a special team to deliver the food supply. Before noon, Jiang Fei and the rest received the airdrop food supply. The major rice exporting country was completely unable to detect the Planet Namek battle aircraft, which had a perfect invisibility effect. Therefore, the aircraft was able to come and go as it pleased. It even surveyed around the mutants' territory before leaving Tokyo. After the problem pertaining to food was solved, the martial artists were finally at peace. The entire island of Tokyo seemed to have calmed down as if the impending war did not even exist. However, that was clearly not the case. You have done well this time. Go on, continue your hunt. Lincoln smiled satisfactorily. Yes. My master. Blood Baron placed his hand on his heart with respect. He then brought the other Scarlet Hunters away. Martial artists. It's payback time. Lincoln laughed devilishly after the Scarlet Hunters left. Chapter 875, Releasing the Bait. Jiang Fei and the other martial artists had not the slightest inkling about the danger around them. As the Soaring Clouds sect had put themselves in a precarious situation, and Ma Xiantong was never able to activate his communication device to call for help, Jiang Fei and the rest knew nothing about the Scarlet Hunters. After getting sufficient food, the martial artists were able to finally relax. Although the Scarlet Hunters were getting closer by the minute, Jiang Fei and the rest had no clue. "Captain, it's getting late. Time to enter the game." 0541 persuaded Jiang Fei again. Not only was Jiang Fei unable to detect the Scarlet Hunter's presence, even 0541 could not detect that the Soaring Cloud sect was about to be severely attacked. All right. From the looks of things, war would not break out tonight. So, Jiang Fei entered the game as per usual. After returning to the game, Jiang Fei immediately started work. Apart from the fact that his bait was ready, Elder Prince Otis had also begun his plan. A middle-sized battle promptly began in front of the Nanda race's territory. Many of the Dark Faction's commanders were shouting insults at the Nanda race throughout the day. The Nanda race's army then initiated the attack. Both parties got into a fierce fight. In the end, the Dark Faction's army was defeated and they retreated southward. However, the Nanda race did not stop pursuing them. Almost every type of dragon had been insulted. Elder Prince Otis had carefully selected the individuals to do the job. Most of them were from the uncivilized beastmen race that even Elder Prince Otis himself could not stand their vulgarity. Therefore, the entire Nanda race was deeply angered by the Dark Faction soldiers. When the Dark Faction started retreating, the entire Nanda race's army started running after them. With such a scene unfolding, many of the neutral faction players were very happy as they would benefit from the Nanda race's victory. On the contrary, the Dark Faction players were upset because of what happened. Apart from Jiang Fei, nobody knew that the defeat was intentionally planned by Otis. His task was to lure their enemies away from their base, and therefore it meant that some sacrifices needed to be made. "It's almost time." Jiang Fei nodded after receiving news from the front line. 7 Stars Warrior, gather all of our guild's battle-type players. We will be getting the title of Nanda Slayer very soon. Jiang Fei sent a message to 7 Stars Warrior. "Got it!" 7 Stars Warrior immediately nodded. He seemed very eager. "All right. It's time to release the bait." Jiang Fei smiled as he started activating his quest-granting permission. Ding! Faction announcement. Player Verger Glider is issuing a battle quest, Destroy the Dragon's Nest. A faction announcement was suddenly heard. All of the Dark Faction players were caught by surprise as such quests were normally not given by players. If players wanted to issue quests, they would have to go to the tavern. Players would then have to issue one-to-one quests on the public notice board. In fact, players normally would only be able to issue quests to revenge against someone they hated or to gather certain materials. None of the players knew it was possible for someone to issue a quest to an entire faction. Someone must have ranked high enough to be able to do so. Damn! The young fellow finally can't hold it back anymore, they must have earned enough already. Normal players were completely baffled by Jiang Fei's quest. However, the other bigger guilds were now cursing Jiang Fei as they knew all along that he had acquired the permission to issue quests against the Nanda race. However, Jiang Fei never issued any of the quests to other guilds apart from his own. The players from Imperial Dragon must have earned a lot of rewards for the past few days from completing his quests. Now that Verger Glider had finally issued quests to the public, that would mean that most of the rewards had already been earned by his guild members. Moreover, the battle between the Nanda race and the Dark Faction was reaching a crucial stage. It seemed that the Dark Faction was about to lose and Jiang Fei had no choice but to start issuing quests to the public. Many of the bigger guilds did not know that Elder Prince Otis intentionally allowed the Dark Faction to retreat. Therefore, they believed that Jiang Fei was forced to open up the quests to the public so that he would not be blamed for causing the defeat. Damn! No wonder this fellow was keeping the quests to his own guild. The rewards are too amazing, holy crap. The members of Imperial Dragon must have earned a lot over the past 2 days. As soon as they saw the content of the quest, many of the bigger guilds grew excited. Jiang Fei's rewards for the quest were fantastic. As heading into the Naga's nest directly was a huge risk, the system awarded players with significant amounts of experience points. On top of that, Jiang Fei also provided very good equipment. Therefore, many of the guilds were eager to take on the challenge. Boss! Let's do this, yeah. This is our chance. The bigger guilds were not the only ones tempted. The subordinates were equally tempted to take on the quest. Although they would not be able to have a share of the equipment, they would be able to earn enough experience points from the quest to level up twice. Players would not lose any experience if they died in the faction area. Although they would lose the equipment they wore, very few players actually wore their own equipment when taking on battle quests. Most players would store their valuable equipment in their storage and get a bunch of crappy fine-grade equipment from the military commanders. As such, they would not lose anything if they died, as they could get a new set of these fine-grade equipment every day. Thus, players were able to benefit tremendously without losing anything. Most of the dark faction guilds were tempted. Even the pub players were tempted as well. Although they had no chance of getting the equipment rewards, they would still earn a lot of experience points. Many of the players were now approximately level 68 to level 69. Every level advancement required a lot of experience points. Apart from Jiang Fei, everyone else struggled to level up. So the large amount of experience points that could be potentially gained through the quest was extremely tempting. Not only that, Jiang Fei had even included a large amount of awesome equipment as rewards for completing the quest. The equipment were targeted at tankers, which made them even more attractive to most bigger guilds. These days, most guilds focused on clearing the dragon dungeons, which rewarded them with large quantities of pets. This was because the guild's capabilities would be greatly enhanced through owning dragon pets. Now that Jiang Fei provided equipment for tankers in the quest, the guilds would be able to clear dungeons more easily in the future. In fact, the large amount of experience points from the quest would also allow many players to reach level 70 and be able to enter the dragon dungeons. With such great benefits, the bigger guilds did not even think about the fact that Jiang Fei might be making use of them. In fact, even if they did, they were willing to sacrifice themselves for the sake of the grand rewards. Chapter 876, Strong Enemies Attack. As Jiang Fei had issued his quest in the form of an announcement, the players did not need to find him at all. They could directly accept the quest from the system announcements. Almost all the players in the Dark faction accepted the quest as soon as Jiang Fei announced it. After all, the good rewards were too tempting. After these players had accepted the quest, they began to gather in front of the Nanda race's old nest. Jiang Fei's quest was very easy. The players just had to destroy the nest. So, all they had to do was work together and attack. Although a large number of Dark faction players had begun to gather at the entrance of the Naga race's nest, the Nagas were not very concerned for a very simple reason. The levels of the players were too low. The average level was less than 70, so the threat that these players posed to the Nagas was not very big. Therefore, the Nagas just mobilized some of the remaining huge and juvenile dragon guards to defend the area. The huge dragon guards who were chasing the Dark faction players around did not even need to turn back to help the other guards. It's progressing exactly like what I expected. Seeing that the huge dragons did not mean to return, Jiang Fei nodded with satisfaction. The players in the Dark faction had a great chance to break into the Naga's nest, and there were many of them. Soon, the Nagas would feel the pressure and make all the juvenile dragon guards defend the entrance of the dragon cave. Then, Jiang Fei would be able to sneak in. Seeing that everything was progressing in accordance to his plans, Jiang Fei began to arrange for the people from Imperial Dragon to go and slay the dragon. At that moment, 7 Stars Warrior had already assembled all the combat players in the entire Imperial Dragon. To increase the success rate of their dragon slaying this time, Jiang Fei specially handed over the holy item set equipment that he had just crafted to a new returner. As Jiang Fei had only built these equipment because he was trying to make a bait, this holy item set equipment appeared as a surprise. Although he could wear plate armor, he did not really need any more defense-oriented equipment after his attributes increase. Seven Stars Warrior and Lady Casanova could not wear plate armor, so the lucky one to receive this holy item defense-oriented set equipment was a new returner. With this set of equipment, a new returner's health point soared. It was now close to the 500,000 mark when combined with his pet. Other than the lucky player who had the Cauldron of Vitality, he was definitely the strongest tank around. Let's go! Jiang Fei looked at his team, which had high morale, and was very satisfied. However, just as he was about to bring his team to slay some dragons, something came up. Buzz! Everything went black. When Jiang Fei blinked again, he realized that he had been forced offline. What happened? Jiang Fei was confused. Captain, there are advanced life forms approaching us at high speed. Jiang Fei heard 0541's voice in his heart. Obviously, 0541 had sensed some danger and forced Jiang Fei to go offline. Jiang Fei nodded. His mind returned to reality from the game. Although a huge battle was about to start in the game, it was still just a game. He was only playing it because of the so-called important matter that 0541 had mentioned. In reality, however, if he was in danger, he might lose his life. So, no matter what was going on in the game, if there was trouble in the real world, Jiang Fei would definitely prioritize reality. There were no doubts. Have you obtained information about the target? Jiang Fei asked. Not yet. They just entered the warning zone. 0541 replied. He had kicked Jiang Fei offline as soon as he felt like something was wrong. Increase radar power and lock onto the target. Jiang Fei immediately issued an order. Yes, Captain. 0541 immediately executed Jiang Fei's order. After increasing the radar power, 0541 soon obtained information about the target. There's a total of 75 people, including 45 Chinese martial artists and 30 biomutants. The two sides are chasing each other and are moving closer to us. 0541's preliminary scan results showed. Soaring Cloud Sect is being hunted down? This was Jiang Fei's first reaction. This was because Soaring Cloud Sect was the only martial arts sect still running around in the wild. All the other martial artists were already with Jiang Fei. Judging by the distance between the two sides, that should be the case, 0541 replied. Confirm the strength of both sides. Jiang Fei continued to order. Among the Chinese martial artists, 1 Pinnacle Level 4, 7 Advanced Level 4, 14 Intermediate and Beginner Level 4, and 23 Level 3. Among the biomutants, 2 Pinnacle Level 4, 10 Advanced Level 4, and the remaining 19 of them are either Beginner or Intermediate Level 4. 0541 quickly came up with the detailed data. As expected, it's Soaring Cloud Sect. After hearing 0541's detailed information, Jiang Fei managed to confirm the identity of these martial artists. Everyone, wake up! No matter how unhappy Jiang Fei was with Soaring Cloud Sect, he still had to give them a helping hand. After all, these martial artists had considerable strength, he could not just let them die in the hands of the mutants. What's wrong, younger brother Jiang? What happened? Following Jiang Fei's voice, all the martial artists woke up. They were martial artists after all. They always slept with an open ear. People from Soaring Cloud Sect are coming, and it seems like they're being chased by the mutants. Jiang Fei said. Younger brother Jiang, what do you say we do? Following by Wanli's words, everyone's eyes focused on Jiang Fei. Everyone here knew that Jiang Fei hated Soaring Cloud Sect. However, Soaring Cloud Sect was the top martial arts sect. As they were also martial artists, they could not just watch the people from Soaring Cloud Sect die. Moreover, there were also some Soaring Cloud Sect members here. Feng Shuani and Qin Xianming were staring straight at Jiang Fei. They had long acknowledged that Jiang Fei was the leader of this joint martial artist army. If he refused to assist the main forces of Soaring Cloud Sect, it would be difficult for the other martial artists to go against his wishes. Although Qin Xianming and Feng Shuani had left the sect out of anger, they were mainly dissatisfied with the great elder Yi Tianshun. They still had a deep connection with Soaring Cloud Sect. So, they could only pin their hopes on Jiang Fei now. Everyone get ready, let's go and save them. Jiang Fei did not hesitate. When he woke the martial artists up, he had already decided that he would rescue Soaring Cloud Sect. Younger brother Jiang, thank you, younger brother Jiang, we will remember your kindness, brother Jiang, you're wise and righteous. You're definitely the best elite in the entire martial arts alliance. Jiang Fei did not pay attention to the compliments of these people. His brows suddenly furrowed because 0541 gave him more information. Captain, I've discovered a third wave of high-energy life forms. 30 biomutants with pinnacle level 4 strength. 0541 said urgently. 30 pinnacle level 4 biomutants? Jiang Fei was shocked. Chapter 877, Armed Cannon Fodder, What's Wrong? Grandmother Jinghua immediately noticed the change in Jiang Fei's face. This might be a trap. Jiang Fei frowned. What did you find? Bai Wanli, who was at the side, came to him. The people chasing Soaring Cloud Sect are just the mutants' bait. The real enemy is hiding behind them. Jiang Fei said. There are enemies? Bai Wanli was shocked. Yeah. The mutants might be doing this on purpose. They're driving the people of Soaring Cloud Sect here deliberately in order to attract us to go there and rescue them. Their real target is us. Jiang Fei said. There are other enemies? Bai Wanli and the others were shocked. Captain, I've discovered a large number of mutants 50 kilometers away. 0541, who had expanded the search range, sent back the latest information. During that time, large units of mutants were all on standby on the American fleet's military transport plane. As long as the Scarlet Hunters started fighting with the martial artists, these mutants would be able to arrive on the battlefield in just 2 minutes. What do we do then? Grandmother Jinghua asked. Well, Jiang Fei hesitated. The mutants had forced them into a corner. If Jiang Fei and the others went to rescue Soaring Cloud Sect, they would break into the encirclement of the mutants. However, if Jiang Fei and the others sat back and ignored them, the Scarlet Hunters would immediately kill the entire Soaring Cloud Sect and then attack Jiang Fei and the others. If they lost such a powerful force like Soaring Cloud Sect, the strength of the martial artists would undoubtedly weaken greatly. Then, if they were chased by the mutants' army joined by 30 other Scarlet Hunters, it was likely that the martial artists would be completely destroyed. This is tough. Jiang Fei's brows furrowed even more. Although he was accompanied by 30 biohuman girls, these girls were only advanced level 4. Hong Yu was the only pinnacle level 4. On the other hand, all the enemy Scarlet Hunters were pinnacle level 4. The gap between both sides was extremely obvious. Captain, I suggest you arm the androids. 0541 said in Jiang Fei's heart. Ah. Jiang Fei was confused. Captain, did you forget? Previously, you recovered a lot of individual military weapons. These weapons are not being used at all now. Isn't it better if you hand them over to these androids? This way, you can greatly enhance their combat power. 0541 said. Yes. Right. You're right. Hearing what 0541 said, Jiang Fei suddenly remembered that he had secretly robbed the Zhang family's arsenal and had taken away all the planet Namek weapons that the Zhang family had been researching on. After Jiang Fei's strength sword, he rarely used these weapons. Now, they could be used to arm these androids. The military's 2 batches of androids actually had pretty high combat power. It was just that the nuclear battery packs that they were equipped with were too problematic. These androids would run out of energy after firing their 2 plasma wave cannons several times, turning them into scrap metal. However, if they used the energy cannons provided by Jiang Fei, these robots did not need to consume their own energy to attack. Hence, their combat power would naturally increase. Let's do it! Jiang Fei decided. He had originally planned to use these androids as cannon fodders. However, if these robots could be of some use, Jiang Fei would be glad. Fully charge all the planet Namek individual military weapons. To arm these cannon fodders, Jiang Fei paid a high price. It cost him 10 energy blocks to fully charge all of the planet Namek weapons. They have been recharged. Soon, 0541 completed the recharging of these individual weapons. But how do we take the weapons out? Jiang Fei had another problem. Although he intended to arm these androids, he did not want to expose the mysterious ring's spatial function. If he did, people might discover more of his secrets. Got it! Jiang Fei suddenly had an idea. He arrived near the fake planet Namek bioexperimental laboratory in a few steps. Jiang Fei pressed his hand on the door of the bioexperimental laboratory. Then, with the mysterious ring's spatial manipulation skill, he directly threw the weapons through the door. Younger brother Jiang, what are you doing? As Jiang Fei suddenly ran to the side of the silvery white metal structure, Bai Wanli and the others asked in confusion. At the same time, Z8-001 also turned to look at Jiang Fei. The enemies are too strong. We might suffer huge losses if we go in head-on. Since this thing is a treasure of the aliens, do you think there'll be something useful inside? Jiang Fei said as he kicked the metal door with force. Boom! His Thunder Gale kick technique that had been enhanced with Origin Force directly caused a dent on the metal door. Although Jiang Fei could easily open the door, there were too many people around. It would be difficult to explain how he opened the door of an extraterrestrial wreckage so easily as if it were the door of his own house. So, Jiang Fei could only force it open. Attention! Your behavior has not been authorized. Z8-001 immediately came to block Jiang Fei. His task was to protect the alien property. Breaking into this alien property was not a last resort, so he definitely could not watch Jiang Fei destroy this treasure. Cut the nonsense. Jiang Fei ignored the android and kicked the door again. Boom! A gap appeared in the severely deformed door. Attention! Stop your actions immediately, or you will be attacked. Z8-001 warned again. Okay. 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 No more kicking. Jiang Fei smiled, then walked to the front of the door and clasped the gap with both his hands. Then, he pulled the gap with force. Clang! Following a loud noise, Jiang Fei yanked the entire metal door out. Final warning. Stop your destructive actions immediately, or you will be attacked. Z8-001 meant it this time. He had retracted his right hand, revealing a dark muzzle. Wow! What's this? Jiang Fei acted like he was surprised. In actuality, what he saw was the planet Namek individual weapons that he had just thrown in. Identifying weapon codes, Z8-001 immediately responded to these weapons. The technology to create the androids originally came from the planet Namek game machine that Han Tianyu had gotten his hands on. So, the planet Namek individual weapons were naturally included in their database. It could even be said that these individual weapons were the exclusive equipment of these androids. Although artificial intelligence creations were prohibited from touching weapons from planet Namek, there were not that many rules in the game. Robot warfare was always the hottest game. Since they're weapons, what are you hesitating for? Hurry up and equip them. Can't you see that the enemies are coming? Jiang Fei tried his best to urge them. He spent so much effort just so he could make these androids take the weapons and proceed to become cannon fodder on the battlefield. Swoosh! A red light flashed through Z8-001's eyes. This time, he did not ask for authorization from Qin Tian, who was far away in China. Instead, he made his own decision. Z8 Special Task Force immediately equipped the new weapons. Z8-001 issued an order. Chapter 878, Saving Soaring Cloud Sect. Following Z8-001's order, all the androids came forward and got equipped with the planet Namek individual weapons. As they had the relevant data about these weapons, using them would not be a problem. Soon, the androids were armed. Younger brother Jiang, what are these things? Bai Wanli asked. Although he had just heard Jiang Fei shout the word weapons, he could not understand these planet Namek equipment at all. This is a technological weapon. You don't know how to use it anyway, don't bother. Jiang Fei waved his hand. Although these weapons had the potential to reach intermediate level 4 or even advanced level 4 at full power, these martial artists had never even touched a pistol before. These high-energy weapons were even more difficult to understand and maneuver. It would be worse if they accidentally hurt themselves or other martial artists. Moreover, these weapons were so limited that there was not even enough to arm all the androids. So, they could not be distributed to those low-level martial artists. What do we do next? Feng Shuani asked. Although he was eager for Jiang Fei to lead them and rescue the main force of Soaring Cloud sect, it was now obviously a trap set up by the mutants. If he wanted to rescue his sect, he would put everyone at great risk. So, Feng Shuani could not bring himself to say it. We have to save them. Although Jiang Fei was unhappy with Yi Tianshun and Ma Xiantong, Soaring Cloud sect was not a small force. If they allowed Soaring Cloud sect to die just like that, it would be a huge blow to the Chinese Martial Arts Alliance, both in terms of overall strength and morale. This would greatly reduce the strength of the Martial Arts Alliance. Thank you so much. Qin Xianming and Feng Shuani both knelt on the ground and bowed to Jiang Fei. Let's set off. Jiang Fei waved his hand and led the martial artists to the rescue. However, after the martial artists had run a few hundred meters, they realized that the androids had not moved. F*CK. Jiang Fei slapped his forehead. These androids were not martial artists. They would not listen to him at all. Although he had just armed them, if they did not cooperate with him, did that mean his efforts were for naught? Can't you see that the main force of the mutants is approaching us? Come and fight the enemy with me. Jiang Fei shouted at ZA-001. This task has not been authorized. ZA-001 instantly rejected Jiang Fei's request. His task was to defend the alien wreckage. So, without authorization, he would not leave this position. F*CK. How annoying. Contact Qin Tian. Jiang Fei arrived beside ZA-001 in a few steps. Confirming permission, confirmation passed. As Jiang Fei was the leader of the military's allied army, the android leader had no right to refuse if he asked to contact Qin Tian. Soon, the communication with Qin Tian was connected and Qin Tian's voice came out of the loudspeaker attached to ZA-001's shoulder. Some of us are now being chased down by the mutants, and I need the androids to cooperate with us on this rescue mission. Jiang Fei said to Qin Tian. Will this result in the alien wreckage being taken away? Qin Tian was a little hesitant. If the alien wreckage is taken away, we can still get it back, but if you don't let these androids cooperate with us on this rescue mission, we'll pack our bags and leave now. Jiang Fei immediately threatened Qin Tian. Qin Tian was speechless after he heard what Jiang Fei said. At that moment, he had no idea that Jiang Fei had armed these androids. However, it was useless even if he knew. After all, these androids could not stop the attacks of the mutants. Currently, the martial artists were the main force that could defend the alien wreckage. So, he definitely could not let these martial artists withdraw from the battlefield. Okay. After thinking about it, Qin Tian issued an order to ZA-001. I'm temporarily authorizing Jiang Fei as the full commander of this rescue mission. You and your special task force subordinates are under Jiang Fei's commands in this mission. Qin Tian had no other choice. Jiang Fei contacted him very urgently. He did not have time to understand the specific situation on the battlefield. He was afraid that the martial artists would really leave out of anger if he did not assist with the rescue mission. So, he could only give Jiang Fei permission. This way, regardless of whether the rescue mission was a success or not, Jiang Fei and the other martial artists would have no reason to blame the military. Authorization confirmed. ZA-001 immediately accepted the order. Z8-001 leading the Z8 Special Task Force reporting to our new commander. After ending the communication with Qin Tian, Z8-001 and the androids under his lead temporarily became Jiang Fei's subordinates. Okay. Let's go. Jiang Fei was overjoyed at this moment. He originally thought that Qin Tian would just make these robots cooperate with him. He did not expect Qin Tian to actually give him the entire command over these androids. Now, it was way easier for him to use these androids as cannon fodder. After obtaining full commanding authority, Jiang Fei led around 500 or 600 martial artists and more than 400 androids and went straight towards Soaring Cloud Sect's escape route. As Jiang Fei and the others had encountered some delays, the people from Soaring Cloud Sect were now already very close to them. In less than 5 minutes, Jiang Fei would meet these people. Oh! Thank goodness! We've finally met some reinforcements. When the people from Soaring Cloud Sect saw a large number of martial artists appear in front of them, they instantly felt calmer. Ah! Leader Bai! Taoist Master Ganyang! Thank God you're here. The leader Yi smiled. Sigh. Jiang Fei had no other response to give. Although he was unhappy with Yi Tianshan, everyone from Soaring Cloud Sect looked extremely pitiful. Yi Tianshan and everyone else from Soaring Cloud Sect were covered in sweat and dust and they looked exhausted. They were all out of breath from running. They were a group of martial artists, but they looked more like refugees who had fled their homes. Elder Yi, where is Leader Ma? Bai Wanli carefully looked through the group of Soaring Cloud Sect martial artists, but did not find Ma Xiantong. Sigh! He died in the battle, Yi Tianshan said sadly. What? Even Jiang Fei was shocked. Who would expect that the head of the top martial arts sect would actually die in Japan? Captain! The mutants are approaching. 0541 came with a warning. Jiang Fei nodded. As the people from Soaring Cloud Sect were being hunted down, the mutants behind them would soon arrive. Oh no! It's an ambush. The mutants' bait put up quite a good show. After they saw a large number of martial artists, they stopped in their tracks. Then, they turned around and ran. Leader Bai, Taoist Master Ganyang, help me kill these abominable mutants. Yi Tianshan shouted as he led Soaring Cloud Sect and chased after the mutants. He was like a stray dog that suddenly found its owner again. He felt like he had support again, which immediately emboldened him and lifted his morale. Chapter 879, Unbelievable, we must avenge our leader. When they saw that Yi Tianshan and Soaring Cloud Sect's main force had turned around to fight the mutants head-on, Qin Xianming and Feng Shuani followed suit. Although Ma Xiantong's favoritism toward Yi Tianshan made this pair of brothers very dissatisfied, the fact that their leader had been killed made them grieve. So, when they saw that Yi Tianshan was going to kill those mutants, they decided to join in on the attack. Younger brother Jiang, what do we do? Bai Wanli asked. These martial artists were shocked by the fact that Ma Xiantong had been killed and they were filled with righteous indignation. However, from the information Jiang Fei had provided, they knew that these mutants were just a bait. So, they did not rush in immediately. Jiang Fei did not speak. His brows furrowed for the umpteenth time. He did not expect that the people from Soaring Cloud Sect to suddenly rush in and fight the mutants. Charging into the battle irrationally like that was equivalent to suicide. F***CK. After 2 seconds of hesitation, Jiang Fei cursed. Although he clearly knew that these people from Soaring Cloud Sect were not going to win the battle, he could not just stay there and watch these people rush into the mutants' ambush. Go! Jiang Fei clenched his teeth and issued an order. All right. I was just waiting for you to say that. Zhu Tianfei smiled. He could not wait to fight with the mutants. Zhu Tianfei was a typical simple-minded man. He did not know anything about ambushes and strategies. These issues should be left to brainy people like Jiang Fei and Bai Wanli. All he had to do was execute the command and lead the martial artists into battle. Since Jiang Fei permitted them to go, Zhu Tianfei thought that Jiang Fei had a way to deal with the enemy's ambush. So, he did not think much about it. He immediately led the martial artists down the hill. They joined the people from Soaring Cloud sect and started to chase the mutants that fled. The mutants were way slower than the martial artists. After just 2 minutes, the martial artists had almost caught up to the 30 mutants. F***CK, you're scum. Jiang Fei managed to get to the front of the team soon after he rushed down the hill. At this time, he noticed that Yi Tianshan had quietly retreated to the middle of the team. The old man was obviously planning to take advantage of the situation and make use of the people around him. He was just going to hide at the back and wait to reap the rewards. Be careful, dear. This guy wants to kill you. All of a sudden, Ariel's voice rang in Jiang Fei's heart. Although it was inconvenient for her to participate in the battle directly because of her status as a level 5 metahuman, she was always around Jiang Fei, protecting him. So far, although the mutants and the martial artists had already had a big fight, the strong level 5 powerhouses of both sides had not participated in the war. This was akin to having two countries that were not willing to use nuclear weapons in war. The power of a level 5 metahuman was too destructive. If they attacked, the war between the two sides would become a race to slaughter low-level metahumans, which would eventually lead to the extinction of metahumans who were lower than level 5. This was because it was very difficult for level 5 metahumans to kill each other. They had to have an absolute advantage over their enemies and had to use a god blade to kill them. Otherwise, level 5 metahumans were immortal. However, it was difficult to satisfy these conditions. So, if level 5 metahumans got involved in the war, they would definitely kill the low-level metahumans on the enemy's side. It would be an absolute disaster for the entire metahuman community. Therefore, even if their side got defeated in the war, the level 5 powerhouses would generally not intervene as long as they were not faced with the situation of being slaughtered and becoming extinct. Precisely because of this, even though Ariel was always with Jiang Fei, she could not directly intervene in his matters. Isn't that normal? This old man has been wanting to kill me for a long time. Jiang Fei was not too bothered by Ariel's words. After all, ever since Yi Zhangfa died, Jiang Fei had been a constant thorn on Yi Tianshan's side. This was no longer news to Jiang Fei. No! This time, his murderous intent is particularly strong. And it's not just limited to you. It's inclusive of Bai Wanli and the other martial artists. Ariel said quickly. This time, Ariel's words caught Jiang Fei's attention. Jiang Fei could understand if Yi Tianshan wanted to kill him. But him wanting to kill the other martial artists as well was very out of place. 0541. Scan! Jiang Fei ordered in his heart. Swoosh! After receiving Jiang Fei's order, 0541 immediately released a scanning wave. Reporting, Captain. I've discovered electronic signals coming from Yi Tianshan and those from Soaring Cloud sect who managed to escape death. 0541 soon came up with scanning results that shocked Jiang Fei. What? Although Jiang Fei had only asked 0541 to make a scan because he had doubts, when the results were placed in front of him, it was not something he could accept so easily. Soaring Cloud sect, the top martial arts sect in China, had betrayed the martial arts alliance. Soaring Cloud sect had sided with the mutants. It was not just Jiang Fei. No martial artist would be able to accept such shocking news. However, that was the truth. 0541's scan results would never go wrong. Immediately, Jiang Fei quickly linked the shocking news to Yi Tianshan's abnormal behavior. Originally, he had been like a stray dog that was being chased. However, he actually turned around and wanted to fight back as soon as he saw the reinforcements. This was definitely a deliberate attempt to attract the martial artists into the encirclement of the mutants. F***CK. Jiang Fei slapped his thighs. He did not think that Yi Tianshan would actually go that far. Everyone, stop chasing. Retreat immediately. Jiang Fei immediately stopped in his tracks, then ordered loudly. What's going on? As soon as Jiang Fei issued the order, the androids stopped moving. However, all the martial artists were confused. Younger brother Jiang, what happened? Zhu Tianfei ran to Jiang Fei's side and asked in a dissatisfied tone. There's no time to explain. Everyone retreat immediately. If you don't obey the order, you'll get injured or you'll die. Jiang Fei clenched his teeth. Although Zhu Tianfei was dissatisfied with Jiang Fei's orders. Jiang Fei had already established authority among them during this time. However unhappy he was with the decision, Zhu Tianfei still obeyed Jiang Fei's order. Mr. Jiang, what's the matter? Are we not going to avenge our leader? Qin Xianming stared into Jiang Fei's eyes and asked. His eyes were bloodshot. The fact that Ma Xiantong had been killed came as a huge blow to him. There's no time to explain. Obey the order, Jiang Fei said coldly. Although there were no electronic equipment on Qin Xianming and the others, Jiang Fei no longer had any trust in the people from Soaring Cloud sect now. No! We must avenge Leader Ma. As soon as he realized that the martial artists had stopped chasing, Yi Tianxun, who had no idea that he had already been exposed, jumped out in objection. Chapter 880, Decisiveness, Yes. We have to avenge Leader Ma. After Yi Tianxun took the lead, the other Soaring Cloud sect disciples who followed him into betrayal also started to object. My leader was killed. We must avenge him. Yi Tianxun exclaimed. Okay. You guys go, then, Jiang Fei said calmly as he looked at Yi Tianxun. It was as if he were watching a poor clown performing alone on a stage. Yi Tianxun did not expect Jiang Fei to turn his back on them. He suddenly did not know what to do because he was unsure of Jiang Fei's abrupt stop. Did Jiang Fei find out that he was a traitor? Or was Jiang Fei acting like that because of the personal enmity between the both of them? If it was because of the latter, it would be easier to deal with. After all the martial artists knew about Jiang Fei and Yi Tianxun's personal enmities. However, if Jiang Fei had debunked his act, then... When he thought about this, Yi Tianxun did not dare to continue thinking. The consequences were too scary. At that moment, he was not only betraying Soaring Cloud sect, but also the China Martial Arts Alliance. If the ancestor Feng Tianqi got to know about this, he would not be merciful. If unlucky, Feng Tianqi might even kill all the traitors personally. Little Jiang, what kind of nonsense are you spouting? Are you going to stop all the martial artists from promoting justice for Soaring Cloud sect just because of your personal grievances? Yi Tianxun knew how terrible the consequences would be if they were exposed, so he immediately started to attack Jiang Fei to make Jiang Fei seem like the bad guy. Captain, the group of Pinnacle Level 4 biomutants is approaching us quietly. 0541 gave Jiang Fei some bad news. F*CK. Jiang Fei was getting pissed. He now hated Yi Tianxun to the core. If he could, he would just kill Yi Tianxun now. However, he was currently in a difficult position. The mutants were just waiting for the right opportunity. If the martial artists had internal conflict at such a time, it would be advantageous to the enemies. However, if they did not dispose of the Soaring Cloud sect scum now, these traitors would cause way more destruction once the battle began. Captain, indecisiveness leads to disaster. 0541 rarely gave any advice to Jiang Fei directly. You're right. 0541's words woke Jiang Fei up. Little Jiang, you're the commander of the joint army, but you're bringing your personal grievances into this. Is this how you serve your people? Yi Tianxun was still yelling at him for a very simple reason. Even if Jiang Fei and the others did not continue to pursue the bait, as long as he delayed them and made them stay there, the huge mutant army could still make it. Then, the huge mutant army would eliminate the martial artists in one fell swoop. After these people die without testimony, he would be able to push all the blame on Jiang Fei. He could say that Jiang Fei's commanding was weak, which led to the defeat of the Martial Arts Alliance. He would then rise to be the last hero maintaining the essence of martial artists. The Chinese level 5 powerhouses would not blame him and he might even be awarded Ariel! Suppress these people. Murderous intent suddenly filled Jiang Fei's eyes. What are you trying to do? Yi Tianxun, who had been staring into Jiang Fei's eyes, immediately noticed the murderous intent in Jiang Fei's eyes. He knew that he was in trouble, but it was too late. Boom! Horrifying pressure came down upon the area. Nobody could go against the will of a level 5 powerhouse. What's going on? Bai Wanli and the others were dumbfounded. They had all seen Ariel before. However, as Ariel had never shown her powers, nobody had expected the young girl to actually be a level 5 powerhouse. It was not just the martial artists. Even the mutants who were coming for them suddenly stopped dead in their tracks. The horrifying atmosphere created by the level 5 made them afraid, and they did not dare to approach the area. Even though level 5 powerhouses would not rush into the battlefield, nobody knew the specifics of the situation. So, nobody wanted to risk their lives. Hence, all the mutants stopped moving forward. The 30 Scarlet Hunters also did not dare to get closer. Instead, they kept watching at a considerable distance. Jiang Fei! What are you trying to do? Yi Tianxun was really panicking. Feng Tianqi was far away in China. No one here could save him. Even if Jiang Fei did not discover his betrayal and was only killing him because of their personal enmities, his death was certain. Kill! Jiang Fei's voice was very low, but it shocked everyone present. Younger brother Jiang, calm down. Bai Wanli and the others did not know the truth, so they quickly came out to stop him. Kill! Jiang Fei's tone was very firm. Although the martial artists would not necessarily listen to Jiang Fei's orders, he still had 25 biohuman girls around him. As you wish. Hong Yu was a soldier from the Saints' Guards. She did not care if these people should or should not die. As soon as Jiang Fei's order left his lips, she would execute it immediately. You can't kill me! Yi Tianxun shouted, but he could not break through the pressure that the level 5 powerhouse had created. Slash. Hong Yu arrived in front of Yi Tianxun. Without a word, she swung her sword and Yi Tianxun's head fell to the ground. Ah! The other martial artists were extremely scared. They originally thought that Jiang Fei was just trying to scare Yi Tianxun. No one thought that Jiang Fei was for real. Slash. While the martial artists were busy being shocked, the other biohuman girls had also started to execute Jiang Fei's order. All the Soaring Cloud sect traitors were killed. What about them? Hong Yu pointed to Qin Xianming, Feng Shuani, and the others, and asked. Although these people did not have any electronic equipment attached to them, they were also members of Soaring Cloud sect. So, Ariel had also suppressed them. Jiang Fei looked around for a moment. The entire mountain road was silent. All the martial artists were frightened by Jiang Fei's actions. Moreover, the sudden appearance of a level 5 powerhouse shocked them so much that no one dared to utter a single word. Search! Jiang Fei spit out a word. At the same time, he told Ariel to monitor the thoughts of Qin Xianming and the others. This was for a very simple reason. Jiang Fei wanted to see the reaction of Qin Xianming and the others after he revealed the spy devices attached to the Soaring Cloud sect traitors. If there was even a slight chance of these people betraying them, Jiang Fei would kill them. He had already been betrayed by conceited martial artists several times, so Jiang Fei's heart was completely cold. He now had zero tolerance for these martial artists, especially those from Soaring Cloud sect. As long as there was a possibility that they were spies, he would not let them off the hook. Thud, thud. Soon, the biohuman girls found all the spy devices attached to the traitors and threw them all over the floor. This, Bai Wanli and the others were dumbstruck. Although they did not understand these technological products, the people from the Zhanle clan had the exact same ones. So, they knew that those were spy devices. Soaring Cloud sect betrayed the alliance. How can this be? Just like how Jiang Fei had reacted previously, almost all the martial artists could not accept it. However, the fact was right in front of them, so they had to believe it however harsh the truth was. This is impossible, Qin Xianming and Feng Shuani exclaimed. Undoubtedly, it was the hardest for them to accept the fact that Soaring Cloud sect had betrayed the alliance. Chapter 881, Morale at its lowest. Qin Xianming and Feng Shuani were already beaten down to their limit. The other disciples of Soaring Cloud sect were also mentally broken. Although they had walked through the valley of shadow and death, they had endured every temptation to knock on death's door. That unyielding mentality was cultured through the practices of Soaring Cloud sect. They had viewed their own sect with the highest regards. That was why when everyone received the ill news about Yi Tianxun betraying the sect, everyone was shocked down to their soul. No matter whether it was now or before, Soaring Cloud sect was the biggest, most powerful sect, where the disciples or anyone that was associated with the sect would be respected by all. It was the mark of pride that they had been carrying since the day they had decided to enroll in the School of Martial Arts. Yet right now, they had been branded as the betrayers of the Martial Artists Alliance. They had become the one target that everyone would spit upon. It was a huge blow for all Soaring Cloud sect members. The one thing that they could not accept. They are all shocked about it, but they are not the same as the Yi Tianxun. Ariel whispered what she had gathered from the disciples to Jiang Fei. I understand. As long as they do not pose any threat to the rest of us here, said Jiang Fei. It mattered not, but if those that were with Yi Tianxun would remain on the other side, Ariel could pin them down easily, not that they would. We need to get out of here, said Jiang Fei. They had just sprung the trap that was Yi Tianxun, and they need to be someplace else to recollect their broken spirit. Besides the androids that were emotionless, the only people that were still bewildered by the news were only the martial artists. Even Jiang Fei's army of biohumans were frowning when they had realized what was going on, what more the other regular martial artists. Soaring Cloud sect was always considered to be the big brother of the alliance. If they had fallen to the temptation of betrayal, what would the others think? Right that moment, many of the martial artists had conflicted ideals and opinions within themselves. Very well, Bai Wanli answered with words that took him an effort to utter. Not even the elders of other sects could accept what had just taken place. Should it have been other sects that had betrayed the alliance, understanding would come easier, as there were always going to be weaklings wanting the easy way out. The fact that it was Soaring Cloud sect that was famed to be the strongest, the most disciplined, and the most loyal to China, that had fallen into the depths of temptation and betrayal was what they could not comprehend. Everyone's head was hung down. Their morale was gone. If it were not for Ariel's level 5 power that lingered within that area, the mutants could easily destroy the entire martial artists alliance in Japan, excluding Jiang Fei, easily without any effort. All of them had plunged into despair so deep that they did not even care about fighting anymore. The only two people that were still sane and strong were Ariel and Jiang Fei. Ariel was not at all affected by anything as long as it was not Jiang Fei on the chopping block. Jiang Fei, on the other hand, did not waver. He did not at all regret his decision to kill Yi Tianxun. Had he not killed him, the mutants, along with Yi Tianxun and the gang of betrayers, would have decimated the entire group. Fortunately, the martial artists were still able to move around, following Jiang Fei's lead to the canyon where the alien artifact was situated at. Ariel, that should be enough, said Jiang Fei. Ariel, being a level 5 metahuman, was not allowed to participate in a battle. Her earlier actions were treading on thin ice. However, all that she had attacked were only her own allies that had betrayed the alliance. She had not laid hands on any mutants. Hence, her actions would not be considered as having broken any rules. Very well, said Ariel before retracting her powers. When Ariel returned to Jiang Fei's side, everyone was still in their own bubble of dejection. Jiang Fei himself was unfortunately affected by this. He needed to figure out a way to get them back on their feet. While Jiang Fei and the rest of the martial artists were suffering through mental anguish, the mutants were somehow affected by it. They had just lost all their connection to the spying tools that they had implanted on the martial artists' betrayers. Not only that, they had clearly detected a sudden impulse of power that can only originate from a level 5 metahuman. All of the mutants that were collaborating with Yi Tianxun stopped following them the minute they felt the power surge coming from Ariel. It was only when the martial artists had left the scene of the crime, and when Ariel had removed any trace of her power left, did the mutants finally sigh a breath of relief. It was known to all that a level 5 metahuman was seen as an entity that could transcend the realm of humanity. Like a nuclear bomb, everyone would fear to even stand next to a level 5. If provoked to act, these entities would not bow to the rules of men. They could literally eliminate anyone they did not like, with a snap of a finger. Be it an ally or an enemy, no one would dare to mess with a level 5 metahuman. Hence, it was not strange when the mutants stopped in their tracks when they felt Ariel's power. "What should we do now?" asked a Scarlet Hunter to Blood Baron. When Ariel had used her powers to suppress Yi Tianshun and the others, they were the closest group of mutants. They had felt the strongest wave of fear. If I'm right, level 5 metahumans should not interfere with any of the fights. But who am I to judge those crazy power holders? They are the supreme beings. No one could dictate their every move, said Baron Blood as he frowned. Even though their group consisted of 30 level 4 pinnacle stage mutants, they would be seen as a small pebble, just like regular humans. "Should we continue?" asked another Scarlet Hunter. "Not all of us. I want you to head ahead and scout the area first. Remember to run at the first encounter of danger," said Baron Blood. "What?" "Me," said that Scarlet Hunter, regretting his decision of having said anything. How could someone like him ever outrun a level 5 monster? "Enough. This is an order." Blood Baron barked at that Scarlet Hunter. It was only logical to send someone into survey, but he would never be a hero in times like this. "Fine. But if anything happens to me, please take care of my family," said the Scarlet Hunter as he braved himself to head out. "Don't jinx yourself," said Baron Blood as he chuckled. The Scarlet Hunter headed out without turning back. Since they were not expecting an attack, the Scarlet Hunter headed out at intense speed without worrying about being attacked. When he arrived at the source of the power surge, he was shocked to see dead, dismembered bodies without heads, and a pile of destroyed spying machinery. It was laid out there deliberately by Jiang Fei. He had purposely left the bodies of Yi Tianshun and the others to spell out a message to anyone who sees it. Anyone who dared to plot against him would be found out and executed. Jiang Fei made it so to send a message as well as to delay the mutants from attacking them. Unbeknownst to the mutants, the martial artists were in no shape to fight at all. He needed to buy as much time as possible for them to get their SH*T together. "Boss, Yi Tianshun and the others were killed. I am sure that a level 5 metahuman is involved," said the Scarlet Hunter. "I see. It'll be right there," Blood Baron replied and took the rest of the Scarlet Hunters to where the remains of Yi Tianshun and the others were. Chapter 882, Trick is Better Than Treat. A few minutes later, all 30 Scarlet Hunters gathered at the scene of the crime. What a sight! Blood Baron cringed when he saw how it had turned out for Yi Tianshun and the others who betrayed the alliance. Including Yi Tianshun, there were 45 Chinese martial artists that were headless. The severed heads were all piled up together next to the bodies they were once part of. Judging from the scene of the incident, it was obvious that none of these dead people had put up a fight before they were killed. It was undoubtedly the work of the level 5 metahuman. "Looks like the level 5s have been keeping an eye on this war," said Blood Baron. Even though one of them had come and done something, it was only to kill the betrayers of their own brothers. Indirectly they were involved, but not so much that it would tip the balance of the war. "What's next?" "Dig a hole and bury them nicely. It is the least we can do." "They were our allies for a brief moment," said Blood Baron. "Yes, sir," said the Scarlet Hunter. With a wave of his hand, the man blasted the ground with a powerful deep red beam of energy and created a hole so big that one could say that a meteor had landed there. All the Scarlet Hunters worked together and buried all the deceased in the hole. With another blast of energy, the hole was covered nicely with rocks and dirt. "Let's go." Blood Baron dusted himself off and left the makeshift grave without a tombstone. The grave of betrayers did not deserve to have a tombstone for the crimes they had committed. That was the end of Yi Tianshun, the once respected and feared Grand Elder of the Soaring Cloud sect, buried in a land far from his birthplace. along with the others who joined his cause, without anyone warning them. Blood Baron and his fellow Scarlet Hunters headed out to track down Jiang Fei and the other surviving martial artists. They did so slowly and quietly since they were scared of the level 5 metahuman. They could not be sure if that level 5 metahuman was still in Japan aiding the martial artists or had already left them to fend for themselves. Just when they were slowly walking along the canyon, Blood Baron received a call from Lincoln. "What's going on there? Why am I receiving news about the appearance of a level 5 metahuman?" Lincoln barked. "It's Yi Tianchun." They had failed their act and exposed themselves. I saw the aftermath and concluded that a level 5 metahuman had come to clean out the rats. Every martial artist that came to our side had been killed, Blood Baron reported. Lincoln kept quiet for a while. "I understand the situation," Lincoln said, with a heavy heart. "If any of you betrayed the Brotherhood, it would not be strange if level 5 mutants were dispatched to kill you. Never, sir. We will never betray the Brotherhood. We swore our undying fealty to the Brotherhood," cried Blood Baron, frightened. He did not know that Lincoln had only said that at the spur of the moment. Even though the Scarlet Hunters were all pinnacle stage level 4s, none of them could fight the Vice President of the Mutant Brotherhood, Lincoln. Like what he had said, there were level 5 mutants that acted on their own accord. They could simply blink and the entire corps of Scarlet Hunters would be killed. Do not do anything just yet. The level 5 metahuman might still be within the vicinity. Even though they were not allowed to participate in the war, they might still kill one or two of you in the name of self-defense. "Do not try it," said Lincoln. He had the same thought as Blood Baron. "I understand," said Blood Baron. "Stay put." "We are coming to you," said Lincoln before hanging up. The best time to strike was while the martial artists had their morale at its lowest. While the mutants were organizing their attacks, Jiang Fei was trying to remotivate the solemn martial artists. Unfortunately, his efforts were in vain as nothing seemed to be working. "How can we fight when even the Soaring Clouds sect had already betrayed us?" cried Jiang Fei as he flung his sword before it plunged deep into the ground and he himself fell, fatigued mentally and physically. He had lost the motivation and his senses. Even he could not tell what they were fighting for. Bai Wanli sighed heavily. "What do you think we should do now?" said Ganyang Zhenren. The sects that were second to the Soaring Clouds sect were the Snow Mountain sect and the Rainbow Longsword sect. "Brother Jiang Fei." Bai Wanli turned to Jiang Fei and tried to speak. "You are thinking of backing away from the fight," said Jiang Fei, blatantly. "We are in no position to continue this war. Look at our disciples. None of them are willing to fight anymore. We are a lost cause." Bai Wanli cried. "That is true. I have always thought that the Alliance was just a playground for the Soaring Cloud sect. Right now, the owner of the toy has gotten sick of it and decided to throw it away. I bet you wouldn't want to play anymore too." "I understand. You can go back to China and disband the Alliance for all I care. You should take care of it since the name China Martial Art Alliance is nothing but a disgrace to you lot." Jiang Fei barked, trying his best to provoke the others in hopes they would not give up the fight. That was the last method. If treating them nicely did not work, he might as well resort to trickery. Bai Wanli sighed even heavier upon hearing Jiang Fei's words. Even though they were angry and mad, they could not muster the strength to make a comeback. "Heh. Let's say I have no problem in letting you go. Would the mutants be as kind as I am?" said Jiang Fei. If trickery and provocation were not enough to rattle them, perhaps a threat to their own lives might work. "Brother Jiang Fei, couldn't the military soldiers escort us home?" Bai Wanli asked. "Heh." Jiang Fei scoffed. "Don't you know that if you tried to leave an active war zone, it is considered as an act of treason? Even if you don't consider yourself under their command and do not obey their rules of war, do you think they would just send someone over, risking their lives so that you could go home?" Ugh. Bai Wanli shrank away. Jiang Fei did not hold anything back. The term treason was painful to hear. "Since none of you want to continue this fight, you may do as you please. Do not think that others will understand," said Jiang Fei as he waved his hand. gesturing the martial artists to go away and leave him alone. Everyone froze. They did not know how they would fend for themselves should they choose to go on their own. Not only did they have to face the problem of being hunted by mutants, they would also have to deal with food problems once they were cut off from Jiang Fei and the military. Although China and Japan were just across the sea from each other, only level 4 pinnacle stage martial artists were capable of skipping on water to travel across the sea. No one else could do what they could. Chapter 883, Casting the Net. Jiang Fei understood that he had gone over the line. The martial artists were on the brink of collapsing from all the accumulated physical and mental fatigue. If Jiang Fei continued to pressure them without actually giving them a way out, they might betray the alliance as a whole and turn to the mutants for support. As Jiang Fei was preparing to make an exodus for the martial artists, ZA-001 suddenly came over. "If you insist on returning, the militants will provide you a ship," said ZA-001. "What did you just say?" cried Jiang Fei before anyone else could even respond. He immediately turned to Ariel, hoping that she could do her magic on the android and get some truth to his words. Unfortunately, Ariel's power could only accurately identify truths and lies made by humans, and not machines. ZA-001's news was too strange for Jiang Fei to accept. Based on what he knew about the military, they would never allow them to leave Japan, much less provide a safe passage back to China. What could the military get in exchange for doing so? Did they or did they not want the alien artifact? Only Jiang Fei knew that the alien artifact was fake since he was the one planted it there. There was no way the military knew about it. If they allowed the martial artists to leave, the alien artifact would be left unattended, leaving it open to the mutants to claim. When Jiang Fei released the information about the alien artifact, he had specifically explained that it was a biolab. This information was taken as a truth to the Americans, the mutants, the Chinese, and the martial artists. "I want to talk to Qin Tian." Jiang Fei barked at ZA-001. Due to his sudden outburst, he had failed to notice the sudden gaze of curiosity from the martial artists. The priority for the martial artists was to return home as soon as possible. While the military had agreed to provide a safe route for them to return home, Jiang Fei had wanted them to stay in Japan to continue risking their lives to fight. Naturally, everyone, including the elders, had a certain fixation on Jiang Fei. "Mr. Jiang Fei, what seems to be the problem?" Qin Tian asked. "Is it true? Are you giving us a safe passage back home?" Jiang Fei asked. "Of course. If the martial artists do not want to continue helping the military, we will not press further on. War is not something just any civilian should participate in. Even if they were strong, it is the job of the government and the military to provide protection," said Qin Tian. His tone suggested confidence. Jiang Fei hummed. Qin Tian's words might sound all high and mighty, but Jiang Fei could not shake the fact that he was hiding something. "If there's nothing else, I will take my leave now. Just relay anything you need to ZA-001. I will send a ship to pick you up," said Qin Tian before ending the call. Brother Jiang Fei. When Jiang Fei was done with the call, he heard Bai Wanli and the rest of the martial artists begin to grovel for sympathy. The call was made with ZA-001's onboard communicator, which broadcast the call in a loudspeaker. Everyone heard the conversation. Qin Tian had said what they wanted to hear. Right now, they wanted to know what Jiang Fei felt about it. "I have a bad feeling about all of this. However, if you insist on returning to the motherland, I have nothing else to add," said Jiang Fei. He had given up on trying to persuade these morons to try. The martial artists were in dire need of help, and the military had given them exactly what they needed at the last minute, like a warm meal in cold weather. If Jiang Fei stopped the martial artists from going back home, he would be seen as the villain. "Brother Jiang Fei, please understand. I wish to remain here to fight this war with you. But take a look at our disciples. Their morale is so low that there's no way they could pick themselves up. I have an idea. After these kids are back at home, I will return here to fight with you. That way, I can die fighting, with honor," said Jiang Fei. He had only said something like that because he thought that their collective actions had offended Jiang Fei. That's right. We will do the same, the other sect leaders followed. Humph. Jiang Fei scoffed. Zhu Tianfei was a straightforward man who said things he really meant. The words from the others, however, were exactly that to Jiang Fei, words. Jiang Fei knew this, and he could even see that out of 10, only one would return to Japan. Do what you want. As I said, I have nothing else to add, said Jiang Fei, turning his back to them as he paced slowly away. Jiang Fei played only a small role in this war. Be it for protecting the nation's security and interests, or fighting for something else, Jiang Fei being there was a favor to others. Now that the martial artists had clearly expressed their desire to return home, there was no need for Jiang Fei to continue being there. After thinking for a while and calming down, Jiang Fei had decided to ignore everything about the martial artist alliance. To hell with them, even if the military or the mutants had a plot against them. He had decided to just return home after the war here and protect only those who mattered to him. At the very least, he was confident enough to do so with his current ability. Thank you, Brother Jiang Fei. We will not forget what you have done for us, said Bai Wanli before bowing to Jiang Fei. The rest of the martial artists followed suit. Jiang Fei nodded only and ignored the whole lot of them as they got busy packing their belongings to return home. Somewhere in China's secret military base, Qin Tian and Fan Yao were talking to each other via video call. Sir, the plan is in action, everything is going smoothly as planned, said Qin Tian. Very good. You have done well for the country. Rest assured, the country will reward you accordingly for your contribution. Thank you, sir. The plan is very intricate. We have backup plans over backup plans. There will not be any failure, said Qin Tian. Good. Work together with Nie Long. I expect nothing but victory, said Fan Yao. Absolutely, sir. General Nie was once my commander. Our cooperation will be flawless, that's reassuring. Go now. I will wait for the good news, said Fan Yao. Contact Z9 Special Assault Team and have them prep for the strike, said Qin Tian, giving out the order to his subordinates. Yes, sir, his subordinates said before going off to carry out his order. The military had prepared everything beforehand. They had made the net, and now they were ready to cast it out. Be it fishes or whales, or even nothing at all, only Qin Tian and Nie Long would know. Chapter 884, Retreat. While the military in China was preparing their next actions, the martial artists in Japan were packing up to return to China. They had gotten their hopes up at the thought of returning to China and gained a little bit of morale. Has everyone made preparations to return as well? Jiang Fei directed his words at Hong Yu. If everyone wanted to go back, he would do the same. He did not want to involve the other girls in a fight that no longer held any meaning. In no time at all, everyone was all packed and ready to go, and they reported to ZA-001. Your ship will arrive in 3 hours. Please gather at M105 and wait there. The ship will leave punctually, with or without you, so please do not miss the allocated time, said ZA-001. Where is M105? Jiang Fei asked. ZA-001 projected an image to the ground. The holographic image showed their current position in Japan and where they would be going. M105 was a beach that was close to their current location. If everyone ran with everything they had, it would only take them less than an hour to reach. Jiang Fei felt bad. He knew that the road to salvation would not be easy. Even though they had clearly abandoned the alien artifact, the mutants would still be able to catch up to them. Based on their obvious tracks and movements, the mutants would know what was up and would not mind chasing after them to deliver a last parting gift to the martial artists. The martial artists were definitely slower than the mutants. It was without a doubt that the mutants would attack them with every chance they get. Without the hope of returning home in mind, the martial artists would immediately give up if they were attacked. Peaceful times make weak men. Such weak men can't handle the stress of war. What's the use of practicing martial arts if one can't even handle such a menial task? Jiang Fei mumbled to himself. His voice was soft but loud enough for Bai Wanli and the other elders to hear. His statement was power. Jiang Fei was a young boy who grew up in peaceful times. Yet, he was able to handle the stress of war whilst these prideful martial artists who had been training all their lives could not even stand their ground and fight to the end. While the hard truth of Soaring Cloud's sect betraying China came as a shock to everyone, it was not the main reason why they had lost their will to fight. They had merely used it as an excuse to leave Japan to get away from the war. To tell the truth, they were terrified of getting injured. Even though the martial artists had gone through tough times, they were only small missions that involved only a few men. As tough as the missions were, they had only suffered through the loss of 1 or 2 men who died in a fight. Even in the previous fight in Japan, the Alliance had only lost very few men and most of them were level 3 disciples. This time, the scale of the fight they had to participate in was a whole other level. The enemies were strong. More than 10 sects had faced extinction-level events and even Soaring Cloud's sect, the strongest sect in China, had betrayed their nation. To be fair, with all the goings-on laid out like that, they were confident Jiang Fei would see reason. When everyone started to move out, Jiang Fei turned to Z8-001 and asked, "Are you coming with us?" "Affirmative. We will escort you safely to the ship. Aren't you retreating? We are soldiers." "We will never retreat before accomplishing our mission," said Z8-001, appearing to be capable of projecting emotion. Jiang Fei could feel a sense of honor from his words. "I understand. Thank you for your hard work," said Jiang Fei. Even though he had always treated these robots as cannon fodder, he had suddenly developed a feeling of sympathy toward these androids. "Thank you," said Z8-001 as its eye glowed red. "Let's go," said Bai Wanli. None of the martial artists wanted to stay in Japan for a second longer. The sooner they leave, the happier they would be. "All right." Jiang Fei caved in. Leaving sooner or later did not matter for him. It was better to leave earlier to make up for the time lost in case they were all attacked. As everyone started to move, the scouts, the Scarlet Hunters, contacted Lincoln. "Sir, the martial artists are leaving," said Baron Blood. "What's going on? Why are they leaving? Did they find you?" Lincoln asked worriedly and sounded frustrated. He could not understand why they would leave such a position that was only advantageous to them. None of the mutants had yet to understand that the martial artists were leading Japan. "I don't think so. Their movement is odd," Baron Blood answered. Even though he was sure that he was still well hidden, the martial artists were coming toward his direction. "Don't make any sudden movements. Continue observing them and report back to me," said Lincoln. All the mutants in the Scarlet Hunter group were at the pinnacle stage of level 4. However, if all of the martial artists there attacked in unison, there was a chance they might be decimated. "I understand," said Baron Blood. He took his men and fell back slowly to create a buffer distance between them and the martial artists. "What a drag," Jiang Fei muttered to himself. 0541 had detected the Scarlet Hunters a long time ago, however, Jiang Fei had decided not to do anything about it. Without Ariel's help, Jiang Fei could never fight all 30 level 4 Scarlet Hunters by himself. Even worse, it would be impossible for Jiang Fei to get every martial artist there to cooperate with him. "What should we do, darling?" Ariel asked worriedly. Her powerful psychic ability allowed her to detect the Scarlet Hunters, much like 0541's proximity sensors. "Nothing yet." "Well, cross that bridge when we get to it," said Jiang Fei, disheartened and disappointed. He was so frustrated at the martial artists that he could not care less about the incoming threat. Because of Jiang Fei's silence, everyone was oblivious to the fact that they were being observed by the mutants. Everyone moved on forward to the rendezvous point without a care for an enemy attack. "What the hell? It seems like they are coming directly at us," cried Baron Blood. He had misunderstood the movement of the martial artists. They were running at full speed because of the excitement they had as they were heading home. He quickly ran toward another direction, away from the martial artists. "Sir, we might have been compromised." "They are coming right at us," cried Baron Blood, reporting to Lincoln. "Don't allow them to fight you just yet. Retreat toward my direction." "We are coming for you," said Lincoln, his eyebrows furrowed. He had no idea why the martial artists were moving at such intense speed. He had thought, perhaps, they were running toward another group of reinforcement. With that thought in mind, Lincoln immediately contacted the American Navy. Due to the previous performance of the 7th Fleet, they were now assigned to be the strike team, tasked to provide fire support to the 3rd Fleet that was placed in a defensive position in the Pacific Ocean. "Mr. Lincoln, what can we do you for?" asked the 3rd Fleet Commander Halsey, respectfully. "Do me a favor and use whatever method you can to scan for enemy vessel both on and under the sea," said Lincoln. Chapter 885, All-Out War, Request Received. Halsey replied. Even though Halsey did not answer to Lincoln, he was still obeying his orders since Halsey was only a normal human, while Lincoln was the vice president of the Mutant Brotherhood. He had no qualms about using military appliances to help the mutants' cause, especially since they were fighting against the Chinese naval fleet. On the other hand, if they were against landed militants or air force, the military might not be able to assist Lincoln. The Americans had superior dominance in naval warfare. They had been keeping at it for a very long time and had been making sure they owned the largest fleet in the ocean. Even if they were faced with the naval fleets of the next 10 countries combined, they had the utmost confidence that they would be able to defeat all of them. With such confidence, Halsey had no worries for any enemy vessels. If the Chinese dared to send out their vessels into shallow water, he could still deal with it via short-range missiles and airborne weaponry. The true destructive power lied in the deep sea. He would make sure anyone who dared to challenge the American Navy in the ocean would have a reserved spot in Davy Jones' locker. Since China was America's enemy, Halsey followed Lincoln's orders without guilt. He launched several unmanned drones into the air and started to sweep the entire sea near the eastern side of Japan, trying to find the enemies of which Lincoln had asked for. Unexpectedly, to Halsey's bewilderment, he found the entire fleet of China's naval fleet. From the images gathered, it was safe to say that China had deployed everything they had. Both the southern and eastern fleets were combined to form one great one. They were, as Lincoln predicted, heading toward Japan. "Jesus! Are they going all out?" cried Halsey. After confirming the report, Halsey made the decision to launch a counterattack. Notify the 7th Fleet and intercept the Chinese. Launch a warning flare. If they dare to attack, we will turn them into fish food. After cooperating with Commander Robert, Halsey hastily made a report to the President of the United States. "I find it hard to believe your report," said the President, on the phone with Halsey. Although he had already obtained authorization to openly declare war with China and was itching to strike first, the mutants had requested assistance in retrieving the alien artifact, so the American Navy had to change their objectives to support the mutants. However, since Chinese was sending everything they had to Japan, the President thought that it might be a good chance to attack them instead. "I hereby command the 3rd and 7th Fleet to destroy the China naval fleet. Dispatch all available vessels from the Pacific Ocean as well as the joint ally European vessel from the Indian Ocean to create a cutoff point to stop the Chinese from retreating. I want to see the complete destruction of every Chinese vessel." As soon as the President's office had made the decision to attack the Chinese, a press conference was made. Reporters from all available media platforms arrived at the last minute to hear the news about the United States of America attacking China's Navy in the name of their refusal to cooperate and the imminent threat of alien terrorism. The information, with the help of the various form of media, spread across the world with a click of a button. Everyone who heard or read the news knew that this move would signify the next step in human progress, the start of the next World War. While the President of the United States of America did not directly announce that he would want to attack China, the action of attacking the soldiers of China in the sea already meant that America would be willing to go as far as escalating the war into mainland China. Attacking the naval fleet was only the start. After a very short period of time, China made a public announcement to declare that America was only trying to create unwanted conflicts by making false accusations. They would want to clear their name to reveal what America was really doing. If they wanted to have a war, they would be given one. Both sides had made their declarations, further igniting the fuse that made the entire world scared and worried. When the news about China wanting to fight back was heard, citizens had divided responses. Some were scared while some were excited. The elders were nonchalant about it while the youths were reacting violently. Military drafts were opened and many young men and women registered their names at their nearest military outposts. That was how united were the people of China was. Unfortunately, the military rejected almost 90% of applications. Their current military strength was so strong that they did not need additional troops. This information was not taken well by those who drafted. Even though China was strong, the citizens knew that America did not lose in strength. They had been powerful since ancient times and had even dared to declare that they had the largest stockade of weaponry in the world. With nothing to prove their confidence, the citizens of China had no clue as to how China's military would be fighting on even grounds with the Americans. The first domino piece had been knocked over and the first move was made by the Americans. They moved their fleet at the fastest speed to charge toward China's. The other fleets were mobilized, coming toward them from both the front and the back, preparing to surround them from all directions. It's finally time. Ah! Here I thought that I was too old to finally be useful. Heh! I would never have thought that a young boy would be the spark to start this entire chain of events, Nie Shilong cried with enthusiasm somewhere in the south of China. Ever since he joined the Navy, he had always dreamed of having an all-out war with the Americans. However, before the emergence of the young Jiang Fei, he had already given up on that dream since peace had been kept for a long time by both sides. He had never expected to receive a fleet of alien sea vessels and be assigned to be the fleet commander of the aforementioned fleet. Brother Nie, when do you want to make a move? Qin Tian asked. Patience, young one. I will wait until they come closer and when they enter our domain. We will have every reason to strike them down. Not to mention, I would be able to attack them easily then, said Nie Shilong, full of confidence. The Special Navy fleet had once undergone a simulated exercise. However, that was enough for Nie Shilong to have the utmost confidence in defeating the American and the joint Allied Navy fleet. While Nie Shilong's Special Navy force was waiting for his prey to enter his trap, Qin Tian's regular Navy force had encountered the Americans. Right then, both sides were separated by several hundred kilometers of empty sea. Chapter 886, Lay Down the Fire, Transport 1, Ready to Deploy, Transport 2, Ready to Deploy. The green light signaled and all the androids' eyes lit up. The transport ships that the androids were in had only just flown over the North Pacific Ocean when they were given the signal to deploy. The hatch door opened wide and all the androids took off in an orderly fashion. Z9 Special Assault Team. You are now clear to intercept enemy targets. This Z9 android was no different from your average Z8 android. The only difference between the two models was an additional wing pack attached on the backs of Z9 model androids. The packs were not designed by the Chinese military but were taken out from the alien aircraft carrier Jiang Fei had given them. These packs, that were retrofitted on the androids, were drones. What made them so special was their flight engine. Unlike a traditional thruster, these alien drones used anti-gravity engines that allowed aerial flight. These drones had very little power and if used properly, would require repeated resupply from the aircraft carrier. However, if their onboard weaponry was not used, their flight time would be extended exponentially. Not only did the drones provide flying capabilities to the androids, they also granted the androids better movement in the air and on the ground. Attack and defense would be a breeze with their increased speed. Retrofitting the drones onto the androids was no easy task, but it was still achievable. The engineers and mechanics of China's military were smart enough to make the drones into a flight pack. Unfortunately, that was all they could do. To reverse engineer the drones was completely out of their league as human technology could only do so much. The American radar technology was good but not good enough to detect anything smaller than a standard unmanned aerial vehicle measuring roughly at 5 meters across and 5 meters in length. The Z9 and Z8 androids were built to look like humans, hence, their height was maxed out 200 centimeters max. Their cross-section area was too small for even the best radar system the enemy had. The anti-gravity engines these androids were using did not emit any form of heat. Hence, when the Americans detected the dropship, they had failed to notice the androids deploying out of them. "Look!" They slowed down and turned around. "Ha! They are running away." They saw us and decided to call it a day. Well, time for us to chase them. The American naval fleet dispatched their own fighter jets and sent them out to destroy the Chinese dropships. Turning away from the enemy would leave one's back exposed to attacks. It was a chance that the Americans would not want to let go. Seeking authorization for weapon safety release. Approved. Seeking authorization to destroy enemy aerial combat vehicle. Approved. Activate weapon system. Target enemies and destroy them. In less than a minute, the android aerial fleet was only 10 kilometers away from the enemy. The leader requested permission to start the war and obtained authorization just as quick. "What's that?" "I see several faint lights. Raptor 1, I don't see anything." "Over, Raptor 2, it's dead ahead." "I can't tell." Before the pilot of Raptor 1 could even identify what the blinking light was, a powerful beam of condensed particles was fired and his fighter jet was destroyed. The particle beam weapons that the androids were firing were all set to the lowest power output. Their current targets were normal humans and their typical Earth-based technology. If they could go lower on the power settings, they would, since Earth-based technology was too weak to be used against the particle beam weapon. One by one, American fighter jets were shot down by the androids. The particle beam weapons fired compressed particles at almost the speed of light. The enemy pilots could only see the gathering of the particles but would never be able to dodge the incoming beam attack. Even if they could, their fighter jets would not be able to evade it. Echo 1 to Central. "We are under attack." Echo 2 to Echo 1. "We need to move." Whiplash 1 to Central. "Negative on bogey. It almost seems like they are invisible. Get out." "The lights are coming again." "Get!" More than 10 fighter jets in several different formations were destroyed. That was just the start. Right then, the fighter jet pilots were utterly confused at what they were facing. The closer the androids got to them, the faster they would be destroyed. The worst part was they could not even lock on a target. Without one, the only weapons they could use to shoot blindly were their onboard machine guns. Compared to the androids' particle beam weapons, their machine guns were akin to soap bubble toy guns. The Central Command of the American Navy had no clue as to how they were to deal with an invisible and unknown enemy. In response to such a threat, they had sent out more fighter jets to provide reinforcements. Unfortunately, all the reinforcements that were sent in were destroyed all the same. In less than a minute, more than 100 American fighter jets were destroyed. "How can this happen?" Halsey grunted, pressing his hands on his forehead to ease the headache he was having after he had received the bad news from the front lines. "Damn it," he roared. "Are we being fooled? What is it about China not having powerful weapons? We look like retards fighting against an enemy that we cannot even identify." The man was talking about news and information gathered from spies in China. They had been informed that China had never been able to produce any powerful aerial weaponry due to poor power source technology and engineering failure. Halsey had deduced that the news provided by the spies were fake since they were currently being attacked by something that they could not even look at, right after they were trying to chase the Chinese dropships. "Commander! The unknowns are coming for us," cried one of the crew members that was working on the computers. "Will someone get a hold of our fighter jets in the air? How is it that up till now we are still unable to even see the enemy? Have our boys in the air fire in the general direction?" Halsey roared. He had to assume the worst. Right then, they had just lost their cavalry. The only target left in the enemy's radar would be the aircraft carrier. Even though the aircraft carrier was heavily armed with guided missiles and AAM, they were rendered useless if there were no targets that were locked on. The stealth fighters of China were too good to be tracked. The best chance Halsey had was to wait until they obtained optical images of his enemies before he could use the missiles. "Commander! I found their carrier," let down the rain, cried Halsey. If he could not attack the fighters, he could at least disable their carrier ships. Missile silos were opened and guided missiles were launched. Even the submarines that were supposed to be hidden had surfaced to sea level to unleash their payload. In several seconds, pillars of smoke filled the sky as missiles soared. Their target was Qin Tian's Navy fleet. Qin Tian's fleet of ships comprised of only ordinary ships that could be easily tracked via satellite positioning. "Sir, we have incoming missiles," said the operator to the ship's commander. "Release the drones," he replied. Qin Tian's ship was being targeted, but the orders to release the drones were given by one of the smaller, unimportant ships that were out further in the sea. Given their position, they were better at intercepting enemy missiles or even ICBM. The drones that the commander of the ship had ordered to release were alien drones, similar to the ones that the Z-9 androids were using as their flight pack. Unlike them, these drones were tasked to do one thing: intercept and disable incoming missiles. They were so small that they could fit inside a shoebox. They were all equipped with high-intensity laser weapons that could destroy missiles simply by igniting anything volatile inside the missiles. Boom! 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 Explosives filled the sky as the missiles exploded close but within a safe distance from the Chinese fleet. "Nice one," cried Qin Tian when he saw the explosion far away. Although he had known the existence of the drones, he had never witnessed what they could do. When he heard that there were missiles coming toward their direction, he was a little worried. However, the man sat down and sipped on his chai tea happily as he received confirmation that all the missiles were intercepted by the shoebox-sized drones. Chapter 887: Cheating is fine. In fact, it's better. While China and America's naval fleets were clashing, Jiang Fei and his fellow merry friends were about to have a face-off with the mutants. In the beginning, as the group of martial artists was frantically running toward a certain direction, the Scarlet Hunters had misunderstood their intentions as they were running toward them. Since Lincoln had told them to remain in the shadows, the group of Scarlet Hunter fell back as far as they could to regroup with the main mutant army. At a certain point, they made a sharp turn away from the martial artists and unintentionally discovered the truth. Lincoln's order was clear: do not engage the martial artists and regroup with the main group. Blood Baron was constantly backing his way until he made a sudden turn. It was then he realized something was wrong. "Something's up. They are not heading toward us. They're just heading in a straight line," said Baron Blood. "Where are they going?" Lincoln responded after Baron Blood reported. Panicked, he started to think critically about the situation. He understood that the enemy was not guarding the alien artifact any longer. Even so, that did not explain their sudden movement across Japan. "Bring up the map," Lincoln barked. A mutant that was close to him pulled out a small device and loaded up the map. "They were here an hour ago, and now they are here. If they are really running in a straight line, they should be heading to the beach," Lincoln cried. "Sir, the Chinese military is coming in with everything they've got. I'm not sure if it's a coincidence, but what if the martial artists heading over there had something to do with that? It's either they are trying to leave or welcome reinforcements. I don't care what the reason is. We need to stop whatever they are trying to pull," Lincoln snapped. "Yes, sir," although it was at the spur of the moment, the order was given and everyone got into their formation and ran as fast as they could to join the Scarlet Hunters. "Captain, I have detected the main group of mutants. They are coming toward us," said 0541. Jiang Fei cringed. He was extremely reluctant to do anything about it. These martial artists had let him down for the last time and he was not going to help them anymore. However, if he did not do anything, they would be overwhelmed by the mass of mutants. Only through cooperating with each other would they survive this final push. "The mutant army is coming for us." Jiang Fei stopped and shouted. Bai Wanli was the first person to stop. "Oh no, damn it. I'm running back home and they won't let me go, *CK them. No one is stopping me from returning home. If it's a fight they want, it's a fight they will get, that's right. They've done it now. They've pushed us too far now. It is time for us to push back." Everyone started off low but came back quickly and violently. Jiang Fei was greatly taken aback when he saw just how motivated everyone was. With death chasing them from behind and the thought of salvation just ahead, these martial artists had their morale instantly restored. Wait, what? We're going with that? Heh! Jiang Fei scoffed at the martial artists' responses. He had gone through thick and thin just to motivate these F***ers. Never did he expect that all that they needed was a real threat to their lives to motivate them back to their feet. This might actually work, Jiang Fei said to himself. Even though the sudden burst of morale that originated from the desperation to survive was strong, it would not last long. Then again, that sudden burst of morale was what Jiang Fei had been waiting for. He would need to maintain it if he wanted to defeat the mutants. Arg! F***ck the Americans and the mutants. We just want to go back, and if they want to stop us, we will give them hell. Jiang Fei joined the fray and shouted. Jiang Fei had decided to fan the flame and join everyone by letting out their pent-up frustration. That's right. Well, F***ck them up real good, I don't care what it takes. Am going back home. If they want to F***ck with us, well, give them a good F***ck instead. Jiang Fei's outburst worked well since everyone was already maddened with rage. When even the calm and powerful Jiang Fei was throwing out insults without restraint, everyone else felt it and the situation just exploded into a mass of insults. In a way, it was not a bad way to boost the group's morale. What's the situation? Lincoln asked when the Scarlet Hunters finally regrouped. They were supposed to be battered and beaten down, yet all their screaming said otherwise. What are the Chinese freaks doing now? No idea. We best take precautions. The yellow freaks are extremely cunning, we cannot underestimate them. They had several thousand years of war experience, and the genius Sun Ce even made the art of war for them. We ought to be careful with those sneaky bastards. Lincoln frowned worriedly. All the other high-ranking officers of the mutant army were whispering to one another. Although they were only advising each other to be careful, it stemmed from the fear of the martial artists. Lincoln could not help but feel a little afraid of them since they were the only force in the world that had dared to challenge America. Eyes peeled. Stay frosty. Blood Baron, take your men and hold the front. Cut off their escape route. Schroeder, you and your men stay behind and set up an ambush. When the time is right, you must strike hard and fast. The rest of you stick with me. We will lead the main party to crush them. Lincoln gave out orders, left and right, to his subordinates. Even though he clearly had the bigger attacking force, it was still wise to form attack formations to properly destroy the martial artists through and through. Yes, sir. Both Baron Blood and Schroeder replied with a salute before leading the main group with their men. Schroeder was not happy with the entire war with the Chinese since he had always had a good relationship with the martial artists. However, the war was between two nations which inevitably involved the mutants and the martial artists. There was nothing he could do. Once everyone was prepared, Lincoln took the lead and charged toward the group of martial artists with great fervor. Heh, these mutants are quite persistent. Jiang Fei scoffed. Lincoln could never hide from 0541's superior proximity sensor. Before they could even split up into three separate groups, Jiang Fei had already understood what they were doing. Lincoln's plan might be solid and well-planned, but Jiang Fei had understood his every move, which gave Jiang Fei a good opportunity to make a counterattack. If Lincoln had not split his forces and waited until the entire group of martial artists arrived at the beach, Lincoln could have struck hard and fast and defeated all of them in one fell swoop. Unless Ariel interfered, not even Jiang Fei could fend them off. Instead, due to insufficient intelligence of both sides, Lincoln had decided to go with his current plan since it was the most suitable for the current situation to him. Splitting into three forces had given Jiang Fei a good opportunity to strike. Having eyes on everything is like having map hacking software in gaming. Jiang Fei laughed it off. To be honest, besides having Ariel to teleport everyone excluding the martial artists, there was nothing else that Jiang Fei could do to save himself. Chapter 888, Counterattack. I'm going to explain this quickly. The enemies are coming at us from 3 directions. If we move on with our current path, we will be surrounded like a nice succulent dumpling. I have a strategy. Follow me and we can strike them where they least expect it. Make your decision fast, said Jiang Fei, striking the iron when it is hot. What's there to think about? If you have a plan of attack, we should go for it. That's right. It's time for us to strike them back for once. I've had it with them. Everyone was motivated when the threat of death was at their throats. Jiang Fei's words had revitalized these poor souls. I'd say we give them hell. Since we are leaving, we should give them a parting gift. We must let them know that even if we are running away, they should never have looked down on us, cried Bai Wanli, jumping on the bandwagon. That's right. They got hell to pay. Zhu Tianfei roared with rage coursing through his veins. Akin to the cowardly rabbit, they were now cornered by the fierce tiger. In desperation, they would retaliate with everything they had. Well said. Jiang Fei preached excitingly. He then turned to the androids and asked, "What about you?" "We are tasked to protect you until you have safely reached the rendezvous point," Z8-001 replied. "Very well. Follow us close then," Jiang Fei implored worriedly and led the entire group of rabbits to strike the tigers. Jiang Fei led the group into the mountains and away from the approaching mutants. In the meantime, Jiang Fei had asked 0541 to deploy holographic baits while hiding their real position from the mutants. The barrier was erected and everyone disappeared from the world. At the same time, a clone of the entire group was made and ran off towards their initial direction. They had basically made a U-turn from where they were and slipped past the Scarlet Hunters and towards Schroeder's group. With 0541's protection, no one could detect Jiang Fei and the rest. The mutants followed through their initial plan while Jiang Fei prepared his. "Everyone, this is our time to strike. Let's show them what we're made of," cried Jiang Fei, motivating the martial artists one last time before they commenced the attack. Jiang Fei had no idea that he was targeting Schroeder's group, but he knew that he was targeting the weakest mutants. If the martial artists could get a win, for the first time, their confidence and morale would be greatly boosted, allowing them to have what it takes to face off the rest of the mutants. It was a benchmark test. If they could not even defeat the weakest group of the mutants, everyone would lose their will to fight. By then, they would never be able to fight the Scarlet Hunters and the main group of mutants. Leaving Japan would then be equivalent to playing a losing game. Unbeknownst to everyone else, Schroeder was purposely leading the group slower than they could. He had doubts and hesitation in his heart to fight against Chinese martial artists. His slow progress had allowed Jiang Fei's group to chase after him easily. At the same time, the Scarlet Hunters were sprinting at an intense speed away from Jiang Fei's and Schroeder's group, creating a huge gap between them. It would have been too late by the time the Scarlet Hunters found out that Schroeder's group was under attack. 3 minutes later, Jiang Fei and his group managed to catch up with Schroeder's group. Their keen sense of everything that was going around them allowed them to know when and where the mutants had trekked through. Schroeder had more than enough mutants in his group. There were more than 500 level 4 mutants and up to 2,000 level 3 mutants. They were all ranged attackers. Lincoln arranged it that way to allow them to deliver maximum damage from a distance. "Get ready! The enemies are just ahead," cried Jiang Fei as he brandished the Qingying sword. "We are ready." Zhu Tianfei reassured Jiang Fei. He had his sword readied the moment he could sense the enemy. "We are, too." Bai Wanli and Ganyang Zhiren replied as well. The reason why they were all so motivated was because of the one similar subconscious thought that everyone had their lives depended on this fight. If they won, they would be able to go back home, and if they lost, they would have to bury themselves in this foreign land, resting in peace or in pieces. Compared to the mutants, martial artists were like cheetahs, running at an intense speed that they could never keep up. Hence, by the time they had revealed themselves, the mutants were caught off guard. "It's time for revenge," Jiang Fei roared, leading the charge. The group got too close to the mutants and the barrier that was hiding them lost its effectiveness. "What the F***ck? How are they here? SH**T. They must have reinforcement. Schroeder and his men were practically caught with their pants down. They had gotten too comfortable depending on military technology and information and had never anticipated the incoming sudden attack. They were in constant link with the military and were being fed information about the martial artists were heading towards where the Scarlet Hunters had laid their traps. Unfortunately, they were being fed semi-false information as those martial artists were just illusions created by Jiang Fei in order to fool everyone. Exaggeratingly speaking, all the martial artists then had an ominous aura that made them glow red like the devil himself. Their eyes were filled with so much hatred that they did not care whether or not the mutants were young or women, they delivered the fatal blow nonetheless. Killing those mutants was what stood between them and going back home. Schroeder had already tried his best to push his feelings aside and followed orders. Unfortunately, when he was just about to attack, the first person he stumbled across the battlefield was Jiang Fei. Schroeder was shocked to his core. He was about to kill the very same man that had saved his life without hesitation. Worst of all, the girl that was standing next to Jiang Fei felt all too familiar. However, he was sure that he had never seen the girl before. What is going on? Schroeder screamed in his heart, while he lowered his hands, trying to talk to Jiang Fei. The rest of his comrades moved beside him, charging towards the other martial artists to attack. Chapter 889, The Cold Hard Truth. Schroeder sighed heavily and left Jiang Fei to kill another martial artist. Schroeder was eternally grateful to Jiang Fei since he had saved his life. However, being grateful to him was different from being loyal to his own organization. As much as Schroeder wanted to repay his debt to Jiang Fei, he could never allow his personal business to interfere with that of the Mutant Brotherhood. In the end, Schroeder left Jiang Fei and proceeded to kill other martial artists in hopes that he would die by their hands. At the very least, he would not have wronged Jiang Fei and would have served his best for the Mutant Brotherhood. High-pitched electrical buzzes and deafening discharges could be heard from the androids. After equipping the alien weapons, the androids had gained a massive upgrade in terms of firepower. Not only did they gain a powerful weapon, they did not need to waste any of their own power to do so. Even if they chose to fire the weapons on the fully automatic mode, they would not waste their own power to do so, hence, greatly increasing their operation time. Amongst the martial artists, the one that was fighting with the most vigor was Jiang Fei. The man was born with a knack of dealing with violence. However, not long after he had slain a few mutants, he was outperformed by two swordsmen, fighting side by side as if they were one soul with two bodies. The two swordsmen were Qin Xianming and Feng Shuani of the Soaring Cloud sect. After being branded as traitors by the Grand Elder, Yi Tianshun, and even finding out that he was the real traitor all along, the two had felt the greatest shame anyone could ever feel. They felt so ashamed that they could not bring themselves to return to their homeland and to face the other sect members. Hence, the two had steeled themselves to fight without holding anything back. They never wanted to return to China and did not even mind dying in Japan. As such, they had decided to pour out their blood, body, and soul in order to cleanse the name of Soaring Cloud sect. Even if others might think them as otherwise, they wanted to prove that there were at least a few members of Soaring Cloud sect that were still loyal to the Alliance and to their own nation. Let's go, brother. Yes, brother. The two killed their way into the crowd of mutants. Their attack style had changed from being an all-rounder into full-on assault. They did not even care about defending any attacks. If it was not for their own disciples repelling the incoming attacks, the two would already be on death's bed. Do what you can to end this battle as soon as possible, Jiang Fei commanded Hong Yu. Right then, winning the battle was the least of Jiang Fei's worry. What he cared about now was the other mutants discovering his bait and heading over to provide support to Schroeder's group. It would be detrimental to the martial artists to face an attack from both the front and the back. I understand, Hong Yu replied. She snapped her fingers to call all 24 biohuman girls to her side and form a fighting stance. All of them drew out their swords and started to attack in unison like a pinwheel. From one side, they looked like they were dancing gracefully with the wind. From another point of view, they were demons that lay waste to anyone that was in their way. Nothing but dismembered body parts were left in their wake. The girls were only able to perform such a graceful yet deadly formation was because the mutants were weak in melee combat. All of them specialized in ranged attacks, leaving them open to close melee attacks. It was then known to all martial artists that mutants had a great flaw. Like a tipping scale, they might dominate on one side of the scale, but they would have to leave something to be weak. Even though they were powerful level 4 mutants that could decimate an entire city, they could not even invoke their full potential whilst being attacked by a weak level 3 martial artist. Without a proper stance, they could never fully release their powers without being killed first. URGH, a young level 3 martial artist, cried in pain when he was being struck. His cries drew Jiang Fei's attention. "Schroeder!" Jiang Fei gasped in horror. Schroeder cringed hard when he heard Jiang Fei calling his name. As much as he wanted to, Schroeder forced himself to look away, pretending to not notice Jiang Fei. He had no idea how to face Jiang Fei or even how to talk to him then. What a drag, Jiang Fei sighed heavily. Jiang Fei fully understood how Schroeder felt right there and then. The man was torn between his personal feelings and his duty towards his country and the Brotherhood. Like Schroeder, he could not allow him to continue killing his fellow martial artists. It pained him so since Jiang Fei had made a promise with the late Phoenix never to allow harm to befall Schroeder. Right then, Ganyang Zhenren had spotted Schroeder right after he had just killed his disciple. If Jiang Fei did not act right then, Ganyang Zhenren would have his revenge on him. Even though both of them were at the pinnacle stage of level 4, Ganyang Zhenren would be able to defeat Schroeder with both his hands tied behind his back. Jiang Fei hesitated to move since the guilt in his mind was pushing him back. He could not betray Phoenix's promise since Ariel was alive thanks to her. In the end, Jiang Fei bit down his pride and decided to respect Phoenix's promise. "Please wait! This one is mine!" Jiang Fei cried out to stop Ganyang Zhenren from interfering with Schroeder. Right then, Schroeder was not thinking straight. He was still battling his inner conflict. At that moment, Jiang Fei glared at Schroeder and said, "Follow me." Schroeder snapped back to reality and quickly chased after Jiang Fei. In no time at all, the two, along with Ariel, left the battlefield. When no one else was around, Jiang Fei stopped and turned to Schroeder. "You and I know understand each other. That is why I have to ask you to leave. You might not know this, but this is a war that the mutants cannot win. I cannot allow you to die here." Jiang Fei grabbed Schroeder's arms and begged him. "Jiang, I cannot leave. I am the commander of these mutants here." Schroeder gently pushed Jiang Fei's hands away and turned his back to him. He knew he should listen to Jiang Fei, but he could not abandon his duty as one of the high-ranking officers of the Mutant Brotherhood. There was no need for Jiang Fei to explain, even he knew that he could not win this fight. Everyone in his current group could not fight in melee combat. Seeing how Schroeder was a good man, Jiang Fei hated to use his trump card. "I saw Jenny," said Jiang Fei. "What did you say?" Schroeder snapped. He held Jiang Fei's shoulder and shook him violently. She, Jiang Fei choked. He had never expected his words to fail him at that moment. "She's? What? Where is she? What are you implying?" Schroeder roared. Tears began to roll down his cheek. Jiang Fei turned the other cheek and went quiet. "No. She's not dead, is she? She couldn't have left me." Schroeder violently shouted. "She's not dead, but she's gone," said Jiang Fei, turning to look at Ariel before telling Schroeder the vague truth. "What do you mean?" Schroeder roared. A long time ago, Jenny was abducted by the Japanese and was experimented on. Miraculously, she was enhanced and became a level 5 metahuman. However, the Japanese did not perfect the technology before they used it on Jenny. As a result, Jenny, as in her entire consciousness, was replaced with a new one. From that moment on, Jenny was gone and Phoenix replaced her before Jiang Fei could finish his explanation. Schroeder interrupted with eyes that almost popped out of his sockets. Phoenix is Jenny. It was only natural for Schroeder to be so shocked about it since everyone knew about Phoenix and how powerful she was. Chapter 890, Wash the Sin with Blood. That's right. This girl was once Jenny. Right now, it's just that the current conscience that resides within her body is not, said Jiang Fei. He did not know how to properly explain how he managed to get Ariel into Jenny's body. I don't care whether she is Jenny or Phoenix. I just want to know where is Jenny right now, said Schroeder. His voice was breaking. He did not care about who or what resides in his sister's body. All he wanted was to meet his sister. She's gone. Jiang Fei averted his gaze away from him. When Schroeder finally calmed down, Jiang Fei proceeded to explain what Jenny had told him and how she wanted Schroeder to live. He had also explained about how Phoenix had given the body to him in order to revive Ariel. She still cares for me, even when she was dying. Schroeder's eyes locked on Ariel, tears rolling down like a waterfall. She did. Even though I had thought her conscience was lost, she managed to regain her memory and love for you. You have to forgive her for since when she was experimented upon, her new alter ego was hell-bent on having her revenge on those who had made her suffer. Schroeder was only hearing words coming out of Jiang Fei's mouth. He was not truly listening since he was fully focused on Ariel. He had only just accepted the fact that Jenny was gone. Before this day, he never gave up looking for his sister. Besides looking into Japan, he did not fall short of searching throughout the world. But alas, the one man that had saved his life had to deliver the depressing news about his sister's death. Schroeder walked over to Ariel and gently stroked her hair. Live a full life. For my sister's sake, even though he knew that Jenny was not in there was still a powerful feeling of familiarity. I will. From the bottom of my heart, I thank you and your sister, said Ariel. Schroeder, this is not a place for you to dwell in your feelings. You need to leave. With your current strength, you can easily leave the battlefield without being killed. I cannot fulfill my promise to Jenny if you insist on staying and fight. My sister is gone, Jiang. There's no need for you to continue this. I know that you care and worry for me, but I am still a member of the Mutant Brotherhood. At the very least, allow me to fight to my last breath on the battlefield. If you go, I'll go, cried Schroeder's girlfriend. She had only just arrived at where they were and did not realize Jiang Fei was around. She had only seen Schroeder chasing after a martial artist and decided to come along. Sigh, what an emotional bunch. Ariel, please shackle them for me, said Jiang Fei mentally. Very well, Ariel replied and proceeded to use her powers to hold them in suspended animation. Before Schroeder and his girlfriend realized what was going on, Jiang Fei patted Schroeder on his arms. I'm truly sorry for this. You would have to find it in your heart to forgive me, said Jiang Fei. He then nodded at Ariel. In a blink of an eye, Ariel created a rift in space and sent them to the edge of Japan, far away from the battlefield. Even if they tried their best to get back, the battle would have been over. Let's go back, Jiang Fei said with a heavy heart. When Jiang Fei and Ariel returned to the battlefield, the battle was already about to close its curtain. It was somewhat wrong to call it a battle since it was a one-sided massacre. The mutants might be of a higher level, but they lacked any proficiency in close-quarter combat. Martial artists were the bane of their existence. The main factor that led to their victory was Lincoln's miscalculation. He had genuinely thought that his plan was flawless and had never even thought of having his ranged attackers protected. Only when the battle was about to reach its conclusion, the Scarlet Hunters started to realize something was wrong. It took them too long to realize since they ran with everything they had to reach their position far ahead and close to the beach. The distance between the battle and the Scarlet Hunters was too large. Even if they tried to push themselves beyond their limit to reach in time, they would have only arrived at the now silent field of dead bodies of their fallen comrades. Finish them! Now! Jiang Fei roared. Based on the information 0541 had given him, the Scarlet Hunters and the main mutant group led by Lincoln were on their way there. It was only obvious that the ranged attackers' mutant group had already relayed the information to the other mutants. Right then, Lincoln ordered every mutant available then to charge towards the back, to avenge their fallen comrades. Jiang Fei's roar was nothing but adding salt to the sea. Every martial artist was already fueled with rage, granting them extraordinary strength and vigor at killing the mutants. Ugh! When Jiang Fei was killing a few stronger mutants that others could not handle, he heard a familiar scream. Nervously, he searched around for the source and found Qin Xianming piercing his sword through a mutant's head. At the same time, there was a large icicle protruding from his chest. It was a miracle that the man could still even stand when that icicle looked like it had punctured through his lungs and, hopefully not, his heart. "Mr. Jiang Fei! Please save my master," cried a level 3 Soaring Cloud sect disciple as he was on his knees. Qin Xianming had taken too much damage that the only thing that was keeping him alive was sheer willpower. No miracle pills of the martial artist circle could save him now. Only Jiang Fei's could. "I will," Jiang Fei declared and quickly dashed towards Qin Xianming and made 3 pills. Don't waste them on me. This one has accepted his fate." Qin Xianming tried his best to talk, but blood was choking on him. "Pills can be made easily, but human life comes once in a lifetime, literally," Jiang Fei barked before trying to pry open Qin Xianming's mouth to force-feed him the pills. "Heh. Please, take care of my treasure disciples," Qin Xianming smiled and closed his eyes. He then lifted his hands and placed them on his chest where his heart was. Before Jiang Fei realized what he was doing, it was already too late as Qin Xianming vomited so much blood and died. It was then Jiang Fei realized that Qin Xianming had uses his qi to shatter his own veins to kill himself. It was a skill that was easy to learn, pulse shattering. Jiang Fei was at loss of words. The man was so determined to die in the battlefield that even when Jiang Fei could literally restore him back to full health, Qin Xianming had killed himself. "Brother Qin, I will be with you shortly." "This brother of yours will be coming with you," cried Feng Shuani not far from where Qin Xianming had died. Maddened with rage, fueled with determination, and strengthened with sheer willpower, Feng Shuani walked through the battlefield like death itself, reaping away the souls of anyone who was in his path. He had never even thought of dodging or evading attacks. Instead, he welcomed them to his battle-hardened body. Sigh. "What a waste," Jiang Fei sighed. He then understood that Qin Xianming and Feng Shuani had sealed their decision to die right there and then. "They are trying to wash away the sins of the Soaring Cloud sect with their own blood," said Bai Wanli melancholically. "It was inevitable. If they do not put their lives on the line for the Alliance, they would only be charged with treason and sentenced to death when they returned to China." Brother Qin and Brother Feng understood this and had decided to use their life to the sake of the sect. It was to carve a path for those that were left here. "For the future of their own disciples," said Granny Jinghua, with tears pouring down her wrinkled cheeks. Chapter 891, Persistent Chase. When Jiang Fei was lamenting about the loss of a good man, Feng Shuani leaped to the front, taking more hits than the late Qin Xianming. Even though they had a weak defense, the mutants' attack still lived up to their power levels. The wounds that Feng Shuani had were too much that his bones could be seen. Worst of all, the deep cut below his abdomen was so large that his guts were almost spilling out. "Hear me, brothers of the Soaring Cloud sect. Be proud of who we are and do not let the scummy Tianshan ruin the name for yourselves. Live with honor and die with honor." Feng Shuani roared and charged into a large crowd of mutants. It all happened so fast. All Jiang Fei saw was Feng Shuani having one of his arms cut off by a wind-cutter attack and deep wounds inflicted on his thighs and chest. Yet, the man did not stop charging into the crowd of mutants. In the next second, the man clenched his fist and poked his heart with his thumb. After that, there was a sudden burst of energy, and before Jiang Fei had realized it, Feng Shuani exploded. His entire body just popped like a balloon, killing himself as well as mutants that were standing too close to him. The man forced out his own qi beyond the limits of his body and released them with a single touch of the Death Gate chakra point. The pent-up qi energy exploded, dealing so much damage compared to what Feng Shuani could ever do. Even though the man was only an advanced stage of level 4, that suicidal attack was stronger or the same as a level 4 pinnacle stage attack. All that remained of the brave man was his sword on the ground, tainted with the blood of his enemies and of himself. "Master Feng," cried the now solemn disciples of the Soaring Cloud sect. All of them respected the two masters so much that they would follow them to the depths of hell. However, they knew well that that would not be the master's wish. The two masters wanted nothing but to clear the name of the now tainted sect. To die then would only be smearing the name of Qin Xianming and Feng Shuani. In order to live up to their words, the disciples would have to fight harder, better, and stronger. Another one bites the dust, Jiang Fei sighed. Even though he did bear enmity towards the Soaring Cloud sect, he could not help but feel charmed and touched by the actions of the two masters. It was a pity that Yi Tianshun had done something so bad to bring the sect's name down to the ground. At the very least, Qin Xianming and Feng Shuani had done something to elevate the name to an acceptable level. After the death of Feng Shuani, the battle was about to draw its curtain to a close. More than 2,000 mutants were killed, and those that were still alive had decided to run away. While the mutants were downright defeated, the martial artists were not doing too good themselves. Although the number of casualties was very low, the loss of Qin Xianming and Feng Shuani was tragic, impacting the morale of the entire martial artist group. All physical wounds and fatigue could be cured instantly with Jiang Fei's miracle pills, but the mental scars could not be dealt with. "I'd never felt so alive," Zhu Tianfei roared as he wiped his sword with a dead man's clothing. "The feeling is mutual. If only I was in my prime." Ganyang Zhenren bellowed, nodding his head to agree with Zhu Tianfei. "Listen, this is not the time to celebrate just yet. The main force is coming and we should hide somewhere else to restore our strength," said Jiang Fei. The reason they could win the fight was because of the superior element of surprise. However, if the Scarlet Hunters and Lincoln's army arrived, the battle would not be the same as the previous one. Without proper rest, they would be dragged to the ground. "Indeed. We have defeated them and taught them a lesson they would never forget. We should take this time to head towards the beach to evacuate," said Bai Wanli. Even though everyone was greatly motivated, they were still aware of the fact that they were weaker than the main mutant attack force. Given the choice, everyone would still choose to leave the godforsaken place. "Well said, brother. We may have won this fight, but we had also used too much of ourselves. Instead of fighting, we should focus our efforts into leading an exodus back to China," said Ding Tianqi. Unlike the androids that showed no signs of fatigue, the martial artists, including Jiang Fei himself, was getting tired and sore. If they continued fighting the mutants, they would be the first to collapse. The result of the fight was good, but they were overwhelmed with fatigue that their overall attack power dropped severely. ZA-001 and his fellow android soldiers were strong with the alien weapons, but their effectiveness was circumstantial. Although they do not possess any living aura with them, when they target an enemy, their guns emit a loud charging electrical whirl that will alert the targeted mutants, granting them sufficient time to dodge and run. As such, these androids were not able to provide much help. Even so, the outcome of the battle was satisfactory. Killing over 2,000 mutants was the push of motivation they really needed. The martial artists were no longer in despair and hope seemed to return. To them, they had their fun and were now prioritizing returning home in one piece. They had lost too much and could not afford to lose anyone anymore. 0541, cover us, said Jiang Fei, ordering 0541 to erect the barrier. He turned to the others and rallied together. Everyone gathered close, and with Jiang Fei's lead, they took a large detour and reached the beach. Not 10 minutes after the entire group of martial artists left, a small group of mutants arrived at the now silent battlefield. F***CK. We're too late. Baron Blood bellowed, crushing a large boulder with his bare hands to vent his frustration. "How are they here in the first place?" cried another confused Scarlet Hunter. "How the hell should I know? No one knew about it, and much less about them killing their comrades." Baron Blood was so pissed that if he was to vent his anger on boulders, there would not be any left on Earth. Not 30 minutes ago, they were all still being fed information from the American Navy fleet, telling them that the Chinese were still rushing towards the same destination via the same path. However, not 3 minutes earlier, Baron Blood and Lincoln heard the call of distress from Schroeder's soldiers. Without hesitation, both groups headed towards their direction. Baron Blood's group, being the superior mutants, had arrived first to see that all the martial artists were gone, leaving nothing but dead bodies. "I will not let them get away with this," Lincoln roared after he had arrived. To him, this defeat was a great humiliation. He had only recently scolded Desser for his failure. Right now, his defeat was worse than Desser's. Desser had gotten away with most of his men escaping alive, albeit injured. Lincoln, on the other hand, had lost more than 2,000 mutants. Not only that, he had also allowed the enemy to slip away right under his nose. The worst part was, he did not even know where they were right now. "Sir, I think they are back on track. After all, they were heading that way before they found out about us." "I think there's something important there that we cannot afford to ignore," said Desser. "I understand your point." "Let's go," said Lincoln. To be honest, he did not know what to do and did not have any choice. If he stayed put, he would have to answer to the president of the Mutant Brotherhood. Chapter 892, Hands Full, Captain, the mutants are chasing us now. "Be warned, they are fast," cried 0541 after detecting Lincoln's group. "TCH. How persistent." Jiang Fei grunted. He turned to the android leader and asked, "How long till the rescue ship arrives?" "Estimated time of arrival is 2 hours 10 minutes, that's too long," Jiang Fei muttered. He needed to think of a way to delay the mutants long enough until the rescue ships arrived. Right now, no one beside him was in shape to fight the enemy. They could if they were the same mutants as before. The likelihood of them emerging victorious if they fought against the same type of enemies was extremely high. Unfortunately, those that remained in Japan were the most elite ones. Melee combatants were harder to deal with, and there were even 30 level 4 of the pinnacle stage. Put them in a cage fight and only the mutants would survive. "I need to split them up," Jiang Fei muttered to himself. "Brother Jiang Fei, I don't think that is the best idea," said Bai Wanli, hearing what Jiang Fei had just uttered. It was unlikely that the mutants would split up again after having defeated. They would have learned from their mistake. "Even if that is not the best idea, I need to make it happen. We would not survive if they stick together to fight us," said Jiang Fei, frustrated. The only thing that is keeping them alive was 0541's isolation field. That, and 0541's proximity sensor that helped Jiang Fei to maneuver around the country to avoid direct confrontation with the mutants. However, the isolation field keeping the martial artists hidden away from the world had a huge flaw. It would not work if the enemy got too close to them. After losing track of the martial artists, the mutants had dispatched many trackers and scouts to find them. Even though the terrain was not cooperating with them, they were still able to increase their efficiency simply by sending out more scouts to find them. "For now, the best move we should make is to avoid the beach and hide somewhere else," said Jiang Fei. It would not make sense if they head there now and wait for 2 hours until the rescue ships arrived. They would only be sitting ducks with the mutants chasing after them. "That makes sense." "All right, we'll follow you," Bai Wanli seconded Jiang Fei's idea. He was not the only one. The moment Jiang Fei had gathered with everyone else, the rest of the elders had respected and looked up to Jiang Fei. They believed that even though he was young, he was wise enough to lead them to victory. Once everyone agreed to follow Jiang Fei's idea, the entire group went away from the obvious route and made their way across the country and left the beach. There was still enough time for him to hide since it would be 2 hours before anything could go wrong. "Pick up the speed. We cannot let the Chinese get away," cried Lincoln. Lincoln did not know that the Chinese martial artists had a rescue ship coming for them, less about the time of arrival. All they knew was that they needed to chase them as fast as possible to stop them from reaching the beach. They still believed that the Chinese were receiving reinforcements. "Sir, should we head on first?" Baron Blood suggested. He and his men were so much faster than the rest of the other mutants. "No. No more splitting up. You had just seen what happened to the other group." Lincoln snarled. He had underestimated the Chinese, and after what had happened to Schroeder's group, he was not fond of the idea. "But, if we continue on like this, We might actually lose them, said Baron Blood. Lincoln went silent for a while. Although he did not want to split up, he did not want the Chinese to link up with their reinforcements as well. In which case, the latter takes priority. Fine. Go ahead, but always check in with my group. Keep the distance close enough. I will also send out another scout group to check ahead, said Lincoln. Baron Blood nodded at the command and gestured the rest of the Scarlet Hunters to follow his pace. They were not engaging the enemy, merely moving faster and scouting the front. Although he did not like the idea of merely scouting, he could not disobey Lincoln's command. Baron Blood was confident in his skills. After attacking and killing China's #1 sex leader Ma Xiantong, he was even bolder than before, thinking that he and his men could take on the other martial artists. It was only natural since he and his men were at the pinnacle stage of level 4. They could take on several martial artists at the same level as them and destroy the rest easily. Crow, go ahead and scout for enemies. Lincoln ordered another mutant when the Scarlet Hunters left. Yes, sir. A man dressed in black cloak answered and immediately morphed into a black crow, slighter bigger than a regular one. The mutant was an omnimorph, like the others that could change themselves into a specific type of animal. He, on the other hand, was not suited for combat. Before being put through the bioenhancement procedure, he was only able to morph into a small crow, working with a circus crew, fooling the audience with absolute obedience. After enhancement, he becomes stronger physically. However, that was not enough for him to be useful in combat. On the other hand, being able to fly at breakneck speed allowed him to serve as scouts. Besides Crow, there were others just like him able to morph into birds and insects who took off the ground and flew in all directions. Their mission was to locate the missing martial artists. Roughly 30 minutes later, Baron Blood and his men arrived at the beach, only to find it empty and quiet. Where are they? Baron Blood roared. Didn't you say they were running towards the beach? One of his men asked. I did. But something is off. I need to bring this in. Baron Blood quickly contacted Lincoln and told him the situation. No one there? Impossible. Lincoln was taken aback. After a while, he replied, look around and see if anyone has ever been to the beach. Yes, sir. The Scarlet Hunters went on their own ways to search the entire beach to find any traces of anyone being there. At the same time, Lincoln contacted the American Naval Fleet to ask requests for surveillance footage. Unfortunately, the Third Fleet was so busy with their own problems that they had their hands full. Concurrently, the American Third and Seventh Fleet were engaged in nautical warfare, the likes of which no one had ever seen. Sink that submarine, cried the commander of the Third Fleet, Halsey. Damage report. All missiles had detonated successfully. Hold on a second. I'm getting readings. The Chinese vessels are unharmed. They are still alive, cried the operator. Impossible. All 10 missiles hit them, but none of the enemy's ship is damaged? Halsey blabbered. The intercepting drones that had destroyed the missiles were launched right at the moment of the missiles' launch. They were able to fly a few kilometers away from the Chinese fleet and detonate the missiles away from them. That gap between the predicted detonation was only 2 seconds margin of error. From the perspective of the Americans, they had thought that their missiles had hit their targets successfully were not intercepted. Chapter 893, One Last Chance, Fire the Second Round. We need to destroy them before they destroy us. Halsey cried, panicking when he saw the bleep on the sonar. That bleep was the Chinese underwater vessel deep in the sea. He dared not to make a move besides attacking. Yes, sir, the command was relayed to every ship. The Third and Seventh Fleet immediately prepared their missiles again. In less than 30 seconds, all missiles were loaded into their silos and were shot towards the Chinese. As soon as the missiles were in the air, the radar monitor picked up something odd. Sir! We have detected unidentified objects flying towards us at Mach 4 speed, cried the operator. Can't you tell what is it? I can't. Judging from the sizes and flying patterns, they look like birds. However, their speed is just Too fast, cried the operator, sweating with fear. They must be the new China stealth fighters. Deploy our birds. Get them out in the air as fast as possible, Halsey ordered. Even though Z-9 Special Assault Team had just destroyed all the American fighters, the 3rd and 7th Fleets still had a few fighter jets left. Right then, all the backup fighter jets were fueled and sent to the flight deck and into the air. Z-9 to Commander Center. Enemies in the air have been detected. Requesting permission to engage, said Z-9-001 unit. Permission granted. You are to terminate all threats in the air, said Qin Tian, granting permission to Z-9-001. After Qin Tian placed down the phone, an eerie smile curved from ear to ear. The man was happy that his name would now be recorded in history. Z9S.A.T proceeding to terminate targets in the air, said Z9-001, with eyes glowing deep crimson red. The androids retracted their arms and brought out a pair of particle beam cannons and begun to charge their attacks whilst aiming for the fighter jets that were taking off. Jesus! What are they? Bloody hell! That ain't human ID, tell ya. With eyes that glowed red and a pair of cannons as their arms, the fighter jet pilots were slightly frightened by what they saw. Destroy them, deploying machine guns, break formations. Alpha, Bravo, Charlie, switch attack plan to seek and destroy. I repeat, seek and destroy. The American pilots were well trained in aerial combat back in their country and were proficient enough to change their formations on the fly perfectly, prioritizing enemies with the highest threat. Z9-001 switched its battle plan to match with the sudden change of the enemy's flight formation. The first few shots missed their targets, but as soon as the android made some adjustments, they began to chase the fighter jets closely. Although fighter jets were powerful aerial combat machines, they were still second to the androids. With the anti-gravity engine powering their flight packs, androids possessed the best agility in the air. Additionally, their cannons fired out compressed beam projectiles that flew at near light speed. Boom! Boom! In 30 seconds, every fighter jet in the air were shot down. Those elite pilots were killed almost in the next fraction of a second when the androids pulled the trigger. The beam attack vaporized the entire cockpit before the pilots could even pull the ejector seats. Threat neutralized, Z9-001 reported. The entire aerial combat had only lasted 31 seconds to be exact. All the fighter jets were shot down while the androids had only suffered 5 casualties. They were unable to shoot down all the fighter jets in time. A few of them managed to fire a few missiles into the air and shot down 5 of the androids that did not manage to charge their weapons in time. Aerial threat eliminated. Proceeding with nautical threat elimination, said Z9-001. At that moment, exactly half of the entire S.A.T went back to the aircraft carriers to start their escort mission while the other half went ahead and flew towards the American naval fleet. Z9-001's mission was to destroy the American ships. Intercepting the fighter jets was only secondary since they had appeared out of the blue. As soon as the pack of androids reached closer to the American ships, Z9-001 charged his weapon. All those that were able to see the hovering android were frozen with fear. They knew that those floating demons were responsible for taking down all the fighter jets that had just been in the air for less than a minute. Their hearts sank when Z9-001 pointed his weapon and aimed at the deck of the ships. Fire at will, the calm sea was turned into an inferno of flames when ship after ship exploded in the most spectacular manner. No ships, big or small, were able to escape from death. They were large ships and even had trouble evading icebergs if they appeared within 500 meters from them. How could they evade attacks coming from hovering death machines in the air? More than 30 large vessels were destroyed. Out of the entire fleet, 2 ships were carrying nuclear missiles. Unfortunately, one of them was attacked. The attack had triggered the nuclear fission in the missiles, abruptly exploding with a large mushroom cloud. Attack! Lay down everything we've got, cried Halsey when he saw the huge cloud of explosion far away from the fleet that was just destroyed. He had no idea what were those things, but at the very least, he knew that they were the enemy and must be destroyed. Anti-air artillery guns were fired at the Z-9 android SAT. However, the androids could still dodge the bullets that were fired, no matter what speed the AAA guns were firing at. As soon as the AAA was manned and used, those ships that were carrying those weapons were instantly targeted by the entire android team. With a single round, the first ship that had fired their AAA was sunk. The rest of the other ships followed closely after. "Sir! We need to turn this ship around and escape. If this goes on, the entire fleet will be destroyed," cried the vice commander. Halsey was not listening. He was stunned. The things that were happening was a nightmare to a Navy officer. They were facing an enemy that could not be stopped with anything they had thrown at them. It was a reality that Halsey wished was just an illusion. "Sir! Wake up," the vice commander roared and proceeded to slap Halsey's shoulder. "Ah, sir! We need to pull back. We have already lost too many ships. If we want to preserve the 3rd and 7th Fleet, we need to pull back every available asset we have, URGH. You're right. Give the retreat order. We're getting out of here." Halsey was out of options. Even though he had fired the retreat flare into the sky, there was no saving the other ships. Him turning his ship around was akin to abandoning the other ships that were too far ahead. Right then, every ship was rendered useless as they were completely undefended. "Order the subs to attack with everything they have. At the very least, I want to see one ship sinking to the bottom of the sea," cried Halsey, making one last attempt to attack. He would not retreat without a fight, as that would be shameful. Beam particle weapons are ineffective against enemies that are underwater. The beams that were fired would be greatly weakened and might not even reach the sea level where the submarines were at. At this point, the 3rd and 7th Fleet submarine team were the only attack force capable of attacking the Chinese naval fleet without being destroyed by the flying demons. Chapter 894, Showing Who's Boss, Z9S.A.T requesting permission to return for resupply. Z9-001 contacted Qin Tian right after Halsey and the rest of the surviving ships turned around and left the combat zone. Permission granted, Qin Tian nonchalantly approved. Even though the S.A.T was not able to eliminate all the American vessels, he was still able to understand the importance of retreating when necessary. There was no need for the S.A.T to chase after the enemy, especially when they did not have much power left. As the direct commander of the S.A.T, Qin Tian was tasked to take care of and command the android soldiers. Naturally, he knew very well the androids' capabilities as well as their weaknesses. One of which was power. Androids lacked a proper power reactor that could help them generate power like the heart of a human being to sustain longer in battle. They were currently equipped with a nuclear power battery pack, an invention that was considered to be the epitome of power supply technology for its size and power delivery. Not even a nuclear reaction installed in a submarine could be as efficient as the one installed in the android. The issue was with the weapon used by the androids. The particle beam weapons were of alien origin. A few shots were what it takes for them to deplete their entire battery pack. If they were extremely conservative with their shots, they might be able to fly longer in the air, but at the expense of not being able to completely destroy the enemy ships. They were running out of battery power because they were not stingy with their shots earlier. Flying back to the main aircraft carrier for resupplying had consumed too much time, during which the Americans had deserted the other heavily damaged ships and escaped to safety. Unless Qin Tian gave the order of attack, they could completely destroy all ships only if they chased them all the way into deep waters. Qin Tian's was in command of the android soldiers as well as the other regular naval fleet. The ships that he had were only the regular human LY technology. Nie Long, on the other hand, was in command of the special alien ships that were given to the government by Jiang Fei. With only a few ships in hand, Nie Long was able to teach a lesson to the Americans and their allied forces, namely the European force. While Qin Tian was a man of intellect, Nie Long played by a simple rule, the survival of the fittest. His way of teaching a lesson was to send his enemies to God and let him do the rest. While Jiang Fei was just finishing the battle with Halsey, the American Pacific Ocean Fleet and the joint European Navy fleet had entered China's water. When they appeared, they aligned themselves nicely to a single file as an attempt to form a blockade. Their goal was to block any Chinese ships from exiting the harbor. To counter this blatant attempt at stopping the Chinese reinforcements, Nie Shirlong was sent in. As such, the Special Navy Force was dispatched out from the secret base. This is our first official naval warfare, and it might be our last. I do not ask much, only your best. Do what you did during the military exercise and destroy all enemy ships. That was Nie Shirlong pep talk which he had broadcasted throughout the submarine before departure. When Jiang Fei had handed over the alien weapons to China government, they were all fully equipped with enough power supply. Even so, if they were ready to use all of their powers, it would not be enough to sail from China, across the world, to America. That was why the government would not waste them. They would only send in the Special Navy Force if and only if their powers were necessary. In this case, when the enemies had already arrived at their doorsteps and made a blockade, it was time to send in the big guns. The Americans were desperate. It was clear since they had sent in their ships and other allied nations' ships close to China's shorelines. To be fair, when the enemy's ships were so close to land, Nie Shirlong did not have to sail out. He could simply start attacking from where the submarine was parked. That was if he wanted to save as much energy as possible. On the one hand, Nie Shirlong had already received all the clearance he needed to attack. There was no need for him to play safe. It was time to hunt. While the other Chinese government's navy forces had many ships, the Special Navy Force had only 6 vessels in total. 2 of which were given by Jiang Fei, a submarine and an aircraft carrier. There was one more weapon that Jiang Fei had made for the military, a helicarrier. The helicarrier was equipped with various weapons, one of which was the drones that had been taken off the helicarrier and installed on the Z-9 androids. The helicarrier had proved to be too inefficient in terms of power consumption. Hence, without hesitation, the military had taken apart the entire thing and used its parts for future research. All of the energy crystals that was supposed to be used for the helicarrier was dismantled and installed on the aircraft carrier and the submarine. Albeit having superior firepower the likes humanity had ever seen, it proved to be too much for China to use it. After making the decision to decommission the helicarrier, Nie Shirlong was given the submarine and the aircraft carrier. Although he had only received 2 sea vessels, it was powerful enough to handle any given situation. To compensate, Nie Shirlong was also given 4 additional Corvette-class ships. Although they were of the latest design and was equipped with the latest technology, they were still far behind the 2 alien sea vessels. When all 6 vessels departed from the secret base, 4 was immediately detected by the Americans. "They're bold. I'd give them that," said Commander Clark, the man in charge of the Pacific Navy Force. He then turned to the operators behind his command console and said, "Contact the European forces, have them ready to attack the Chinese vessels." "Yes, sir." "Damn you, Clark. We are not yours to send in," cried the Joint European Navy Commander, Walters, groaning with great dissatisfaction for being thrown around as if they were Commander Clark's toys. Europe, as a whole, had bowed to America despite what the world thinks about them. America was not going to let Europe do as they pleased. Right now, they were forcing the European naval force to fire the first strike. If they did and successfully destroyed China's sea vessels, it would be a bold declaration to China, stating that they were against them. If that happened, Europe would have no choice but to stand with America in this war. If they didn't, they would have to answer to China for what they did, all by themselves. "Sir, what should we do?" one of the operators asked. "Do you see any other options?" "No?" "Then don't waste my time and fire at them already," cried Walters. There was literally nothing he could do. If he had disobeyed Commander Clark, Walters would be seen as going against America. That would lead to many other troublesome outcomes that Walters did not want to even think about. Alas, he had to bow his head once more to the American thugs. Although both the American Pacific Navy Force and the Joint European Navy Force were forming a blockade together, the difference between the two forces differs greatly. The entire joint European Navy force had over 40 sea vessels only. More than half of them were Corvette Defender-class ships, a few destroyer-class ships, and 2 small battlecruiser. Combined, they were only 1/3 of what the Pacific Navy force could deliver. That was one of the reasons why Walters dared not disobey Clark's orders. "Target acquired." "Firing on command," said one of the operators as he awaited for Walters to order the attack. About 10 destroyer-class ships readied their missiles and aimed at the detected enemy vessels. "Open fire!" Walters roared. "General, we are being locked on by the enemy, sir. Incoming attack." When the missiles were launched, Nie Sherlong received panicked pleas from his other officers and other corvette ships that were escorting the submarine and the aircraft carrier. Calmly, the man turned to his crew members and asked, "Is the Shenlong in position?" Chapter 895, A Mad Decision. "Yes, sir." "Shenlong is now in position," said the vice commander. "Very good," Nie Sherlong commented, eyes glinting with determination. He then stood up his seat and bellowed commandingly, "Attention, all man to battle stations. All aircraft is to take off immediately and commence seek and destroy on all enemy's vessels. Shenlong is heading into the front lines. We are going to destroy all enemy vessels, both on and underwater. Codename Poseidon is to launch all attacks on enemy sea vessels closest to us. Let them know who are they messing with." "Aye, sir." Everyone that was in the bridge cheered on and proceeded to do their work. The aircraft carrier's engine whirled loudly before pushing the ship at maximum speed. The alien fighter jets that were on board the aircraft carrier were quickly manned. Once the pilot was in, the landing strip lit with green light, signaling the go sign. One by one, in an orderly manner, the fighter jets took off at breakneck speed and into the air. Not long after the birds were released, the rain of missiles, sent by the European forces, were detected by radar. Before those missiles could strike any of the 4 corvettes, the aircraft carrier that they were protecting started to react. Cannons unfolded out from the flight deck and aimed up high in the air. Those were the alien anti-air projectile interceptors that were used purposely to destroy any incoming missile attack. Boom! The missiles were exploded high in the air, shot down by anti-air projectile interceptors. "General Nie, the enemy is sending out their fighters. They are heading towards us," cried the operators. The radar that came with the ship was so advanced that they literally had eyes on everything close to them. Nothing that the enemies do could escape their oversight. "Heh, come 1 come 100, we will turn them all into junks," said Nie Sherlong, laughing sinisterly. As soon as the jets had taken off, a huge beam flashed past the sea and struck the landing strip, destroying it and part of the ship. "Time to show them who's boss," said Nie Sherlong. "Destroy them all." The aircraft carrier, codenamed Poseidon, activated all its light cannons. From afar, the ship looked like a porcupine that was capable of firing deadly light beams. Its powerful beam weapons were so strong and powerful that it could target more than 20 ships at a time. The enemy's fight jets that were destroyed in the air came down crashing on the ships, damaging many of the other fighter jets that had yet to take off. "What's going on? How are we attacked? My God, what the hell is happening?" All the personnel on and in the ships panicked when it started to rain broken fighter parts. "Can someone, for the love of God, please tell me what is going on?" Clark roared. All the fighter jets that had just gotten into the air were shot down by an unknown force. The worst part of all, they could not even detect where it was coming from. "We don't know, sir. Based on the fall trajectory and the direction of the strike, we calculated that the attack came from where the 4 Corvette-class ships were," said one of the operators. "Damn! Did they already develop long-range weapons?" Clark muttered to himself. If the Chinese had already developed powerful energy-based weapons, America would be destroyed as they had not even developed their own. "I want all ships to point their guns at those 4 bloody ships. Destroy them now!" Clark barked. Even though his fleet was under attack, the man was still calm. After all, the enemy only had 4 Corvette-class ships. It's 5 against 1. There was no reason for him to panic. The only qualms he had in his mind right then was Halsey's fleet. He knew that the Chinese's main naval fleet was heading their way, and if they did actually develop powerful energy-based weapons, Halsey and his fleet would be in trouble. As soon as he had that thought, Clark ordered one of his men to contact Halsey. "Captain! Commander Halsey is not responding." Concurrently, Halsey's fleet was just attacked by the Z-9 Special Assault Team. Halsey's ship was attacked 3 times, and because of that, the commander had to change ships multiple times. That was why Clark could not reach him directly. "Continue trying. Inform me at once when he picks up the call," Clark barked. "Sir!" Not 2 minutes later, one of the operators came running towards him. "What's wrong?" Did Halsey answered. "No, sir. It's one of our aircraft carriers." "Eagle One has been destroyed," said the operators with a face of disbelief. "Eagle One? How is that possible? Eagle One is supposed to be at the edge of the blockade. Did their missiles hit them?" Clark asked, sharing the same expression of disbelief. "No, sir. Intel indicates that the ship was destroyed by a long-range energy-based weapon. The ship was literally cut in half, so it's true then," Clark snapped. However, before he could digest that information, another operator came with bad news. "Sir! Eagle 1, Eagle 2. All Eagles have been destroyed." Clark rose from his seat mechanically. The Eagle fleet had several battlecruisers and aircraft carriers. He could not understand how the Chinese were capable of destroying more than 10 ships at such a short amount of time. "Commander! USS Warthon is hit. Commander! USS Warthon's aircraft carrier is destroyed, sir. EUS Milan is down." One by one, operators shouted all the ships that were destroyed. Every time they shouted, Clark felt a jolt of electricity down his spine. It felt like someone was punishing him. He had no idea that the outcome of this naval war would turn out this way. When Clark was stumped, the entire ship budged, knocking off everyone from their seats. "Commander! We are under attack. Sensors indicate that we are currently being targeted. Damage report. We have sustained critical hull damage, but our engine and armory are still intact. We are still safe, but the ship is starting to sink. We need to start the evacuation procedure," cried the chief operator that was sitting right next to him. "The gig is up. We are being fooled into coming here. The damn Chinese! They had us fooled!" Clark roared. The chief operator recognized that the commander was no longer fit to take command and immediately took over. "Attention to men! Abandon ship! I repeat, abandon ship!" cried the chief operator as he yelled into the main ship broadcast. Without hesitation, the man literally dragged Clark, still stunned to his soul, out of the ship with a safety vest strapped to his body and onto another ship. When Clark was safely moved to a new ship, the American Pacific Navy force was skimmed by more than 30%. The joint European Navy force had it worse. Besides a few heavily damaged corvette ships, all of their battlecruisers and aircraft carriers were sunk to the bottom of the sea. That was just the first wave of attack by a single Chinese aircraft carrier. They had single-handedly taken down more than 10 ships, excluding other ships that were taken down by waves of cannons. By then, Clark understood one thing: they had no chance at defeating the Chinese. When he finally came to, Clark rushed to the new ship's command bridge and set up broadcasts to all Allied ships within the area. "Retreat back. Get every available ship out of Chinese's water." He then turned to his vice commander and said, "Contact the Pentagon and tell them to nuke China. We are looking at the fall of the entire United States of America. Nuke them, sir. If we launch a nuclear strike, we will be escalating this war to a national level. If we don't nuke them, the world will be ruled by the Chinese. Don't you understand? If they can destroy us without taking a single scratch, who's to say they would not attack Washington? We cannot afford to let them do that." Clark roared with determination. "All right," the vice commander nodded his head. Chapter 896, discovered. While the epic nautical warfare was still undergoing, Jiang Fei was completely oblivious to what was happening out of Japan. Are you sure that the rescue ships will arrive on time? Jiang Fei asked, fidgeting annoyingly after waiting for so long. The estimated time of arrival is unchanged, Z8-001 replied monotonously. All right then, Jiang Fei replied and nodded. It was roughly an hour left until the rescue ships arrived to pick them up. Jiang Fei was prepared to wait for another 30 minutes before he led everyone to the beach and left this godforsaken land. As the seconds ticked by, everyone grew increasingly anxious, even Jiang Fei. Only the androids were unfazed about the tense atmosphere. Even though Jiang Fei had everything planned out, facing the mutants who had the terrain and number advantage was dangerous. Especially since they were all evacuating and not preparing for a fight. They did not have much of a choice. They did, but they did not want to continue fighting the mutants. The only way of getting out alive, besides fighting all the mutants, was to rely on the military's aid. The night was dark and full of terrors, but where Jiang Fei and the others were, it was eerily quiet. However, one of the martial artists thought that it was a good time to sharpen their sword, using nothing but flat rocks as a substitute whetstone. When one started, the others followed. Soon, the night was no longer quiet, merely dark and full of terrors. If only you guys could use that brains of yours instead of your emotions, we would have already defeated all of the mutants by now. Sheesh! Jiang Fei screamed in his mind. Even though he was mad, he understood that the courage they had right now was forced out of them from desperation and the fear of dying without a cause. Captain, I have detected life form approaching our current location, 0541 suddenly called out to Jiang Fei. Where? Jiang Fei asked. Northwest, 2,000 meters and closing, 0541 answered. How many are they? What is their power level? 1, approximately at level 3, huh? Must be a scout. I'll deal with him. Jiang Fei shot up to his feet and prepared to track him down. If that scout was 500 meters or closer, he would be able to detect Jiang Fei and all of the martial artists. Brother Jiang Fei, where are you going? Bai Wanli reacted immediately when Jiang Fei shot to his feet. There's a fly and I'm going to swat him, said Jiang Fei, smiling before dashing off at great speed. Jiang Fei, being a level 4 at the pinnacle stage, could easily run 2,000 meters fairly quickly without even losing his breath. He then arrived at the designated location which 0541 had guided him to. This it? A frog? Jiang Fei asked when 0541 had informed him of the level 3 life form. Yes. This frog has a power level of 3. It seems that there is no superior beast that could be as strong as a metahuman. Hence, I have concluded that this frog should be an unimorph. Na said. Jiang Fei did not give the frog a chance to react. He dashed behind him and slashed it in half before it could even croak. The frog was just a frog. It could not even make a squeak as Jiang Fei slashed him in half. As soon as it was dead, the Animorph's ability withered away, revealing his true form, a regular human being that was slashed in half. Frogman is killed, cried one of the mutants, running towards Lincoln when Jiang Fei had slashed him in half. The man was carrying a small machine with blinking light. The one with the name Frogman was blown out. Where is Frogman's last known position? Lincoln asked, without feeling any sort of emotion for the dead. 15 kilometers towards the east. Have the crows investigate that position, said Lincoln before turning to Baron Blood. You guys head over there as well. Be careful. If you find enemies, do not attempt to chase after them. Do your best to stall them for us. Will do, sir, Baron Blood replied before joining the crows and head towards the place where Frogman died. Jiang Fei returned to the group and decided to immediately change their hiding position. If his experience had taught him, killing a scout would only expose their position to the enemy. Although they did not have their exact position, it was still best to get away from there. We have been discovered. We need to move, said Jiang Fei as he made the announcement. But if we move, would it be too far from the rendezvous point? Ding Tianqi asked worriedly. He represented those that wanted to leave Japan and was worried that they might miss the rendezvous time. Humph, very well then. If we don't change our position, we could fight them head on. If you want, I have plans for an ambush. Jiang Fei scoffed, purposely making a taunt to challenge the frightened martial artists. Ding Tianqi whimpered like a sad dog. The reason they wanted to leave Japan was to preserve the survival of their respective sections. If they had the courage to fight the mutants, they would not have run. Shut up. Brother Jiang Fei, I apologize for the rest of them. Whatever is your plan, we will follow, said Bai Wanli, glaring at Ding Tianqi before exchanging a look with Ganyang Zhenren. Both of them agreed to leave, not because they were afraid, but they knew, strategically speaking, it was best not to engage with the enemy before the rendezvous time. Another reason why Bai Wanli and Ganyang Zhenren was on Jiang Fei's side was Jiang Fei's competent leadership. For all the time they had spent in Japan, Jiang Fei had proven to be wise. Even though he was young, much younger than all of the elders then, he was familiar with battle and all that was under his wing did not suffer too many injuries. If there's no one against it, let us move right away, said Jiang Fei. When Bai Wanli and Ganyang Zhenren had agreed, there was no reason for anyone else to disagree. To be fair, they did not dare to voice out their disagreement. Everyone followed Jiang Fei and followed a small route away from the beach. Z8-001 and his team of androids followed them as well since their mission was to escort them safely until they were all evacuated from Japan. Not 5 minutes after Jiang Fei had left, a murder of crows flew past the night sky. The same murder of crows descended downward and morphed into their human form before landing on the ground. 3 minutes after, 30 red cloaks arrived at the scene. Did you find anything? Baron Blood asked, stoic and unfazed even after running at an intense speed. Yes. I have found tracks of a large group of people here. 1,000 meters that way, I have found the dead body of Frogman. The man was buried in a shallow grave and was covered properly. It took me a while but I could still exhume the poor man, said one of the crows. Whatever happened with the martial artists? Baron Blood asked, looking around the area. Oddly enough, even though I discovered their tracks, they seemed to disappear after around 10 kilometers. I doubt any one of them could outrun me. Either they could fly and cover their tracks or become invisible, said the same man. Invisible, you say? Baron Blood asked, arching an eyebrow as he did. It was one of the thoughts that eluded Baron Blood. The movement of the martial artists had been mysterious. Their movements seemed to be elusive, as if all of them could become invisible. Chapter 897, Inevitable Battle, that is correct. I was in the sky and saw that there was no other pathway. If you had not met them when you came, that means they are heading towards the other, said the man. But, if they could become invisible, it would not matter if we chased them, said Baron Blood. I think there must be some sort of gimmick to their invisibility. Why would they want to kill Frogman in the first place? If that is true, Baron Blood cocked his head. What the man said made sense. If the martial artists had invisibility, they would not have to kill Frogman to cover their tracks. That could only mean that their invisibility would not work if someone was close enough. That was their flaw. I need to contact the boss. Let's hear what he has to say, said Baron Blood, relaying what he knew to Lincoln. If what you are telling me is true, I want you to chase after them. I will be right over, said Lincoln full of determination. He left only a small group of mutants to guard the beach and took the rest of the fray to chase after Jiang Fei. You guys take the skies. We will be on foot, said Baron Blood. The two groups split up and headed towards Jiang Fei's direction. When it came to speed, the Scarlet Hunters were truly unmatched. Jiang Fei and the rest of the martial artists were treading slowly and had failed to create enough distance between them. Captain! I have detected a group of enhanced mutants heading our way. There are 30 level 4 pinnacle stage mutants. 0541 blared loudly in Jiang Fei's mind. Them again? Jiang Fei was aggravated. He might not meet them before, but he knew that it was the same troublesome group of elite mutants that had been a pain in his butt for so long. In all honesty, Jiang Fei felt that these group of mutants were the worst, hardest enemies that he had ever encountered. The other mutants that he had encountered before were mere toddlers when compared to them. How far are they? 3,000 meters and closing. They will arrive in less than 30 seconds if we maintain our current speed, 0541 explained. What the hell? That fast? Jiang Fei was thrown. He had never expected the enemies to be that fast on their feet. Even if everyone started to run with everything they had, the weaker level 3 and beginner stage of level 4 martial artists would not be able to outrun these group of vampires that had the blood of the first progenitor of vampires in their veins. Stop running! Everyone! Jiang Fei roared. What's wrong? Are we safe yet? Ding Tianqi asked. Get ready to fight. Jiang Fei barked. What? Fight? Are you serious right now? How are we supposed to fight against an army of thousands? Everyone started to grumble, especially the weaker ones. Brother Jiang Fei, I think we should continue changing our position. For better or worse, we could just wait until the next time to leave Japan. We cannot afford to fight right now, said Bai Wanli, trying to talk some sense into Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei firmed up, dropped his sword to the ground menacingly, and glared at Bai Wanli. There are 30 level 4 pinnacle stage mutants coming our way. Besides us, how are your disciples going to outrun them? If we don't fight now when we still have the strength, do you want to let them slaughter everyone after running until you can run anymore? Everyone went silent when Jiang Fei snapped angrily. The first person to break the silence was the barbaric Zhu Tianfei. I've had it with running. I'm with you, brother Jiang Fei. Let's fight them. Zhu Tianfei roared. Me too. I shall fight them. Ding Tianqi cheered on. Even though they dared not fight the mutants in an all-out battle, they did not have a choice right then. It was an inevitable fight. If they ran, the weak ones would be the first to fall, leaving Jiang Fei and the other elders alone. Very good. They are very close, but we still have the element of surprise. Let's use them well, said Jiang Fei. Everyone tried to hide, but it was too late. The Scarlet Hunters had already arrived. Jiang Fei could already see them coming from the distance. Boss? Could they really become invisible? One of the Scarlet Hunters asked Baron Blood. How should I know, TCH? Even if they could, I doubt they could maintain it for long, said another Scarlet Hunter. Don't matter what they could. When we found them, we mustn't fight. We need to wait. WHAA Baron Blood could not finish his sentence. It was when he had breached into 0541's barrier and saw a large group of martial artists waiting for them. Baron Blood was so shocked that he had lost his footing and almost fell to the ground, face first. Fight! Jiang Fei roared, signaling the charge. With the power of Origin Force, Jiang Fei infused metal energy into his blade and sliced one of the Scarlet Hunters that could not stop his momentum. The first blood was drawn and the battle between mutants and martial artists had started. It was very hard for anyone to chase after these Scarlet Hunters, but the elders had already prepared themselves to strike them from the shadows. It was then the Scarlet Hunters were shocked and disoriented when they were caught by surprise. F***CKU. Zhu Tianfei roared. Even though the man was only an advanced stage of level 4, he was at the peak of his stage. When the enemies were startled, he swiftly made his way to one of the enemies and delivered a powerful cleave. The Scarlet Hunter was shocked, but he was able to draw out the power of the blood of the first progenitor. He had a superhuman reaction and was able to draw out his dagger to block Zhu Tianfei's cleave at the last second. Wham! Even though he was able to block the blade from cleaving him in half, the sheer power of Zhu Tianfei was so strong that he was thrown away like a ragdoll. Scarlet Hunters were fast and agile, however, as a trade-off, they were not as strong physically. The Scarlet Hunter was flung away like an empty bucket while blocking a fully charged attack by Zhu Tianfei. Overall, the Scarlet Hunters were stronger than the average martial artists, but they were still weak defending against powerful physical attacks. Time to die, Bai Wanli whispered as he sidestepped his way behind the Scarlet Hunter that was blown away and stabbed him through the back of his head, killing him instantly. Number 17. Baron Blood roared and armed himself with his daggers. The element of surprise was effective and most of the Scarlet Hunters were caught with their pants down. Almost every Scarlet Hunters were injured and one was killed. Even so, their overall fighting power was not affected. Hong Yu! Get into formation! Jiang Fei roared. Yes, brother. Hong Yu answered immediately and formed the formation with the rest of the 24 biohuman girls. It was sluggish, but they managed to corner 5 Scarlet Hunters and pin them to a corner. Chapter 898, 1/1 dead. Even though Hong Yu and the girls were not stronger than the Scarlet Hunters, they were still able to pin down 5 of them. This time, the tides of war were on Jiang Fei's side. With determination, Jiang Fei swapped the Qingying sword with the Zhanlu sword and charged. The only factor that allowed the martial artists to have the upper hand in the fight was their numbers. However, it would not last forever as the Scarlet Hunters were extremely tough to kill. If one could not kill them off instantly, they could easily rally with Lincoln's mutant army. That outcome would be incredibly undesirable. Ding! Crack! Jiang Fei attacked one of the Scarlet Hunters and managed to break the mutant's dagger when he tried to block Jiang Fei's attack. Their daggers were made with super-hardened metal that was so strong that it could carve through 2 inches of steel wall without chipping. However, they were no match for Jiang Fei's Zhanlu sword. Die, annoying creeps! Jiang Fei grunted as he kicked off the ground hard, leaving a small crack behind. He leaped forward, slashing the mutant's neck. Ugh! The mutant groaned as he dodged Jiang Fei's subsequent attacks. Even though he was able to dodge most of Jiang Fei's fatal attacks, he failed to notice that Jiang Fei had made a 1-inch-long slash on his forehead. For a mutant with the blood of the first vampire progenitor flowing in his veins, such a wound would only require half a second to heal completely without leaving a scar. However, he had made a fatal judgment. He had thought that minor wounds would not matter, thus, he would not mind taking 1 or 2 cuts. Another fatal flaw that the mutant had was thinking that Jiang Fei's sword was a regular steel-cut sword. Jiang Fei was holding the godly sword. The infamous god blade that could kill any metahuman, be it mutant or biohuman. As long as they had energy flowing in their veins, Valium would react with it and became fatal to their bodies. The stronger they were, the more fatal it would be for them to be wounded by a blade coated with Valium. What's going on? Cried the mutant. His head hurt and he could feel his blood boiling underneath his skin. The god blade was so infamous that only level 5 metahumans were known to keep them out of public hands. No ordinary metahuman would know about the sword, merely the name. All they knew was that the weapon was the bane of all metahumans in the world. They did not know what would happen if one were to be used in a fight. Right then, the mutant that was cut felt the effect of the Zhanlu sword, thinking it was due to Jiang Fei's qi flowing into his body, causing him to be disoriented and weakened. He would never think that the sword in that man's hand was an actual god blade. Boss! Be careful with this one. His attacks are weird, cried the man before exploding to his death. His head went off first and his body followed next. There was nothing left of him except liquefied innards and blood. Number 6. Baron Blood bellowed. The man was furious. It was only a few minutes into the fight and he had already lost 2 of his men. The anger from being caught off guard and having his men killed sent Baron Blood into a fit of rage. Sheesh! That's awesome! Jiang Fei snickered away. That was obviously not the first time he had used the Zhanlu sword to kill another metahuman. Even so, he could not get used to seeing an enemy exploding into tiny bits. That was the prowess of a god blade. Besides a level 5 master, every metahuman that was cut by the god blade would be killed. Even if the wound made was less than a millimeter, the effect would still kick in, only slightly slower. That was the true definition of 1/1 death. Let's go, ladies and gentlemen! Jiang Fei bellowed to encourage the rest of his group. The more he killed, the better he became. The man was channeling origin force to all parts of his body, granting him superhuman speed and strength, turning him into a blur that killed anyone before they could even see him. Be careful of that boy. Do not let him cut you. Baron Blood grunted, cringing maddeningly as he did because he knew that he could not take him on just yet. Because of the warning by the first mutant that was killed by Jiang Fei, every other Scarlet Hunter was convinced that the source of Jiang Fei's abnormal killing method was of his own chi. That was why no one dared to approach him nor get approached by him. As such, every Scarlet Hunter ran as far away from Jiang Fei as they could. That instantly slowed down Jiang Fei's killing speed severely. It was extremely hard for him to chase after an enemy that was making an effort to get away from him. Once the Scarlet Hunters had recognized which of the enemies were strong, they began to target the weaker ones. Blood! Give me your blood, roared one Scarlet Hunter that was wounded by Ganyang Zenrin's chi attack, leaping towards one of the weaker level 3 martial artists and plunging his teeth into his neck. With one quick suck, a gush of blood rushed out of the level 3 fighter's body and into the mutant. All the wounds and internal injuries that were inflicted on him were instantly healed. The Scarlet Hunter was literally healed to the brim in just 2 seconds. Do not be consumed by bloodlust. Prioritize killing them first, roared Baron Blood when he noticed one of his men was trying to suck as much blood from the now-dead martial artist as he could. It was crucial for them to be on their toes with fighting a bunch of martial artists and Jiang Fei with his god blade. The Scarlet Hunters were changing their tactics. They were now trying to reduce their numbers simply by weeding out the weak ones first. That would grant them more breathing space to properly fight Jiang Fei and the other elders. Because the Scarlet Hunters were targeting the weak disciples, Ganyang Zenrin and other sword users did not dare to simply attack the mutants for fear of friendly fire. It was inevitable since their sword techniques were rather flashy. Now that the Scarlet Hunters had found their weak point, they continued to linger around the large crowd of level 3 disciples and stayed there until they had killed everyone. They were ruthless when it came to killing. They did not mind playing dirty because they were merely buying time for Lincoln and the rest of the mutant army to reach. Brother Jiang Fei! We are losing our disciples, cried Ganyang Zenrin as he was chasing after one Scarlet Hunter. He had accidentally injured a few of his disciples when he was attacking the Scarlet Hunters. This is not good, said Jiang Fei, gritting his teeth disgruntledly. Desperation grew as level 3 martial artists were dropping like flies. To make things worse, 0541 was constantly alerting Jiang Fei about the presence of a large group of mutants heading their way. All disciples, get down. During that critical moment, Zhu Tianfei roared louder than he had ever roared in his life. The man was a huge man that could be easily mistaken for a brute. Even so, there was precision within his brute strength. He came out with a sudden plan to let those that could not fight the Scarlet Hunters to just squat down to make room for the others to kill them. Zhu Tianfei's roar was infused with chi energy. That was why his voice literally shattered a few mutant eardrums that were extremely close to him. While he was able to momentarily discombobulate a few mutants, all the disciples immediately heeded his call and quickly got down to the ground. A few others that were far away also joined the cause. At first, everyone thought that it was a stupid idea, but they found out that they would be prone to attacks by both their allies and the enemies if they stood up. Time for some harvesting. Zhu Tianfei snarled, smiling eerily as he leaped forward to kill the closest Scarlet Hunter. Chapter 899, The Scary One. The battle had started for some time now and only a small portion of Scarlet Hunters was killed, mainly by Jiang Fei. On the other hand, over 100 martial artists between level 4 and level 3 were killed. Just die, everyone was pressured. Losing their precious disciples was the last thing the elders wanted. With so many deaths, they were now fueled with so much rage that their faces were turning red. King mutants! Jiang Fei roared. Although Jiang Fei would never admit that he cared for the martial artists, he had already gone out of his way allowing them to do what they wanted. However, there was still a feeling of camaraderie in his subconscious mind. They were still his brothers in arms, and he felt rage and sadness when so many martial artists, younger and even the same age as him, fell to the mutants. Captain, please do not act irrationally. Preserve as much power as you can. There is still one large army that you would have to face, 0541 chimed in when it sensed that Jiang Fei's mind was starting to drift away and his brain to reacting with emotion. Meechum, thanks. Keep reminding me if I am going too far, said Jiang Fei. The young man was too young, yet he had already been through a lot. As he was still a greenhorn, the boy could not be as calm and controlled as the other elders. Even at the face of Armageddon, those elders could still think straight when all hope was lost. Jiang Fei had not reached that level of control yet. The incident of his parents and the Soaring Cloud sect was a good example. Harg! Jiang Fei roared as he infused wind power into his legs and gained explosive speed. At that moment, Jiang Fei was at his fastest he had ever been in his life. Even the strongest Scarlet Hunter, Baron Blood, could only see a blur when they tried to track him down. Splat! Before anyone could realize who and what was the blur, a Scarlet Hunter that was oblivious to the situation got his head sliced off. The sharpness of the blade was shown when Jiang Fei delivered the killing blow. His head remained on his neck for a few seconds. The poor soul did not even know that he was cut until his head literally slid off his severed neck like a block of butter on a hot pan. A few seconds later, his body and head reacted to the Zhanlu sword and exploded. Before he fell, the Scarlet Hunter tried to alert his other comrades, but he could not speak as his nerves were already severed when Jiang Fei sliced off his head clean. The only sound he could make was the sound of his body dropping to the ground and exploding. Number 16, cried another Scarlet Hunter when he realized that his comrade was not responding. Sadly, when he came to number 16, what he saw did not resemble anything that looked like a human, only a pile of liquefied flesh and disintegrated human parts. The cries of the Scarlet Hunter was halted immediately. Jiang Fei did not give him any openings. He just went ahead and made the kill. Ugh, he tried to stop, but he was too slow. Jiang Fei's blade pierced through his chest and all the way out of his back. Attack! It was during this time that Ganyang Zhimren and the other elders had begun their all-out attack while the weaker disciples tried to make way for them. This is bad, Baron Blood stuttered his words. He could not believe how the battle had turned out like this. Even though they were making progress in weeding out the weaker ones, his enemies were not falling back. He had even lost several Scarlet Hunters. At this point, even Baron Blood recognized that he could not fight them. The tables have turned to their side, or rather it had always been that way. Retreat! Baron Blood roared, disgruntled at his own decision to retreat. Even though his pride was biting him in his butt, he had to stop and retreat or else they would be completely annihilated. It's too late for that. Jiang Fei snarled, pushing himself faster. The man had got better at controlling the flow of energy inside him as he was able to continuously condense origin force all over his body. When he heard Baron Blood giving the order of retreat, he quickly manifested all his energy into physical force. Not a few minutes ago, Jiang Fei had reached the peak of his ability, and yet right now, he had surpassed that limit and became so fast that he was as fast as lightning. Jiang Fei bolted across the battlefield like thunder, killing his enemy at the possible move. Stop them from getting away! Bai Wanli roared. The elders were unified as those that were already killed were all their disciples. They wanted revenge so bad that they wished they could just let it all out. However, years of battle experience warned them about how it would turn out if they let themselves go. Captain, a large group of mutant will arrive in less than 180 seconds. You must eliminate all these bio-enhanced mutant now or evacuate this battlefield. 0541 blared. Jiang Fei was moving, but he did not attack. When 0541 warning came in, he had to think. At this point, he was burning away energy fast and he had less than half of it left in his body. Thankfully, he could still take a spirit pill to refill his energy. If he pushed himself once more, he could match Bai Wanli and the other elders' rhythm and kill all the Scarlet Hunters then. The problem was an evacuation. He would not have the time nor the means to evacuate. If he let them go instead of killing them, they would be coming back again with a bigger force that could be the end of Jiang Fei and the others. F***ck it. Let's see how I can push myself. Jiang Fei squirmed and swallowed a spirit pill. He could feel the pill dissolved in his stomach and replenish a small portion of his energy. Spirit pill has enough energy to fully restore a level 4 beginning stage metahuman. However, this sort of pill could not be consumed unendingly. One can only be consumed within a certain duration. If Jiang Fei tried to take another one right after, his energy flow would be greatly disrupted. After having taken the pill, Jiang Fei's energy was restored ever so slightly. Most importantly, he felt lightened as he was able to concentrate better. By sect leader, Ganyang's sect leader, work with me. Well, kill all of them, cried Jiang Fei, brandishing his sword menacingly. Will do, both of them replied and followed closely. The other elders, level 4 pinnacle stage fighters, followed as well and fight their way to stop the Scarlet Hunters from running. Force through! Baron Blood roared. The man recognized that the situation had gotten from bad to worse. He had no idea who Jiang Fei was, but that did not stop him from knowing that he was the scariest one amongst the martial artists. By unleashing all his power, Jiang Fei's speed was unmatched. Not even the Scarlet Hunters were able to stop them from attacking. They were able to block and parry 1 or 2 strikes, but that was their limit before taking damage. If Jiang Fei's speed was not bad enough, his attack was worse. His attacks were a complete cheat. A single touch would be the death of them. Not even Baron Blood dared to cross swords with him. In the end, he was forced to retreat, making a pathway to survive instead of buying time for Lincoln. Help me, cried another group of Scarlet Hunters that were pinned down by Hong Yu and the girls when Baron Blood was trying to break past the blockade. They were not in danger at the moment. Merely subdued and unable to move. Their individual strength and power were much stronger than Hong Yu and the girls. Even so, if Jiang Fei wanted to, he could have easily killed them all. What should we do about them? Said another Scarlet Hunter. We do not have the luxury to worry about others. We need to get out of here to regroup with Lincoln, said Baron Blood, biting his pain down. If he tried to save his comrades from Hong Yu, all of them might be in danger of being killed by Jiang Fei. All right, the man understood his leader's words. He too was scared stiff by Jiang Fei. He was young and yet his fighting capabilities were unmatched by the other elders. They had never seen anyone like that before. You want to leave? Leave your head with me then. Jiang Fei howled like a banshee, chasing them closely. Just when they were about to collide with Bai Wanli and Ganyang Zenrin's blockade, Jiang Fei flashed in to begin his slaying spree. Chapter 900, You know too much, hold this spot. Do not let them through. Bai Wanli roared. Every other elder that was present then braced themselves for what was to come. It's impossible, cried one of the Scarlet Hunters as he tried to fight against Ganyang Zenrin. He was immediately repelled by Ganyang Zenrin's superior swordsmanship. I don't care. Just do it. Baron Blood snarled. Concurrently, he felt something splashed behind him. He turned around quickly and saw a pair of legs without its upper body, slowly making its last few steps before exploding into a pile of blood. Right then, only half of the Scarlet Hunters remained. 5 of them were still being held back by Hong Yu and the girls. Out of 15 dead Scarlet Hunters, 3 were killed by the others while the rest were killed by Jiang Fei alone. While everyone had different theories about it, the truth to Jiang Fei's incredible killing spree was his sword. These Scarlet Hunters had the blood of the first vampire progenitor. Any wound they received, as long as it was not fatal, would heal incredibly fast. Unless they were killed in a single strike, Scarlet Hunters were incredibly hard to kill as they could recover even faster by consuming the blood of their victims. That was why the others were only able to kill 3 while Jiang Fei, wielding the cheating sword, was able to kill as many as he could. All he needed to do was to cut them and boom, instant death. Everyone was scared when they saw Jiang Fei kill just one of them. Right then, the only people that were willing to risk their lives fighting were the elder martial artists. At the same time, Bai Wanli and the other elders were biting through their fatigue, trying their very best to hold on the blockade. Only they could put up a decent fight against the mutants. The androids and their weaker disciples could do nothing against them. I'll go in and bait them. You do your best to take advantage of the situation and get out of here. We need to inform the others about this. Push. Breakthrough. Everyone except Baron Blood had to steal their decision to fight until they died. With Jiang Fei, the Reaper tailing behind them, they had already given up trying to survive and had decided to put all their efforts into keeping Baron Blood alive. Ariel, being a level 5 metahuman, could not participate in any of the fights. However, she was still able to do some tricks. One of which was making an electrical disruption field around the battlefield. It was harmless to all but not to electronic devices. All the communication devices that the Scarlet Hunters tried to use were rendered useless. The only way they could relay any information to Lincoln was to physically tell him. "Don't let them leave!" Jiang Fei roared. Even though he was seen as a ruthless killer at this point, Jiang Fei himself was still in control of his emotions and psyche. He cannot allow any information about him using that God Blade to spread. Right then, he had the advantage. The Scarlet Hunters had no idea that the cause of bodies exploding was due to the sword. However, if they spread the news and let others interpret it, sooner or later, someone would know that Jiang Fei possessed a God Blade. If that got out, there would only be trouble. It was known that only level 5 masters had God Blades. However, those weapons were unusable by humans since those God Blades were made for the inhabitants of planet Namek. They were different in terms of body structure, hence, it would be impossible for humans to use them. Jiang Fei's blade was the only one on Earth that could be used as a sword. If any level 5 metahuman knew that Jiang Fei had one, God knows what they would do just to obtain it. Jean Lu's sword was the only weaponized form of God Blade on Earth. If any level 5 metahuman had that, they would practically undefeatable. I cannot allow them to escape. Jiang Fei thought to himself, fearing the bleak future if they managed to escape. Right then, Jiang Fei had come up with a momentary final trump card. If somehow, by luck, Baron Blood had managed to escape, Jiang Fei would not hesitate to send an Ariel to silence him. When he was concentrating on killing the Scarlet Hunters, Jiang Fei paid attention to the looks of the other martial artists. Due to the absolute lethality of Jean Lu's sword, even he needed to watch out for China's level 5 metahumans. They too are human, after all. URGHH. Blarg, another one bit the dust, alerting the others just how close Jiang Fei was at wiping the floor with all of them. Fortunately, desperation had managed to grant the Scarlet Hunters a final spur to push through the blockade. However, 3 Scarlet Hunters had sacrificed themselves to distract half of the elders to open a window of escape for the rest of their comrades. Right then, excluding the 5 that were being pinned by Hong Yu and the girls, and Baron Blood, there were only 2 Scarlet Hunters left. "Boss, go on without me. I will hold them back. Please, take care of my family. Let them know that their father was a hero." The 2 Scarlet Hunters knew all too well that even if they managed to run, none of them would outrun Jiang Fei and all other elders. "I will. I will never forget what you have done." Baron Blood roared from the top of his lungs, crying and running as he did. "Where you think you're going?" Bai Wanli snarled as he turned away from the 2 Scarlet Hunters and tried to chase Baron Blood. "Are you looking away right now?" "Your opponent is me," cried the Scarlet Hunter as he charged towards Bai Wanli, trying to pierce the old man's throat with his dagger. Unfortunately, both Scarlet Hunters were in no shape to fight any longer. They were fatally injured and their healing powers were slowed down due to their extreme fatigue. The only thing that was keeping them going on was their sheer willpower. "Ariel! Help!" Jiang Fei mentally summoned Ariel. "Yes," she answered and teleported Jiang Fei in front of Baron Blood's path. A white light flashed and Jiang Fei emerged out of it, charging towards Baron Blood like a hungry tiger. F***CKU. Baron Blood roared, surprised as he was caught off guard again. It was at that moment he knew he F***ed up. There was no other option left but to fight and kill this annoying, scary young man. "Captain, you have less than 60 seconds to end this fight or the mutant army will arrive," 0541 chimed in again. F***CK me, Jiang Fei was worried and anxious. The mutant army was faster than he had expected. HN&G. Baron Blood grunted as he hurled his dagger at Jiang Fei. Ding! Jiang Fei saw the attack coming from a mile away and managed to deflect it easily with his sword. However, it was a distraction from the real attack. Blood Shadow! Baron Blood roared. Suddenly, his entire body vibrated violently, creating 3 afterimages that materialized into reality. Clones? Jiang Fei was stunned. He had never thought that Baron Blood could have such an ability, or any ability for that matter. He had been killing so many Scarlet Hunters enough to know that none of them had any ability. What he did not know was Blood Baron was special. He was able to become the leader of the Scarlet Hunter for a reason. Not only did he have the blood of the vampire's first progenitor in his veins, but he also inherited the first progenitor's skills. However, he was not the real person. Having to cast Blood Shadow proved that Baron Blood was out of moves. I must not fight him. I need to survive to inform Lincoln. Baron Blood reminded himself. The skill used his own blood as a source and would last only for 30 seconds before disintegrating into a pool of blood. After that, he would be incredibly weakened, leaving him open for attacks. Blurg! All 3 clones spit out a mouthful of blackened blood towards Jiang Fei. Captain! Evade them! 0541 blared loudly in Jiang Fei's mind. He actually wanted to manifest a protective chi armor around him to take the projectiles, but was stopped by 0541.